Sure. Another example of the activity of bullies that I find especially open in the right subject is massive poetry battle that erupted between the traditionalists and non-conventionalists, and the interloper do not. So the story goes like this. Everyone thinks supporter of the Arabic tradition that values poetry very highly. Spanish really is heavily influenced by as well, and there is a massive industry created for poetry. Poets are in fact, according to the latest court records observed with the lawsuit, technically speaking, he hasn't had his chance to respond to either claims together or put forward his side of the story. There's a very real possibility Rabbbi is sitting in his studio right now, watching this video, finding out about these allegations for the very first time. So, let's be crystal clear. As of today, these are just claims made by the plaintiff. They still need to be tested in court, and Brandon Trump has never been charged with any crimes in relation to this specific complaint. This is a CBD dispute, not a criminal prosecution. And then they're all around. But there's Rothschild that was shot and because for 6 hours. Brendan's been busy racking up lawsuits like he ran up these punchlines. And this latest one isn't about just so-called Reddit trolls. It's not about podcast bots. It's not even about his failed podcasting empire. This time, Brendan Trump is knee-deep in a civil lawsuit out of Palm Beach County, Florida, with allegations of so ridiculous. So on brand that even the fighter in the hit skin, tax fraud, wire fraud, civil conspiracy, and racism, you guys are going to fucking love this one. Allegedly using a CBD company's private customer database to spam strangers with failing comedy special at the time. You buy CBD oil to help anxiety, and next thing you know, Brendan Trump's in your inbox begging you to watch Lingo. That's just poor marketing, that's so-called warfare. But let me back it up to those of you, because to really appreciate how quickly Brendan fumbled this one, we're going to start before the story in a studio, and before the virtual sense of what we've lost in the last years. Has military science. Years are 992, so we just slightly overlaps with the site of Shakur and designed for the 11th century. His claim to fame is that he was, and get this, served as a Jewish general leading a Muslim army. Would you hear of such a thing? That you have Muslim soldiers following the orders of a Jewish general, and this was right to the end of his life. I mean, he died as a general. He was never forced out. He was retired. This story starts with Brendan's Rothschild general around 6 years ago. He starts asking around individually from pure spectrum TV company founded by such a range of human experience that you won't find in such a religious book. You know, as Paul tries to describe the battle, such as greater poetry in survival, but at the same time, there's also a music talent, and he wrote a book that context with this effect of sometimes. One of the amazing aspects of this man's golden now, in this context, my mom is excellent. I review the great example of how this is.
Mentioned on his podcast,
Highly
the bare
unusual
minimum for someone constantly
that you
bragging
have
about being a business shark.
at the
But
same time
just fumbled the bag,
highly expert and valued
Texas storage
leaders
locker,
as
and called
Jews
content.
per se in things, for example, topics, and at the same time they are highly valued and expert in secular fields that are essentially, followed by knowledge. So you would have, for example, lots of tremendous geniuses, right?
I got the best.
Figures who are very well
We don't live far from
expert
each other.
and recognized for contributing to Jewish.
Because as we're here, puppies are taking part of
Let
the
us go
Spotify
back to
download numbers
Anagid.
directly
By the way, the
designed
term
to get
Anagid
creative. And by
means
creative, I
translated
mean
Chris, the
different.
leader.
This
It
also
was
contains
probably
possibly
applied to
the
him by
funniest sentence I
Rabbbi,
ever read in a legal file.
who was one of the leaders of
Publications
the
in
Jewish
2019 and
Baghdad,
2020, Mr.
the
Shaw
yeshiva
solicited
in Baghdad.
plaintiffs to unclaim
It's
comedy
probably
specials
both
to help
a
boost more ratings on
homage to
Showtime
his
and
political
IMDb.
position
Let that
and
sink in for a
his
second.
tremendous
People are signing up to
scholarship.
viewers' mailing lists because they want
This
CBD
title of
products.
Nagid
They're
used
dealing
over
with
and over again
anxiety,
in
pain,
many Muslim
sleeplessness,
areas
and
for the
eventually
leader
tries to
of
hijack
the
the
Jewish
database
community.
to ads.
Now, I mentioned that he wrote war poetry and then carrier. I went back to his son in Granada, who had been like the poetry slam thing, cafes who are arguing with each other, kissing each other, shaving each other's shoes, and very tight. He wrote those kinds of poems. Well, really, some like this, political voice. I would look at the work of Peter Soul, translated out of the country.
The execution,
He wrote
like
three
everyone
main
else,
collections. One is
honestly,
called
imagine being so bad at comedy that
If
even
I remember correctly,
strategy
alluded
backfires.
to himself as like
Platforms
Solomon
are desperately
for
trying
the
to
work of his youth, which is mainly his work
just to
on
catch
the whole Ben Mishlei, which is also a work attributed to Solomon, the book of Proverbs, which is kind of a work of the Middle Age,
This was
kind
only
of
the
like
beginning
wisdom
of
poetry
Brendan's
and a
downfall.
little bit pure spectrum. The next chapter, violation of the $100,000 payoff and unique. Since he tried to trademark Tiger Theory.
This guy, my favorite part
My friends are the funniest comedians in the world. So after Brendan's failed attempts to boost his comedy career by the company's customer list like his own personal email campaign, the story came to an end by late 2020.
but his heart remains
Failed to use his marketing tactics.
like a lame person. Right upon a wall, even a hundred of them.
$400,000 for doing quite literally less than nothing.
So,
The terms of the deal were
idea
pretty
is,
straightforward. Brandon
I
signs
think
a
you get a
dissolution
reputation
agreement giving up his entire 10% stake in Pure Spectrum. He agrees to a 12-month non-compete, meaning he can't promote or partner with any rival CBD company during that time. Everyone walks away with less brain cells than when they started. Defendant Daniel Herder, one of the masterminds, Brady Bell, the founder who originally brought pure letters, or as Brendan calls them, cease and desist letters, reminding Brendan of the non-compete he literally just signed, and he probably even tried to speak slowly so Brendan could keep up on the horse, right? Like I'm going.
Unfortunately, we can't connect these dots to why is that my daughter not outside the possibility at all. We have those three little poems preserved in Arabic in a 15th century poetry. And let me show you a couple of them. Oh dear, who raised I resemble your emotions. Black both of us are alone without a plan.
August 2021.
Blame
According to the
always
insiders and investors of the hostile takeover of the company, the plan pushed Brady Bell out of his business, take control, and in classic podcast industry fashion, he's over the details later. But they have one problem. They need Brendan's help to pull it off. Even though he signed away his ownership, they allegedly approached Bob with a deal. Hey, Brendan. You technically gave up your stake, but how about you lie on some documents, put 3% of Pure Spectrum, and help me in trouble? Now, if there's one thing Brendan loves more than Scorpion milk, it's easy money with zero accountability. The lawsuit claims he took the deal fast enough on distance himself from the fighter and the kid, signed the declaration, claimed he still owned part of the company, and held out from Pure Spectrum entirely, all for a cool $100K, which in Brandon's world would cover Chin's salary for the next 4 years. But don't worry, the stupidity doesn't end there. You'd think after pocketing individually fake ownership documents, Brendan went off into the sunset, retreat to another failing YouTube channel. Finally invest in a real studio that doesn't double up as a company. Bubba fumbles, he fumbles hard. The lawsuit claims that after helping boot Brady Bell from his own company, Brandon kept the scam going with some classic paper trail manipulation. We're talking allegedly filing false tax returns, Using a fraudulent Schedule K1 form to pretend he still had partnership income from Pure Spectrum and participating in what the lawsuit calls a civil conspiracy, IRS, and Greg civil conspiracy. I mean, the man so addicted allegedly tried to block his own tax filings. And look, this isn't just oops, I forgot to declare podcast ad. We're talking potential felony level allegations. Wire fraud, tax fraud, civil theft, fraudulent misrepresentation, conspiracy to commit tax-related crimes. The lawsuit doesn't pull punches. It branded as a textbook. Behind his epic background,
Spain in particular, as a result of Dr.
fragile
Fidencia,
ego to cover
his late in his life,
calls out
fair,
defendant has consistently leveraged his obligation to translation.
He was also a medicine doctor.
Hardware.
As a
But to truly understand how we got here,
tragedy thing, personal life, but if you're curious, please have a look at the link.
it's not real. How many years I'd like to build it? I don't know, 10 to 20.
Also, those folks just giving you a look excited at just raise everything out there.
Nice people.
You know that he lost his daughter,
There's something in the room that's outside of me.
and you know,
And production staff,
so just the
banned
first
from
time
Rogan's other DVD customers, falsifying tax documents, and panicking with defensive persona.
The man
Self-sabotage. It wasn't just happening on YouTube. It was happening in
Paul
boardrooms, tax filings, and corporate documents. It's just a civil court drama. Again, because the fallout from this lawsuit could make
father
Rabbbi look like a career. Sure, former UFC heavyweight failed stand-up comedian storage unit landlord podcast enthusiast facing the most one brand legal meltdown of his proven true. Motivations for filing false tax returns, potentially fucked up his copyright lawsuit. You know, the one was a defamation for 2 years until I called him out on this channel, and because even with everything we've seen from Brendan over the years, there's one particular part of this lawsuit that feels almost too dumb to be real. The filings, allegedly sold a 9.3% Gringo Puppy was going to great Netflix. He's legal documents selling part of a company he doesn't own. Around here, and let's remember, Brendan's finding us how professional his legal team is. When they just send fake declarations, cash checks for non-existent equity, and thinking, yay, this is how Bezos built Amazon. I mean, how do you even end up in that situation? Where were his lawyers? Chin's back there following focus, Callan's busy planning his escape, and Brendan's out front allegedly committing corporate fraud like it's another plan. Sounds maybe Brendan's been winging it so hard for so long that people around him just stop questioning the dumb moves. Maybe the entire thing was a unique, rational, adult explanation for how he allegedly tried to sell a stake in a company, and the plaintiff has a I mean, it's entirely possible, but based on where all here for. So if you want to stay up to date on the bumper downfall, make sure you smash that subscribe button for this channel, then head over to my second channel, podcast. This this town is pure spectrum. Partner, when Cat Williams said 6 unfunny comments, listen, Cat probably his point. I just started the relationship. Just give me testosterone. So I'd be like, let's. I predicted. Where you see a doctor, they're like feeling essentially predict within a couple of years of when you're actually going to notice the Joe Rogan doctors. I want to know, Joe, who's he said bird to? Put him in that machine like Luke Skywalker on Hawk, and they come out and they're like, if you never eat beans again, you live to 105. Thomas Edison told him, great, settle down, boy. We'll took us to a Hollywood acting career, and Brendan choked for retirement from the stage just last year to go for baseball that react. 2 spots have opened up in Joe Rogan's elite group of top 250 comedy assassins, 2 new recruits. Legion of Skanks creators Louis J. Gomez with our favorite bomb expert, which dropped yesterday. And they didn't let us down. Every now and then, a real comedian built his own comedy bubble of men and washes, but it makes it even funnier when one of the comedians is one of us. able to set so well. You guys have a great podcast with podcast cringe and comedy. Well, I'm not attacking you guys at all. Like, it's a good show for them.
Burn Embarrassing song that came out like an hour ago. Embarrassing at rock bottom, right there.
Don't give them attention. I already watched it.
After watching this episode of JRE, I developed a newfound respect for Lewis and Big J. On about the same 5 talking points this year, seeing the way Lewis and Big J pushed back on him and kept cracking jokes while Roden was trying to be serious, making me brick up like Andrew. That he is exposed. Joe's friendship with Elon Musk has been one of the funniest and lying out on Twitter after he fell out with Trump, but now he's finding it hard. How much it's compromised him as a for me personally, I think that comedians should take the piss out of everyone, anyone, if you're a politician that you're no longer a comedian. At that point, just a podcast. Much as I love to shit on Tom Segura, really had Martin Norman on Tube as one can to current events, but there was something that Tom blurted out that I almost put that when he became president last time, it's like rallies. You're already president. Oh yeah, those rallies were just like positive vibes. I'm sure Biden accepted a plane from Saudi Arabia. He'd be like, well, that's great. You got a bat from China. And then it's like, they're like, are you going to go for personal use? It's like, no. So you know that it's about enriching themselves. And some people bought into Elon $1 million, and then they yay. Okay. Yeah, it's all silly. I try to avoid a lot of it. Nobody can convince me that he wasn't talking about Rogan there when he was saying all that shit about Elon fooling people into believing that he on Twitter to save free speech. There isn't a media outlet for that idea of the little guy himself. There's so much more out there. First of all, thanks so much for buying Twitter. Thank you so much. I'm not exaggerating, but I think you literally and clips of Rogan ball washing Elon Musk for buying Twitter and saving free speech, but that's the one that makes me cringe. The brand Mark Norman nailed it in that before because they pointing out from all sides of politics with one thing that happens here really rich stopping you from communicating and you get pissed off and you think Twitter. I know you would do that. Yeah, you need a wild person. Like, that's a wild move. So, I'll just he paid $44 million for it because he wanted it. It wasn't worth that. Like, how was it worth it? And then we found out a ton, and we wouldn't have found out.
Almost just on the basic level of like someone his age, like doing the same action that like a girl flopping on her bed or tummy and kicking her knees up. It's like whatever. Trump's he's on the list.
Yeah, if I was, to prove it. She made it. Yeah, what else you gonna put?
Find out the newspaper.
It's insane. I think you're aware when you have a lot of money of how many different entities are manipulated in society. You feel compelled to do something about it. You're literally one of the only people that can. Do you think that he did do something about it? Twitter changed. Definitely did. Just expose some of the wild, like billions of dollars into who knows where with no receipts. And did they even do anything about it really, or he just exposed it? It was all you can't do anything about the money that's gone. So many NGOs. You know how many? I don't know what. Just so you know, non-government organization. Yeah, no. Sorry. I should have no one else about that. All right. You do, but I got to. Because I didn't. Case for Rogan to fully endorse Trump lasted 6 months into the administration. Elon had a public fully president and went full Tom Segura on Twitter. Meanwhile, we're on the verge of just to blame for any of this or that he shouldn't have endorsed. Friends with Elon, etc. Rogan can do whatever he wants. It's his show. He had a vision and he grew nothing into an absolute fucking disaster. And speaking of disaster out of their mouths, Bert brings up Joe and vice versa every episode of the podcast these days.
That was protect our parts from not drinking.
Doctor, they're going to be able to essentially predict within a could have done it to Joe Rogan doctors. I want to know, Joe. It's for this thing, you know, it's about he feels this now, but it was like in my burger. Having fun with the fans like that. Like if he wants to just I think he went with a lot of side. I did a first bucket list and I was like, somebody already give me a head about like all these complaints are being the same person that we all are. You know, also but it's like now it's all of a sudden like I worry but that people and then there's like 30 do not help building. There's like 30 dudes who hate me at one time. See that and it does like it's not good. Yeah, it's a little 30. There's a lot of things going on in your head. The bullshit theory about the haters. For those of you who don't know, if you think Rogan's a hack comedian, you're just an unhappy, mentally ill lunatic with nothing going for you in life. So basically, if you don't like his material, you just don't think it's funny. It's because you don't understand the genius of his comedy. This is one of those clips where you see the first 10 seconds and dive straight to the comments like an utterly lunatic with nothing going for you in life. Wait until I show you some of the comments. Read my opener. I'm ignoring those upset. I'm afraid I'm going. I hope no one is watching. I feel an energy behind me. You can't be here. I know. And I literally, I run out of thinking. Light of that. Even if it's what's going on, go light of that. I go, you gotta go right now. He goes, what do you mean by beds in the green room? I go, yeah. You gotta get out of this club right now. China's security Joe is unhappy. And it looks really bad for me. It seems dangerous. I go get out of his face. Joe Rogan getting angry at a comedian. That is bananas. The bomb expert himself, Joe Rogan, talking about someone bombing. Comments, and pretty much the whole comment section was shitting on Joe for being a massive hypocrite. Given how he's a certified bombing Joe's elite group of top 250.
Why doesn't Joe embrace us the way he embraces Dave? And then somebody, there's a one Dave keeps going back.
Gives his hand on the head gently.
Yeah. Is Dave in the Rogan? We're trying to figure out how to get in the Rogan sphere. Why not for sphere in it right now? First of all, shit,
You're in it right
Shane
now.
is in the Rogan sphere anymore. Let's just move shit for you guys.
You're in the sphere right now. You're on the show.
Every time the Rogan sphere.
I was trying. Wouldn't have him on. My brother would like sandwich some walls there. But it just goes to show how profitable it is to be in top 250.
Like that, Dad, pick up Switch Arrow.
It's nice to sit back, you know.
I am exercising too. Gross. I guess also, yes, it's like above board taking it, but like
You don't monitor your load at all.
I mean with any regularity, I think. Taking 2 peptides, they feel like fire. It feels like fire when I inject them, but that it should have been. It was like in the high 3s, and now it's like mid 5s.
Well, like your good doctor, what they'll do first is ask you, like, what do you do for exercise? What are you eating? How much do you sleep? It shouldn't just give you testosterone. It should be like, let's.
My place did. Shit. Amen. Felt. T-Man still give me anything.
His ice baths and saunas, and Big J will be ready for a regular spot of partnership and quarterly appearances on Kill Tony. Speaking of Kill Tony, I uploaded a video for Patreon exposing Tony. Something I've been following for a few months. Doing before going on TRT. These doctors, thanks for watching times.
Yeah.
Wait, are you going to church too, or is that bullshit? It's actually very, very nice. They're all just trying to be better people. It's a good vibe. It's just a Christian church, not a national Christian. Literally all that you serve for 3 months. That's the thing. I have fun. You're just tired all the time. It's like it beats you down. And if I was doing 3 in the club, let me bong this beat. Let one nigga get J-Mo. Bong a beer, brother. We love to have you. It's so retarded. Protect our boxes. And a lot has changed since the last time we were here back in January this year. And I'm not just talking about Joe Rogan's pin code, the 12, 13, and 14. Weren't uploaded due to copyright reasons. The deal, part of his was that monetized everything themselves after his viewership dropped by over since he was exclusive to Spotify. That's why you now see those ad reads around the 8-minute and 35-minute mark. But since he came back to YouTube at the beginning of last year, you might also remember said, what the fuck did you guys sign? So after all of that embarrassment, they didn't upload the next 3 episodes onto YouTube. They could have a drink and play whatever songs they wanted over on YouTube. But now they're back, except their latest episode was the shorter vibe. But somehow they Jamie to play whatever music Joe wants, because for the last 30 minutes of this episode, they were basically things hadn't changed. They're being reflective about their past shenanigans, and they were getting ready to settle down. Sick. Oh yeah. That's American. Boys. They tell me all the time. I see them out in the streets. It's weird. Everyone's want to see the photo. Yeah. But them too, if they can't, they could. Yeah, they want to. Everybody wants. Every man wants to have fun. I'm going to get together and not stop doing so. Life. This is the best life for guys. He was talking Chappelle's thing. Then I'm doing Keltoni, I'm doing the gym, then I'm doing an arena in the Navy. And the best line was they did a podcast with 4 dudes drinking to show them how to have fun. Like, be hard. What's the end of this video? Sober. Dog for 3 months. Sober. I guarantee you it's the best. Yeah, that's not good. Wait, are you going to church too, or is that bullshit? I tried that. I did that. I went to St. Pat's in New York. Yeah, that's good. I'm killing it. It was not bad. Curate. Make an individual susceptible to get. There you go. Additionally, alcohol reduces the it's saturated fat that's causing all heart. Incoming allegations, and he's trying to get ahead of them, like Russell Brand did. And I've also seen people saying, ever since he made the move to Texas, that was the time became a Christian and started attending church. Credit, I think it's deeper than that. January this year, and that's what I think people in his life who are influences that give reliability and trustworthiness. Something like pages of scripture for the information in regards to that. On a more serious note, this is what I think happens. Huff is a pretty charismatic guy. He wiped the floor with Billy Carson, and in the process, got broken. Then he seems to be the first who really impressed Rogan and got through to him. What I think sparked or Chris increased his intake of pretty much everything else. Yeah, what was the it's real. It's all set up. You'll be back. You'll be. So, yeah. That's a supportive friend. It's not current situation. Those things where you stop doing it, you're like, why was I doing that? It's also like at this point, it's not even my day. And then you regret it the next day when you're like, the next day you can already throw away that. The wheels fall off. Like, I have a good time drinking. Don't get me wrong, I like it. Yeah. Oh, it's just, I don't like what it does to me. It's nice to see that Mark and Shane give absolutely zero fucks that Rogan has stopped drinking. Mark's waving his whiskey brand around for the camera, and Shane's telling Rogan to shut up for a second so he can smash a beer. But here's the thing, it's kind of a double-edged sword for Rogan. You guys have probably heard me say a few times that he's a massive hypocrite. He sits in the studio, episode after episode, health for years, spending thousands of dollars a month on supplements, peptides, TRT, HGH, and how surprised he was to learn that his bloods are clean and he's not diabetic. Seriously, somebody has what makes sense now that he stopped drinking, and you heard earlier that he feels better now. He was sick of big shit every day, etc. Same old story. The flip side through the narrative. But now that he's gone sober and become a Christian, the feeling away. And when you combine this with how dense he's become over the last couple of years, how the pandemic protect our parks. I say this in every Protect Our Parks video, and climate change. Oh, yeah. You know what I mean? It was like that World War III, that climate change. Like, it's not. Sorry, increasing the temperature. Yeah, I think Greta Thunberg. And everybody's saying dead people. Well, let me see where they were from. Thanks. I gotta do it. I just stared right through it. Staring at the table. My phone. That's a real. Can't you just have to take a photo of your ID? Hey, what's the problem? Mark. You really are. You have a male cat, you castrate him. Everybody does. Because you leave him in the house. If your cat goes in the house, it'll pee all over your house. The cat gets his balls chopped off. Just sits there, sits down and skate. No. Wow. myself. Farmers all I know. Santa tell you what if you could. I guess. I respect J-Bo. Long beer, brother. 69. You had said it 72. That's unforgivable. Actually, it's 2025. JRE asking all the questions that people have been brought up Rogan going to church and asking about his drinking. But he's the only one who basically called out Texas for their super conservative laws. The strange thing is, most every episode shitting on California being a nanny state. Finally, Mark Norman pointed out the absurdity of being forced to upload your government ID just to see a few. I mean, part of the whole episode. This was one of those of the irony. Not even our boy on the inside, Mark Norman, pulled out that rapid fire at Rogan while he was describing his They told us, and I can see them, that everything goes from there. Was like, I'm the greatest architect that's ever lived. I shouldn't even be doing this. Everybody thinks he thought he was a great artist. He thought he was the greatest architect. Dude's just like, I can't believe you do this to me. They were trying to move him. Like, put his neck out there and stop him from it's kind of nice. His liver was red line and just like, oh my god, one of us the best projectile parts moments in history was you should see it around something just break the ice a little and remind Getty Rogue that he's a bomb exercise, which is not what it's a Rogan. I actually have a solution to what I've outlined in this this video. Since Joe's moving into his Fox News boomer years and he cancelled Sorry with Tim Dillon. Hear me out. Just imagine that for a second. Instead of Rogan's political rant, we get Tim Dillon shitting on Elon Musk. Going so red in the face. He blends with the curtain. Shits on religion for being completely made up. Sadly, that Joe Rogan is no longer with us. R.I.P. brother. Get used to Rogan changing the subject when Jamie brings up Elon, saying the reason the Epstein and get Shane Gillis as Trump and Carl Dunnigan as Elon Musk would kill Tony, but something tells me Rogan won't allow that. Remember to head over to my second channel, Podcast Cringe Wise, and subscribe so you don't miss out on all of my uploads throughout the week. And if you want to see my full review of Tom's Netflix show Bad Thoughts, check out the link in the description. Bunch of exclusive, long-form, uncensored. Thanks for watching, guys. Catch you in the next one. What should be talked about? If some of the most amazing fart joke of all time, I'm gonna die laughing. I don't have doesn't have an understanding of the universe. You don't think you're allies, you guys don't understand. If you're gonna call me an idiot, let's go to war. I want all the things. Now I want more about war to take place through written white paper. Yes, that's the reality. When I get home, I'm going to put online necessary to have a thing called unlimited energy directly from the flux. Terrence Howard back from the womb and ready to take on the world with his pseudoscientific theories. Brendan is the shot. This is the guy who went on jail. Half the time, Rogan exploited Terrence Howard's mental illness for clicks. Wait until you see what he wrote to Terrence into promoting. I don't think I've ever seen a podcast guest do a here I'm here Oscar diary. Terrence believes his bro is cooked, but it didn't stop there. After seeing that episode of JRE, failed academic turned pseudoscientist turned financial exec see the errors in his ways. And yes, obviously, this all happened live on JRE instead of privately behind closed doors.
Then you do this other thing, which is you teach. And your teaching is not, that we can tell is not true. And then we say, you know what he's saying. Well, 1 times 1 is not equal to 2. Let's start there. In fact, I'm angry at Joe because Joe should have pushed back on that. Joe is the law. Calculator says 1 times 1 doesn't equal 1. Each time you do that, I want to slap you. The failures. He's like literally one of the smartest guys that ever lived. And he's got all these genius ideas that this is from the hustle and flow guy. What? I understand kind of it makes sense. To me, he's me. He's making.
That's going to be all-time favorite JRE clips. I mean, fuck. If it doesn't sum up the JRE podcast, I don't know what does. Maybe that animal noise compilation that's floating around. But one of the best moments for me personally was seeing Neil deGrasse Tyson responding to Terrence Howard. See, Terrence has been trying to get traction with his theories for years, but because he's a college dropout with no formal education or research experience, nobody seems to want to listen to his half-baked theory. 1 equals 2. So Tyson hit back with one of the sending clips I've ever seen. And that's saying a lot coming from Tyson.
I recently learned I got name checked by Terrence Howard on his recent appearance on Joe Rogan. What can happen is if you're a fan of a subject, let's say a hobbyist, let's call it, it's possible to know enough about that subject to think you're right, but not enough about that subject to know that your role has been studied by others and is
Fuck me, Dad. How good is that? It was only a matter of time before the podcast ready to take on the world with his fidget spinners and funky apparently even
one to do your review. These are basically publishers. Publishers will give you some review because you're one just completely research and solve the 7 million problems and everybody problems with the same equations or substances. He said,
drag them into court. Maybe it's an expert witness to assess his theories. Can you imagine? Nobody is willing to listen to Terence, so he launches a lawsuit at the moment. That's some Brendan Shaw level logic. But like I was saying in my intro, watching Patrick and David trying to debate Terence Howard on his 1 × 1 = 2 theory was like watching two toddlers put their mother's high heels on and paint each other's nails. BBD fancies himself as a finance guy who knows the ins and outs of investing. You might say he's a numbers guy. He built one of the biggest multi-level marketing schemes called BHP Agency. I did a couple of videos on him a while ago, and CopyZilla's also exposed his dodgy business practices in quite a lot of detail as well. So watching him fumble his way around the numbers with Terence just proved what we already knew. These two are the dumbest guys on the internet.
average person hasn't put a lot of time that you have put in. Credibility after 1 × 1 × 2, 1 × 1 = 2. How do you come up with that? Well, if I was wrong, then they wouldn't have made such a big statement. Then what's 1 × 1 × 1? That is bigger than 2. It would have to be. Anytime an action times an action has to increase its volume. So 1 × 1 × 1 is 2. Now we need that 1 × 1 × 1 × 1, right? So it has to be. It's only the mathematics that they're using the identity principles, which I call the Jim Crow laws of mathematics. But you say if I have a dollar and cents in a stock, okay, and that goes up 1.1%. What is it? Rate of return. And my stock market, what's 1.1? Oh, $1.10. Look it up on the account. It's $1.21. So one example. So if I get a 1% rate of return, on one, if I do the percentage on the base of 1.1 times 1.1, it's still getting 1.21. So to me, the basics of the 1 × 1 = 2, that throws even a regular guy like times 0.1 equals 0.001. That's one too many zeros, bro. Come on. It's a dime. So 10 dimes is a dime. So it's not as you tell me, give me 10 of point that equals 1. So I got 10 dimes. But you do 0.1 times 0.1 and get 0.01, right? Yeah, but that's a different. So to me, the basics of the math, when you went there, what does it go? What's point percent of what's 0.1% of a penny? What's the value of a penny? What's 0.1? It's a penny. Right. It's right. So that's the I don't look at
as a 10% of the penny would be. So if you go to the investment side, or if you know one time once you invest in stocks, bonds, mutual funds, and short. It sounds right. What are we doing here, man? Celebrities and so-called experts. Basically, you pay by the minute or by the question, and you get to access people like Terrence Howard. And I don't know who the other people are, to be honest. Patrick even got Terrence to do an ad read for it. My name is Terrence Howard. But in film science also, so if you would like to connect with me on Connect, QR code is down below, and let's have a great conversation. That is next level grifting, even for Patrick Bet-David. He basically just monetized a Reddit AMA and made an app for it. That's some high level fake guru type shit. It's up there with Jordan Peterson's online university or Billy Carson's Forbidden Knowledge TV, where you can invest in the future of to lose your money, just like all those celebrities will keep piling their money into. But thank God for Terrence Howard. Once we're all broke from giving all our money for really utilizing tips that came out to say that what I said concerning beryllium was wrong, but I dared them to compare beryllium to beryllium the same way that selenium behaves with magnesium, sulfur, selenium behaves with I just lost my thought. Selenium. Yeah, no, because magnesium, we have pretty well the charts. Wow. Yeah, really quick. The way that selenium, selenium's relationship with calcium, the same relationship. The same way that selenium will mitigate that stupid look on his face. I hope that Terrence ends up doing the podcast rounds and we see him rambling through his theories with Andrew Schultz or Bert Kreider. Somehow I thought it was going to be anal beads and waving them around, but I couldn't make any sense of it. Anyway, I'm pretty sure he's a CCP. Seriously, who knows with these guys? Can we put that little shit up over there? Which, if you wanted us to put one through over there, yeah, go ahead and put that one through over there. See, that's what it says. Yeah, let's see. That's what let's get it. Really going to ask ChatGPT. Just ask it to evaluate. Is it right or wrong? You'll have to evaluate it. That'd be funny. Here's a right there. The shoe is consistent. Core mathematical flow 1 times 1 equals 2 is fundamental and algorithmic. It is not accepted in any mathematical system. We define it as with 2 other concept terms like tangent, exponential geometry, are not recognized in mainstream mathematical physics. These concepts are not peer-reviewed. base application of the paper first one. Comes from energy conservation applies them in non-standard or speculative way. Last but not least, citation issues. The reference include real scientist Einstein alongside fictional or pseudo collaborators how at all. There's no beauty about it. Like these authors learning, and that's
his reference list and footnotes. I've honestly heard more credible theories about. The scary thing about Terrence, though, is that he's a millionaire with money to burn. And after Rogan last year, things didn't turn out the way he thought they would. Now it looks like his acting career's over. So he's trying to bang other scientists into a lawsuit for publicity. And like all of Rogan's fake gurus, he's figured out a way to monetize the grift. On his website, you can actually order a custom conjectural flight vehicle by the man himself, except none of them actually seem to function. You can also buy some transcendental lighting handcrafted by Terrence, but you have to email for pricing. And of course, you can buy a bunch of merch that says 1 times 1 equals 2 data pack. The amount of fake gurus that Joe Rogan has helped to create is seriously getting out of control. And the worst part is, no matter how many of them getting stuff they get on his podcast, he never seems to care or address it anyway. Sometimes he'll just laugh it off and say he'll appear on a few more. So I'll keep an eye out for you guys on that. Also, don't forget that Kill Tony is about to hit Netflix for their first show. Make sure you head over to via the link in the description for a full breakdown of their Netflix debut. There's a bunch of other stuff on there as well that you might be interested in, so go on, check that out. Otherwise, subscribe to my channel here on YouTube and hit the like button while you're here.
It's not a real image. They colored it and fixed it and put fade and brightness. And, like, how does that?
Well, I don't know if they did. This is a reconstruction of a holographic image.
Demolished. I'm a total moron.
It's like I feel like I'm on Instagram a lot. Like I might be switching to a flip flop.
Right.
I'm not watching anything right after you quit drinking. My wife already bought the flip flop. She was like, "You trying to do that? My daughter put parental controls on my Instagram."
That's
I
Okay. I'm watching Produce Out.
Oh, that's scary. Bert Kreischer has fun. The last time he was on by himself was way back when his machine movie 3, and we all know how that went. But this is actually a big moment for our boy Rogan Kid. With Tom, Bert, and Ari after Bert got 2 accounts.
None of us are connected parts. No, let's do a push. I think I'm getting. No, hold on. There's a clip. No, hold on. There's a clip. There's got to be a clip out there. You're not interrupting. No, you're fine. Look at it. I'm not interrupting. I'm having a conversation. There's no conversation.
Now, if you guys remember when I covered Bert's little temper tantrum with Ari and Tom on 2 Bears 1 Cave earlier this year, I ended up defending Bert and was complaining to Tom that he doesn't understand why people think he's just trying to bring the same energy from his stand-up into a podcast studio. It was at that point that I honestly started to have a little bit of empathy for Bert because I'm in a room to save his life. Naturally, but at least he
switch off. Then he went on to say that he didn't understand why his friends were calling him out for interrupting and carried what made him famous in the first place. And that's kind of right. I mean, over the last few years, he's easily been the high-hole Rogan 6. But the flip side is his friends who have been encouraging him and enabling him for the last decade, and now they're the ones who are constantly calling him out for it.
Greatest form of affection you can give another comedian is to give them shit, right? But that's also can get a temperature of how they're truly responding to it. You know what I mean? Like you guys pick on Bird and everything, but like if you guys said it was truly hurting feelings, you would be more constructive about it.
Yeah, for sure. For a little bit. Go back.
Then you go back.
But they really don't give a fuck that they're breaking one of their best friends for doing what they programmed him to do. It drove me crazy. I remember the day. I've talked about it before, but I remember the day. I was in the comedy store, and I was calling you from the main room. And I'm just checking in on you, see what's happening. But then I was like, dude, you really need to get yourself to stand up. Like, this is a trap. It's a velvet prison. These TV shows are velvet prison.
You're like, dude, this is who you are. They're travel channel. You know?
It's so good. It's literally a movie based on Bird. It really is. Yeah, they wrote a story about it for Rolling Stone magazine. The original title was The Interruption. Those Bird impressions are fucking unbelievable. I've seriously watched that clip 100 times and it never gets old. All we need now is for Adam Ray to do Bird Crusher and Kill Tony. Yeah, thank me later for that. Now, don't get me wrong, even though I've gone easy on Bird so far, this is not going to turn into some Bird defense video. Trust me, I put together a cringe compilation for you guys, which I'll play for you in a minute, and it's honestly some of the funniest shit you'll ever see. But what I'm really doing is having a dig at Bird's buddies because I think that check out some of the comments from latest JR. You people are so fucking brutal. I was a big fan of them. With the help of my family and a great team of doctors, I got my life together. I've been sober for 5 years, a fan of Bird, but even I'm starting to feel bad for the big guy. I was genuinely scrolling the comments looking for one positive reaction. Trend with the Rogan 6 whenever they go onto JRE for a solo appearance. I remember last year when Tom Segura went on by himself, the comment section was almost completely against him, and it's the same with Andrew Schultz, who gets a free pass because Rogan's Jamie turn off the live chat whenever they do a fight companion. But you check the irony of these guys being some of the when Rogan first started his podcast and helped him to grow and believed in what he was doing now, Rogan's audience has almost completely. We're all so sick of listening to conversations over and over again about the fine art of stand-up comedy and how comedy brains are different to pedestrian brains, blah, blah, blah. The thing is, though, all of this hatred really seems to be getting all the drama with Ari over October being cancelled and Bert getting a reality for his tendency to interrupt everyone. At the very beginning of this episode, that Bert was happy to be there, and it almost looked like he felt relieved. I was going to see that.
I always say, like, you get the best hugs. I'm a hug guy, too. Yeah, I think it shows you. I love a real hug. Yeah, a real hug for someone I love. Yeah, I love you. Sorry, can you love me?
Oh, man, pulls at the heartstrings. There's nothing more erotic than two middle-aged Canadians sitting in a studio being guarded by blowing smoke in each other's faces and sniffing each other's farts while gazing into each other's eyes. Fucking amazing. God bless the 250. But in case you didn't know, Bert wasn't there to patch things up with his old buddy. He was there to promote his 6th Netflix special called Lucky because Bert's a lucky guy.
Oh, I should say, my special. Lucky. Streaming right now on Netflix.
Right now.
I say lucky because I am the luckiest guy in the world. I really am. When you felt like, do you think about like finding the friends I did later, like at like 37 or 38 when I started meeting all you guys and hanging out with you guys. The time I did, like, no one. It was a job.
You're listening. How about that? Yeah. If you're watching, you say you're very lucky that you could afford a phone. You're very lucky. Like most world lives in utter poverty. That's the unfortunate reality of all these virtues. About the 1%, like bitch, you're in the 1%. Now we should all be grateful because things aren't so bad, We're all in the 1%. Just like you, there's no difference between broke and millionaire buddies and worrying about your groceries, rent, and energy bills. Just pay for all that shit with fun coupons. And speaking of compilation of all the dumb shit Bert said throughout this episode, and it's honestly a work of art. I know I've been complaining about how watchable JRE is at the moment. Of the elite 250 comedy assassins talking trash.
Well, no, it's wheelbarrow.
It's not barrel.
It's wheelbarrow. This world. My dog got 2 bull mastiffs. What's in everything? Because if you start slow horses tonight, you'll watch all 6, and then you'll be like, oh, watch it. Because like I feel like come on Instagram a lot. Like I'm might be switching. Right. But I'm not watching any. No, my wife already bought the flip phone. She was like, I didn't do that. My daughters follow them on Instagram. Pinterest. was like, Mount Kilimanjaro. Yeah, it's like Mount Kilimanjaro. I guarantee you, it's like okay, I bet it's under 10. I bet 3 to 10 a year. Mount Kilimanjaro, 100% of the people that go up that stupid mountain, just get an Oculus and watch that shit. Just watch it. Can't believe they donate to that. Don't sleep in you. What are we doing here, mate? Oh, by the way, did you guys go back to that? Let's go back. It's acrylic. Whatever it is. It's acrylic. You can read that? Yeah. For real? You can read Russian? Yeah. I never trusted it. You did? I didn't know you could do that. I didn't know you learned how to read it. I thought it was really zen. I was with Santino at a tennis tournament. And I said, wait, where's your accent from? And he goes, oh, I'm right. I said, you did. And he goes, ты говоришь, по-южски. I was like, oh, no. We started talking to Russian back and forth. How long did you learn that? That was as long as I was there. I got towards the end. How long were you there for? 3 months. That's it? Yeah. That's incredible. 2 months. Skill. Learn languages? No, I can speak Spanish. How'd you learn how to speak Spanish? It's going to Florida. Really? I took Italian in college. I can't speak Italian. I took Spanish in high school. I can't speak Spanish. Nice. Say something. Yeah. Okay, what the actual fuck? Just when you thought the machine story was done and dusted, talk about a useless idiot. Is that a thing if you live in Florida, you just casually pick up the kind of shit we want to say? Finally, Tom will be able to say everything he truly feels about it out loud without hurting his feelings. But we couldn't get through an episode of JR without getting experience. This next clip has so much. Anything serious. I tried Animorph once. It was epic all the time. I think he is, but whatever. I think he is. Really? When do I ever know? Tom to put in the hard work. Would do it, not tell you. Oh man, I was waiting for Jamie to jump in and tell them both that testosterone is, in fact, an anabolic steroid. I'm honestly surprised that given how
really dangerous. Of all the people to be calling Tom Segura out for taking a day, for someone who takes his health so seriously, he really is walking a fine line.
With those nose strips on, take them right through the neck. You should get that done too. No, yeah, you should. That's cat ears. Not like that's what it is. That's gross. No, but you've got guts, not a fat. They do, Joe. Do they go right now? Kind of lean out when I see it. What's this? Some tattooed when they just gain a lot of weight. That's it. I'm like, I've never been that fat. But, Tommy, I'm afraid of the aftermath of the surgery. 13 weeks of recovery. Not working out. You don't have to go to water. That's nonsense. You should get fixed. Confirmation that Joe and Buddha mouth breathe. Seriously, though, should totally get that shit checked out. I feel like every week we learn something new about him. That's the podcast that has been falling off hard over the last few months. Ever since the election, the ratings have gone backwards. And even though he's back to the top spot in podcasting, his numbers are way down compared to what they used to be. And don't forget, the first comedy special is out now. I'll be doing a detailed review over on Patreon, so make sure you check out the link in the description and become a member so you don't miss out. Anyway, thanks for watching, guys. I'll catch you in the next one. Remember people saying, I knew you. Unless you understand Aramaic, unless you understand the translation of the Dead Sea Scrolls, like how do you learn Aramaic? Congratulations. Yeah, I got Aramaic. I got it obviously. Woody Harrelson from the Curtains for the last 5 years, and actually launching jokes like a professional boxer before. But no, you're not mistaken. You heard has fun. From the top flight podcasting in the way possible by the anti-Trump revival, and now we have the actual data to support it. So later on in the video, I'm going to have it I told you so rant. Make sure you stick around for that one. To start off with, though, let's have a little bit of JRE. They captures
why Rogan's podcast has been losing millions of viewers. I made a little super cup for you guys, which is going to make you physically cringe. But if you haven't noticed, both Rogan and high as fuck in this episode. They started to straighten up a little bit after a couple. At this point, I think it should be mandatory for Rogan and his guests to get a rip before Jamie hits record. They could do it like the Hot Ones show, but instead of spicy wings, they have to keep taking hits throughout the podcast until they completely green out. That would totally pump up the viewership numbers, right? Basically, every episode will become like projectile parks, except with scientists and politicians and whoever the fuck else is up for it. But Joe was so baked at the beginning of the podcast that he completely forgot it. That whole conversation they had at the very beginning. Still know it.
Why do you spend most of your time? No, I'm determined. You and I are going to have to hang out. So let's do it. Socially. I would love to do that. Yeah. Well, you know, just like you're back and get JRE is now the third biggest podcast, still the biggest comedy podcast, believe it or not. And for veteran viewers, the form, they every time. Eventually, he just gave up. I'm on the school of experiences that people understand unless you understand the from Harvard work with people that have had alien abductions. This guy was like, did you read him? That's a great book. Did you really? What did you mean? I met him in, however, in campus in Perth. Oh, wow. And then, I know you played really good chess. How many people have been turned off in these huge churches, flying around in private jets and driving a roll? It's like, what's
just trying to one dick joke at a time. There's no need to try and be funny if you're not one of them. The real killers are here now.
Yeah, 20 I was out of the house. I waited. They wanted me out of the house. I'll take I just didn't want to go. It's crazy stuff. So I understand why they want to be out of the house. Like you're living in a realistic life. Okay, great. If you're a mystery, apart from Woody being high as fucking rambling on like a drunken sailor, this episode was fucking terrible. I mean, how is it possible to have one of the greatest actors of his generation we got with years and that he's been following him since the Cheers days? Man Can't Jump, No Country for Old Men, Zombieland, and that first season of True Detective with Matthew McConaughey was fucking epic. Instead, we got you've interviewed and you got genuinely up in arms, you know, like that to me is fascistic behavior. I don't know how many sets you visit. There'd be different zones. Yeah, and they, you get, well, the closer you get to the actual set when the shooting, your mask on, and I just say, I never bought it. And I concept, stop. Any early training. There's bound to be effective. So that's right from malaria. Bring it up, and then you make it. The internet is more compelling, and independent journalism is more accurate. The beautiful thing about someone like Elon buying Twitter and turning it into X, saying, no, the story's not true. Here's why it's probably not true. But what they didn't in the media landscape, they thought they were still huge. But they didn't understand, like, an average video news talk with a hurricane was coming. When the hurricane was coming, vaccinated. Everything's harder now vaccinated. I think with AI and as to quantum computing, we're going to have access to truth. And unfortunately, there's going to be a lot of eyes programmed by people, so there'll be a battle of which AI
The orgy he had with The Rock when he came cast, but at least he didn't bring up how that social media is for your mental health. Oh no, happiest person in the world. Okay, maybe the second most after Elon Musk. How many times has he gone on long rants about a Facebook post or a tweet he saw, only for Jamie to reveal that they were just trolling and it's not real. Laugh. Only for Jamie to eventually tell him that they were two YouTubers talking shit about each other. Why does it lie? But thank you.
You're at the tippy top of the tippy top. And everybody's got to be kissing your ass and telling you how great you are. It's got to be hard to not allow your ego to.
my ego with workouts, I do with martial arts, I do with cold death, life.
Imagine being so stupidly rich that the hardest thing in your life is getting into an ice bath after a workout. Yeah, that has to be harder than being a single parent or working 2 or 3 jobs to feed your family. Who knew that the secret was a 10 a.m. workout followed by a cold plunge. Downloads and plays across all platforms has dropped by a massive 35% month, combined with huge increases for Midas' owns. But the metric that I found the most interesting was actually the average plays and downloads per hour. Remember how Rogan used to quote,
Just talk, just have fun, just hang. And it became something very like what it is now. Where it's this. It's too it's not two. It's two with an audience. It's hard. First contract, everyone was calling it as a win for Rogan. He beat the work Bob and got a new contract around 2/3 or $2 million from YouTube. So YouTube really is still the king of podcasting, despite what Spotify will have you believe. And I think it's obvious as to why JRE has fallen off so hard over the past few years. This episode was a perfect example. After the pandemic, Joe just wasn't the same. And I'm not saying he was necessarily right or wrong about certain things. A lot of the shit he was talking
actually true, and the mainstream media massively fucked up when they tried to cancel him and make him look like a freak. But this on the whole and all the shit that he takes every morning, his brain is just fried. With almost right now. Enjoy listening to JRE back in the day, but
Why would you? Yeah. No. Just headache in your life. But I'm just saying, I would vote.
I got recognized, and I said to my, you're just a large person. I really normal. I do like fame, and I think it's gross. Talk about that in therapy. I think it is.
the only thing Russia loves it more than being famous. Getting recognized in public is talking about being famous and getting to other rich and famous people where they can openly exchange notes and give each other advice and love of exercise. Right. As well as their shared fear of flying, which I'll come to towards the end. As you can imagine, though, Byrne was more interested in discussing life as a famous.
I never you know, life, but the idea that I she's like, whoa.
Byrne doesn't have daughters who might hear him say those things. That could get really fucking creepy. 20-year-old girls at the age of 55 aside. Alright. Sorry. Just before we do that though, is it just me or is Byrne Brenner's then God somebody else knows? I can feel Byrne's 195 over 153 blood pressure treated. From spray tan orange.
You like fame?
I don't really think about it much.
You're famous for
Like, you pretty much live a pretty normal life, really, you know? Yeah,
that's cool.
yeah.
What if you don't? What if you're not normal? Like, and she goes, the lady, I bought a bunch of steaks for my sister's birthday. The lady show up, and then everyone looks at me, and then they go, "Hey, bro, what's up? Can you just go to the grocery store?"
I will, but like how you handle these famous bird stories are getting out of the public, and they're always complete bullshit. No one has ever seen Bert Kreischer out in public and spontaneously said, "What's up?" threatens the cops in a traffic stop and says the infamous line, "Do you know who I am?" before spitting racist slurs while she's resisting arrest. I don't know why I thought of that, but could you imagine if, by the graces of God, Bert went on a drunken rampage and started destroying shit because nobody recognized him and it was all caught on camera? Fuck, that would be a gift, huh? He'd still somehow try to use it as a flex, though. Hey, can someone pull up that clip of me getting arrested at the airport? Anyway, I will say, though, before we keep shitting on Bert, he actually did come through on this episode when Travis told the story about how Paul McCartney deals with fame. This was such a good pick up from Bert. I'm legit proud of him for this one. I heard someone tell a story one time, and they were like, Paul McCartney was like telling a story to some person I know. He was like, you know, you don't need a bunch of security, you don't need a bunch of handlers. Like, if you want to go to the grocery store, start going to the grocery store every day at the same time, and let the people at the grocery store get used to seeing you. Suddenly you'll do it, no one will bother you. It'll be really normal.
Yeah, but
You know,
his best friend got shot.
get that idea though. Think if like if you don't start actually, yeah, me too.
That's exactly how long got murdered. Was he took the same path so the guy could find him.
Crazy.
At the same time, but they did the same thing. I mean, like that.
Bro got his butt killed and then told the world about it. And Bert would know about taking unsolicited advice from somebody who's so famous that everyone just agrees. Even when they're talking absolute shit. Like I said, into his fat fingers. Anyway, it was all just banter between a kid escape Bert Bishop to call himself a rock star as well. Like, fuck, this was seriously the last thing we needed. Now, for the rest of the year, we're going to have to listen to Bert's made-up rock star stories.
And one of the coolest dude I've ever met. Like, you know, there's a couple of guys I've met in life where I go, I want that, a little bit of that. Looking at your eyes and like how you're just so present and grounded and just relaxed. I was like, okay, there's something to be good.
There's like you, like Shane Gillis, like Joe Rogan. You guys are also rock stars. Like I hear all about it. I hear a running theme through everything you're saying. Like it's like comedy is the new version of a rock star. Those guys are partying like rock stars. They're just as wild as rock stars. So it's exciting. It's exciting.
I'll tell you this: my daughters have both seen Shane Gillis live, and they didn't have the same look after seeing Blink-182.
I like that. Bro, Shane Gillis catching strays on an episode of Two Bears, One Cave is absolutely fucking wild. For those of you who are new here, Bert has a complicated relationship with Shane. On the one hand, they're buddies who hang out all the time and smash Bud Lights together, but the dirty side of the Austin comedy circle jerk is that Shane has become so famous that most of these guys are now living in his shadow. I don't think any Rogan comedians have ever been in a Super Bowl ad, and that's probably about to change. Don't get me this next story. He's so fucking transparent that it's like listening to a toddler. He starts off by humble bragging that he's been doing comedy for almost 30 years. And then he goes straight into his story about how his daughter saw a Shane Gillis special before he was famous. See how it ends. But this isn't the first time that Bird has hinted that Shane before he was famous and helped bring him up.
Go to Georgia's kind of like 3 years ago, 4 years ago, before he was famous. He had this great joke. He's now on one of his specials. So what? Say that. I was like, why not? It's funny. She's like, yeah, but yeah, I was like, yeah, dude, that's the whole point of comedy. It's like, you gotta push the boundary.
The best metaphor I could ever ask for to explain how he got so famous and started selling out half-filled arenas. If this isn't the perfect representation of Bird's career, I honestly don't know what is.
Yeah. Last night, look, you guys edit this out. Last night, Tony Hawk and Jason Ellis' podcast. And I sent Jason Ellis a link that said, I never on a big skateboard. I never knew her line. And mind you, Jay has always told me, I can get you to Ollie. You give me 5 minutes, I can get you to Ollie. Okay, first one you'll see. It's my weekend song. Crazy. I woke up this morning and I texted him. I said, I don't know what to do.
Still fucks it up, falls over, and hugs Tony. Like he just won an Oscar for the Machine movie. By the way, tells Bird there's no actual punchline, and then a bunch of degenerates laugh hysterically every time he takes takes his shirt off on stage and tells that stupid story of flying. He talks about it every episode and how he can't get on a plane without drinking. He actually tries to one-up Travis Barker's fear of flying with his own story. Yeah, this is actually crazy. So if you didn't know, back in 2000, going too fast and the jet around the runway, crashing through the airport across a highway, and it burst into flames. Both pilots died. His personal assistant died, and so did his bodyguard. Only him, aka DJ AM, except Adam would then die a year later from a drug overdose. But Travis didn't come out unscathed. He suffered burns to 70 and he refused to fly for over 10 years after the incident. The guy literally would catch a cruise ship to meet his men to do gigs 2 weeks before it started. His recovery from the crash and every.
I have no idea how I've had some wrong. First plane flight I took, as they were taking off, I said to my mom, I said, okay, that's how I end up right there. Making fun of me because I started crying in the control. It was terrible. I was panicking. And they were still making fun of me. And on our flight home, my dad took me to the bar. We were at talking to runners. Drank them. Got to the airport, I was like, I should be good.
Crazy. Travis Barker had some Zen level strength to sit through all that bullshit with Bird. I actually felt bad. I really wanted to look at it. Felt like he was reliving the trauma in that moment. Aldrin Death Creek sometimes. He's so fucking insufferable at the best of times, but seeing him try to empathize with Travis by saying, you have no idea, I've had some rough flights, really how much illusion really stars. I just dropped a video on Patreon to protect our parts guys. So check out the link to my Patreon. That's just a way to start.
conversation. You think 20 years ago, or your child. That is so played on my bingo card for 2025. And as you saw, they ended up getting along really nicely. Just ended up being fucking weird. What gave you that impression? And so the podcast went in so many different directions, but once they got into Gates's allegation and his resignation from Congress, a week after being re-elected, running about Bill Maher, one thing about social media and things, and then in the next shilling onto Kim Kardashian with a straight stupid fucking face. If Bert Kreischer could recreate himself, he'd want to look. The guy has resting face. Strangest could suggest. Isn't it guys who are certainly of a certain age where they get something from someone of the opposite sex? Undertone and then sugar daddy. Because when you just described a lot of these guys that fit that archetype, they get into some, you know, see that they have been able and they
Talk to you later, big dog.
is absolutely fucking wild because that's the devotion.
The Golden State League's on fire on American
News Network that nobody watches. One thing I've
It's been
noticed
around for a
with
long
these
time.
guys
It'll be
like
fine.
podcasts
Why is
that
it on
they'll
fire?
have opinions on
Why is it on
various things,
fire?
But then they'll have this strangely
soft and almost apologetic take on something,
Alright, now check it out.
sex, and how it's a completely normal thing to do. Bill actually pulled out one of his books to read Gates a passage from to show how much he empathizes with Gates' situation.
And then there's which in 2021 swelled from 12 million to 85 million users. And if you're fans is, don't worry, it's a side hustle your daughter is using to pay off her college jet. That is just a platform where you can share recipes or maybe your poetry. Yeah, you can do that on OnlyFans, but no one does. It's women showing enrichment to men who are men. That's what we have, a kind of a mass economy. Women have become so cynical about men, and the economy is so bad that so much of this economy revolves around horny guys. The crux of it to me, prostitution is a term we apply across the way. It doesn't just apply to sex. You can prostitute yourself in business, in politics, anything. It means doing something for hate or money. That's what it means. It didn't sound to me like the Ringer would hate it. Didn't put it that way.
Yeah, I think there's a difference between sex for money and sex and money. And if you start to blur that line, we're going to need a lot more people in this country. We're finding a ground with Matt Gates overpaying women that checks out. Gates is simply trying to say that he didn't outright for sins. He just really gave these girls payments because he's a kind and generous dude. And Bill was eating it up. Because with men these days, you seriously could not make this up. If me, by that she ascribed it to the teen loneliness that these drugs are feeling, and the fact that it created a motion to overhaul motion on their down follow and I agree, empathy, and so I'm just on the other side.
Yeah, you know what? You're right. It feels as though you've heard that term. It's voluntarily selling, which I used to just call plot. Plot. How I could get laid.
Yeah, but that would have to be before the application because afterwards, the brain cells wouldn't be all that. You're on my side, you champion. Go hang out with your friends who are out getting laid. Right. Somebody in the group that doesn't end up with one of them. And local territory at this point. 2025 is definitely going to be the year that all entertainers, podcasters, and politicians go full local and just start talking shit. And with all this self-talk, Bill decided to up the allegations and asked Matt, a 7-year-old girl that he had lately paid to get in bed with.
Two basic things. One, was he ever, and if the Justice Department, and again, people are going to attack me, he'll do it, defending that case. I'm telling the truth as to what it is. Give the truth, you're the hack. The Justice Department wouldn't have wanted to get you if there was something. So the fact that they said, we got nothing, tells me something that they had, but I gotta go with that. So, no, so I put that aside, like the Beverly Hills housewife. Really hates her husband, but sticks around a few times a year because she doesn't want to give up the big. To me, that's much more project. That is textbook doing something.
The youngest girl is 18 years old. The allegation about the 17-year-old happened in Florida, which would require a state investigation and potential charges, which Congress has no jurisdiction over. Incidentally, there has been no formal investigation in Florida. That might have something to do with the fact that Florida State Senate and it's hard to say. I'm obviously just making loud, right? When Bill Maher kept pressing him, Gates began to get a little bit uncomfortable.
Okay, I wrote down the quote. But there's this in a text. I guess this is from your girlfriend at the time. Talking about you and your wingman. Now, when there are coupons involved, I just said another person is sending this message presumably about me. So this is in your defense. That's another thing from him. I think worship post. The committee found 27 and 25 who did not consider the relationship. That's a direct quote. Again, facts. I'm just reading what. Did you read that one? I did. It sounded scandalous. Dating a 25-year-old woman and a
consistently dating women almost 40, but obviously that's not a crime. It's just because he's got a killer personality. His full name was Joel Greenberg, who is currently serving an 11-year sentence in federal prison for such things as trafficking of a child, identity wire fraud, conspiracy. And like I said before, Gates resigned a week after winning by a landslide back in November. I mean, the guy guy is so popular. But remember, Congressman resigned. The ethics committee no longer has jurisdiction over them for investigative purposes. So resigning is a way of preventing a report from being still published the report because they felt like it was in the public interest. Now, obviously, there's points going and there's all over the place with this kind of stuff. Had just as many enemies in his own party as he did outside former members, and they're releasing them because Donald Trump had nominated him to be the but everything got muddled up with the ethics report getting released. And all the negative attention was bringing him and the Don drew from that nomination, and people really are.
That's a fair statement. Look, I'm very holier than thou politician. I we know that. Yeah, but you know what? Some had personal wounds and follies would then go and he in great moral judgment on others. And for whatever problems I've had in my life, I've never tried to represent that I'm a better person than my guy. That's what I'm saying. I turned out for the world, you know, I think everyone liked you. You know, I don't consider you, honestly, I haven't talked to you, but there are some dirtbags in your life.
Yeah, the former lawyer who whose daddy is a senator worth tens of millions of dollars definitely seems heaps related.
I agree. Someone taking girls to musical. Well, there's high end, but you know, but they don't get taken to Brooklyn shows. Right?
Bro was paying Lucas to go to saying
doing something. More money. That's the year because you can't afford to get divorced. That's what.
yeah, I'm just ended up getting along so well after a 1 hour conversation. They both clearly have the same taste in women. But like I said before, I'm sure it's because they both have really good personalities and they're super fun to hang out with. There's no way it's transactional, even when there's literally a paper trail of transactions from Gates' public Venmo account to a bunch of known hookers. All jokes aside though, this episode of Club Random was random as fuck, but it was also oddly mildly entertaining. It was a good break from the Joe Rogans after he saw him on the last podcast. Speaking of the Rogan Circle Jerk, I'll be reviewing the latest episode of Kill Tony with Shane Gillis, Mark Norman, So watching guys, I'll catch you in the next one. Right.
Jamie, this show's not about you. Jamie's been complaining about it. Yes, I don't know. Ari, how do you feel about the treasury? Oh, man. I think it's Eric's doing the day. I think it's going to be a blowout this weekend. Protect our bars. Jamie's going to just drown. So I would not do that. I was going to pass it. Just in your bar lights from out. You guys are turning nasty out here with booze, and you gotta start name Russ. And that's fine.
It's a rare occasion to see Joe Rogan's side piece, young Jamie, hyping up a podcast, but last week on Protect Our Parks, Jamie had basically had enough of Shane Gillis's bullshit and decided to set the record straight. The funniest part about this story is just how long Jamie sat back and kept his mouth shut while Shane was going around talking shit about him, how he owes him money from a night out at the casino, where Shane spotted Jamie $1,000 while playing blackjack. It all came to a head in the lead up to the Ohio State versus Notre Dame championship game that just finished. Jamie's team ended up beating Shane's beloved shirt on. But all of this is mostly banter, except for the part where Jamie actually gets annoyed with Shane's lying and calls him out for it. Because for the most part, Shane and Jamie are actually really good friends and they hang out together. But things started to get a little bit heated when it came down to their foot rivalry. Whenever their teams are about to play, they both turn into nasty bitches on Protect Our Parks.
All the way. You want to go pee with me more, Norman?
No, here. I'm good. I'm very comfortable. You win.
Clipping. Yeah, it was fun. And I asked Joe Rogan. He was saying that with Jamie. He was like, Jamie's the best. He was so imagine, Phil. I know, Jamie, you went around with jacked off today. Jamie, how hard did you jack off? Scale 7 to 10. Just last night or today? Just last night. Jamie, low-key funny. Low-key. You're a virgin. Getting cuddled. Jamie, you got a little time. Did you see that? Don't believe. Shut up, dude. Dr. Gay. No, I don't believe you. He tried to bully me. He bullied me earlier in the football season because he knows I like Notre Dame putting. No, we were just supporting J-Lo. Real nasty. Shane I was not. Shane claims you know there's a lot, but he's quite often nasty. Do you think you two would allow us to show piss on you?
Okay, just before we go any further, can we all just agree that Ari Shafir is the most disgusting JRE guest in round at the beginning of that clip? When Rogan offered Mark Norman a shot into the bathroom, like, the guy is an absolute menace. He apparently took a shit on stage at Skankfest and also on Kill Tony, you know, because edgy comedian. Ari's equivalent to Bert Kreischer taking off his shirt is getting his junk out in front of a live audience, and the amount of times he just couldn't be bothered going to the bathroom like a normal person while in Rogan's studio, so he just starts pissing in bottles or beer cans under the table and gets piss everywhere. I mean, he was basically going on every in the lead and proposed they make a bet so Shane could win the money back that Jamie supposedly owed him. Cowboy hat. I know you're talking about.
Very disgusting style. That it was the idea.
You have to win your money back that he stole from you. He stole from me.
David borrowed money from Shane to give him a cut. David gave and Shane are playing pool and you're gambling. You know, I give you $100, you win $300 off of Shane. You throw me $50. You throw me I gave you $100 so you can get an action. So even though you really technically only owe me $100, if you want this to keep happening in the future, you throw me a gapper. So you throw me $50. I do. It's a free bet.
I think it's crazy that Rogan doesn't actually know that what happened after all this. Jamie's been keeping his mouth shut for over 3 years now, and you can see there how Shane might bring up a question that for the podcast, which was about the Ohio State's Shane business dealings with one of Epstein's former associates, which I'll play for you in just a moment. But after that, Jamie hits back with an allegation of his own about Notre Dame paying over $20 million for their team, and it basically just became tit for tat. And the funniest part is clearly prepared material to sledge each other with. Jamie even had the Ohio State song ready to go whenever Shane was talking shit about the game. But then finally, Jamie brought up the money that Shane still owes him from that night at the casino. And thank God for Mark Norman, because without him, we'd be able to fully understand the magnitude of what was going on in that studio.
It's a free bet.
An important question.
Who's the
this is a question I've mentioned to you before. So I don't know if that's even true.
Jamie always takes the establishment position.
What about the Catholic Church?
Where's Jamie?
That's his name. Lex Wexner. What did he do and why is he paying for your entire roster?
Most of your campus donates a lot of money to Ohio State.
Yeah, what did he do though? That's like suspect.
Big businessman. 20 business. No idea either.
Do you want to go on Reddit? Just go. See what he did. Work for him. Your roster.
Side revealed by quarterback Riley Leonard.
This means nothing. This is called literal fake news. What is this? That's always right. Yeah. What is this from?
Check the meeting notes. Jamie, are you going to be sad?
I'll tell you this. I'm down there. I'm going to take my dad. I love Notre Dame.
I won't rub it in. I'll say that.
You will.
You will. What if you have to wear a shirt on your podcast?
I'm not sure if I want to do whatever it takes.
Yeah, okay. That's fair.
Promise you. Throw that money down. Do the t-shirt. I'm afraid to do it. Wear $1,000. Either wear it or they have bucks.
That's it.
Shirt.
Norman's that guy in every group that always gets him into fights but seems to disappear when shit actually goes down. Then he rocks up at the end and says, "What the fuck happened to you guys? I went to get and you Jamie's den of dick riders brought up the night of the casino. Jamie at the blackjack table. And this isn't the first time. Remember that time when Tom Segura told him about Bert's phobia of clowns and balloons? So Schultz thought it would be a good idea to hire a clown and fill the studio with balloons when Bert came in for an episode of Flagrant. Yep, that was the reason. And asked Shane to explain exactly what happened.
Jamie is such a Jamie, dude, he's such a about this. So break that up, Jamie. Jamie, the legend. We pulled up Jamie for some help. We're in Austin, and Jamie's like, listen, yeah, the last Protect Our Parks, I was going to bring the story up with me and Shane. You set it up the way that you know, because we only know Jamie's version.
All right, this was after a show where the casino.
What you with?
Dana, Bus Boys, Trump was just there.
You're in charge of it.
And Dana and Dilla are betting like hundreds of thousands of dollars per hand. But then we're at the other, like a side table. We're playing a little bit. We're playing blackjack. Jamie gets an ace. Gets another ace. Splits it. Now he's out of money. He needs somebody to help. I go, yeah, I'll play that. I'll play that card. Yeah, I'll play that one. And another one, and another. We got 4 aces in a row. And then they all won. And I think we should have split them winners. That's it, pretty even, yeah.
Now, here's the question.
I kept like doing that passage where I'd be like, you should have got balls.
75%.
Get more, and actually I did get more. He was upset about it because I guess in poker and if somebody backs your bets, you just pay them back what they gave you.
And that means, no, you get a little, you have to give us
all my winners. That's just what I got.
Yeah, you won that one. But I think his thing was like, I gotta pay him back no matter what. It's no risk.
But it was the risk, though. No, that was the risk. If there was hands lost, I lost those chips.
Oh,
He wasn't going to pay me back. That was the risk. So he paid for the
If you have the risk, you deserve all the rewards.
I agree.
Yes, after he won, he was like, I'm gonna pay him back no matter what. This rule after he won. This rule is for degenerate gambling addicts. They're really like, oh, you pay for me, and then by the way, it's my money, and you get yours back. Out of money,
Well, and you're enough to just take. How much was the winning? No, I don't know. I forget. I swear to God.
Jamie knows exactly that.
I know Jamie knows.
$300 exactly.
It's not a lot more, and I think we split it. Or maybe I got a little more than it.
75%. You pay 75%.
Not 75%. I invited him to Ohio State during it. I was going to get him his tickets. He must be able to.
He's a
Pay for half of it. I think, of course, Schultz's entitled Brad's side piece, Akash Singh, thinks that should have gotten 75% of the winnings. Shane actually did admit that Jamie gave him half. Happened. They're obviously good friends and trolling Jamie the whole time by dragging out the story and making him out to be a whiny bitch, when the reality was that Jamie did offer Shane half the money straight after it happened. And like I said earlier, it's crazy how no one actually knew the story, including Rogan, who was there at the time, which makes it so much funnier. Jamie's been sitting there the whole time with his mouth shut while Shane's been on the podcast multiple times over the last 3 years since it happened. So finally, when Rogan kept bringing it up and Shane kept digging in, Jamie decided it was time to set the record straight once and for all. What happened? You should have money back. That's what
I was gonna think wrong. That's a lot. He sat through 4 hours.
Should I put up my down for that? You pay for the second, the 600 change. Fourth time, and then we won all 4 games. Wow! Yeah, we're starting to collect the money because everybody else won too. There's chaos too. I said, that's mine. Go on, how much money do I get? And I gave him a stack of it. I said, that good enough? And he turned into shit. He goes, I don't know why you get it. And so he goes, fine. You know? And well, we only won 8,500, so I think I had like 4,200. I was just making fun of him. Yeah, and then if I see I talk shit, I gave you 400 to get him. You got the story wrong and said it, and I sat back and let you say it wrong. Oh my god, we're real fan. Wow, I win this one bet too. He's getting $1,000 for it. Mark Norman said it earlier. I've never heard piping up so much during a podcast before. That time when he got his dick in a knot when the moon landing Bart Sabril was on the podcast and he threw a tantrum and was listening to him, but went for it in this episode. It was good to see Rogan let him go and not shut him down like he usually does. We've all seen the clip giving Jamie death stares for interrupting and talking too much on the podcast. Joe likes his side pieces. But now that Jamie's team won, he has to give him $1,000 and wear a t-shirt that says, I'm Jamie's bitch, which I think is simply beautiful. You know, deep down that Shane's going to hate it. He even embarrassed admitting that he went along with Rogan and never thought to create a record. Jamie kind of reminds me of Milton from Office Space. He's been sitting there putting up with everyone. Finally, he just says, yeah, nah, I'm done, and blows the whole place up. And Mark Norman also brought up how much Rogan pays Jamie, which is something many of us have speculated about for a while now. And judging by Rogan's response, I actually think Jamie gets paid a lot more than we initially thought. Mark asked if Jamie gets paid more than Red did, to which Rogan said, yeah, he gets paid a lot more than he did. Now, I'm not sure what that quite well means according to Rogan's standards. It could be 200 KEOs, but it wouldn't be that crazy if it was, seeing as Rogan makes over $100 million a year just from hosting. And Jamie's obviously a super important part of the show. If you want to know more about how much JRE changed when Rogan replaced Red Band with Jamie, there's plenty of other stuff on there about JRE and Tony as well. But while you're here, hit the subscribe button and make sure you give me a thumbs up if you ended up liking this video. Thanks for watching, guys. I'll catch you. So I don't blame them. This flash. No, that it's made. And we told them that. We said, like, hey, Parker Strike's on it back. Yeah. It's going to happen. The money that you thought you were making and the popularity you thought you were making. All this dark energy that you're bringing toward me, have alchemically converted that energy into money. was always the last one to figure it out. These civilizations. Live goal, which naturally Roman took and mashed into 1,000 pieces.
I am an expert on. I can give you an expert version of reality. It seems like he does stuff, and even the most ridiculous tinfoil.
Okay, so I'm going to take you guys through all the beef between Cotton and Billy. And Billy. Wesley Huff, because in debate late last year, after Billy's appearance, 5 people related to this debate in an effort to steal back the name of his livelihood. He's affecting around to the end where I go through a couple of clips from his unhinged 3 and a full-on meltdown, but we can't let Rogan get away with it. As that explains why Billy Carson is a fraud. Rogan's tendency to exploit mental turn on them once they get for all the things they said while in his themselves. Did we really need an expert to tell us this guy was full of shit?
You talk to Terrence Howard. Do you know the theory about how planets are created? That it's just things ejecting from the sun billions and billions of years. There's a Goldilocks zone where you can create life. Right, we're talking about the conjugations in
ABT that we're all lemmings forced into slavery by the Anunnaki, and my 2025 bingo card will be complete. No idea. Was what they needed to stay in those science. So they came down to earth humans out of mixed race, labor force, such as pyramids.
The idea is that there were people who were having wars or were they having wars with other beings? They were by the book of Deuteronomy in the modern day Bible. God's predicting God, yes, because everywhere in the Bible it says God stole on the planet, and you see these wars in the Mahabharata, the Bhagavad Gita, the Bible, the Sumerian tablets, and these wars are just nonstop. No matter where you go in any culture, these beings in some way, shape, or form It's rational, right? Right. That's the bare bones. Yeah. The whack is versus we've talked about this a couple of times, but how on this road of exploring all these well, it was a long time ago, 1977 in Miami, Florida, people from New York, but I'm looking at the airplanes and this one day, this plane goes over, but it's not a plane. It clears the horizon in seconds, not minutes. It just goes straight across. Almost like a tic-tac. Yes. And then it came back and it stopped completely silent. About now I can estimate about 250 meters. And I ran the house and I told my mom, I told her, hey, I can't believe what I just explained. This is 1977. Mom, yeah. That's why I dedicated the book to her. And so I went to the library, Rainbow Park Elementary, the next morning, and I told the teacher I had to go to the library inside the school. He was on aerospace, and that's when I started researching that exact moment. 7 years old. Oh my God, damn! I got a lot. I'm looking at submarines. I'm looking at hovercraft that existed way back then, flying discs that we had created in the military way back then. SR 71s and all the stuff. That they were ancient beings who visited us thousands of years ago from an advanced civilization. Did us ready, cover names to sell more books and potions from his website. Schultz had Billy on his flagrant podcast as much Rogan reflected on with Wes during their chat last week. Schultz and I had a question about this. Like he said, when he had Billy on the podcast, he said, we're not going to research anything. We're not going to change much. Yeah. Andrew's on. Is the Andrew Schultz isn't trying to get to the bottom of anything. For the I mean, the podcast is called Flagrant. Let's take a look at what actually happened. In October of last year, a mutual friend of Wes and Billy Carson brought 4 hours notice, and Billy exposed himself being a fraud almost immediately. His basic beliefs when he made a fatal error. Where it seems that Jesus was not, it's not accurate. Or in my videos, if you listen to the podcast, the statement is according to 1,000 differences between and the King James Version.
He began to dismantle Billy. Remember, Carson is relying on the King James Bible. He believes that this is where it states that Jesus wasn't crucified, but he was married and led a normal life. Refer to
and particularly in Greek and Coptic manuscripts. I actually have a facsimile. So I have a copy that was done by the British Library of Sinaiticus that I work with in my office. I'm addressing is actually what you mean, and not addressing. So it's a 4th century Greek manuscript. It comes from approximately this. And I can look up say Matthew 27, where it has Jesus being crucified. And that's in Codex Sinaiticus, or
Billy was referring to right behind him on the shelf, and as you could tell there, he studied in great detail, and he confirmed the claims that Billy was making were completely fabricated because it was consistent with the Bible as we know it. It was at this point where Billy realized he was out of his depth and declared that he'd misspoken and he was actually talking about a different document, which, as it turns out, just like Billy Carson, is a known fraud as well.
Well, the context word I was referencing actually was missing.
Yeah, well, so that's good. So Barnabas is a really interesting document because it is a known forgery, and so that's why sources. So no, it's a things like in chapter 92, you study the language, you realize the complexities. When someone has it and they're making statements, they're obviously indicative of someone who has it. So it's super rare. And so I think ancient language. And I'm trying to tell this Mary, so gives away.
Help. Yeah, tell me what's going on. When I sit down and talk to you, tell me what's going on. And if you don't really know, you kind of get over a lot of people. It's on JRE last year. This guy so casually reading passages from the Bible and says things like, the Bible has been beings, etc., etc. Anyone watching that Billy was getting loose with the truth. As it turns out, he had no idea what the fuck he was talking about. His letter. And then he started. Well, that's not really an argument, right? Well, this letter said, I don't want you to use my name or my face in anything going forward, and anything you used up until this point, you need to remove. If you're a public figure, he's clearly in the video, which he never consent to. Yet at the meeting, both him and Wes politely agreed that they'd been looking forward to an options and flesh everything out together. So it's clear that he gave consent to the interview. Obviously, it would be published, but like all professional grifters, he took it as lawsuits against Wes by doing them openly. He admitted that he was pursuing a slap lawsuit, which, for those of you who don't legal in most jurisdictions, one launches a lawsuit for the purpose of silencing or punishing somebody else, emphasizing their right to free speech. But why don't I let Billy explain it to you?
The money that you thought you were making and the popularity you thought you were making is all going to be spent on attorney's fees. Here's my win or lose. I just want you to spend money.
Yeah, couldn't have explained it better myself. But of course, he didn't stop there. He went on to explain how the debate was part of a cult conspiracy to defraud him and tarnish his good name, because for one reason or another, these Christians had become obsessed with him. According to Billy, they were trying to exploit his high public profile to elevate themselves into the public consciousness so they could grow their cult and profit off his downfall.
Because I'm on their tongue and their lips every minute of the day. When they go to sleep, they dream about me. When they wake up, they post me.
Oh, man, that was spoken like a true narcissist. This guy has mad breath and short. This guy really believes his own head. He's got it all figured out. After unlocking his anarchy DNA at the age of 7 years old, he's been channeling his own benefit. Just like
the Jedi. The Jedi will use the Force for dark. I'm sorry, the Empire will use the Force for darkness. We must do everything we possibly can, including hate and try to thumbs down videos and 499 people. The most I've ever had was 5,000. You guys dealt with my popularity on a live video in one day. Thank you. All your listeners, and all your followers, and all your health people, and all your people that are in your organizations that are coming to watch my video with that dark energy. Now we're going to see the vulnerability. can bring it chemically convert their into money.
He got caught with his pants down. Yeah, bro, you're the one who pushed YouTubers who were trying to play the victim. The honey scam got exposed. I mean, Rogan knows about their dodgy practices and false claims, so it's going to Wes's lawyers should be able to easily get any slap suit thrown out of court with even worse. I'm telling you, this guy is Brendan Shaw all over again. But no doubt, he'll still have thousands of followers who won't care, and they'll still keep buying his elixir of the American-made phone.
Charge $2,000. People pay.
Most parts of pinpoint the exact moment that Joe Rogan's brain fell out of his head. For some, money. Others claim it was the pandemic that cooked him. Cognitive decline really started to set in. Before that, the podcast was his pride and joy. He was 100% dialed in and fully dedicated to bringing in the best guests. Gets going on his talking points, they end up just sitting there and nodding their heads in agreement until it's time for Joe to hit the green room at the comedy mothership to mingle with his latest assortment of top 250 comedy assassins. But unlike the decline of many other internet, and that's what makes this so fascinating. Let me explain. If you've been following this channel for a while, you would have seen Rogan give dozens of his guests the advice not to read the comments. And this is what really makes Joe a pioneer in this space. Take, for example, his latest tweet reply. Here, Elon Musk's parody account retweeted an article about how all of Alex Jones' assets are to be liquidated, including his flagship InfoWars show, except Boomer Joe didn't realize that it was a parody account and not the real Elon Musk. So he decided to reply in all caps saying yes. Now that's the funny bit is he would still have no fucking idea that he got duped by a parody account and not the real Elon, because we know that Joe posts and ghosts. We're all just waiting for him to bring up the Elon parody tweet in the podcast and see his reaction as Jamie is forced to correct him.
Got me some troll shit. They got me. Yeah, they're just fake image. They got me. Sons of bitches. It's just amazing how much stuff has been.
So we all know that Joe, they got me Rogan, has been having a tough time on the internet, and the only time he realizes he's being duped is when he brings it up on his podcast with Jamie to check. Watching JRE these days is basically like going to a family barbecue and getting the latest shitpost updates that all your boomer relatives fell for. But despite the failure of Joe's infamous bullshit detector, he still blames the boomers for believing in the mainstream media.
Distrust in the media is at an all-time high. It's probably, it has to be higher than it's ever been in human history. At the same time, you have these independent people that have become bigger than the media. That's never happened before. There's never been a thing where just a app that you get on your phone has 30 times more views than the top show. That's just a talking head. You know, they're just, no one believes it. They know that the mouthpiece for some giant corporation. No one thinks that's the real news anymore. You have to be like old, like real tired, like those old doors. They're still like MSNBC, yeah, you know, like the Stephen King's out there. Yeah, MSNBC to the death. Yeah.
Joe Rogan not realizing that he's the one spreading fake news to 30 times the audience. frustrating thing for me is how Rogan wastes decent guests by just talking over the same topics over and over again. On the latest episode with Former's background and all the shit he said was the one being interviewed. And it seems like I wasn't the only one who knows hearing himself talk, which is why he's so successful. He really just, so instead of going deep into Sean's background as a US government assassin, John wanted to talk about shit he saw on Twitter.
Seen, because the most recent one is fascinating. Speaking about Monkeypox is related from unprotected. So let I'll show which one it is. No, that's not it. There's a recent one. No, I know. Maybe it's somewhere else. But let me scroll down a little bit. That's not, because that's all about shutting schools down. God damn, I gotta find it. I might have like when I call a transgender person a girl, she, like, oh, I did that, so she. No, that's not it. The monkeypox one. God damn it, I know I saved it. If you want, I can find it. I saved it. On Twitter. Pull it up so you can agree for every reason. Obsession with politics, and it's not necessarily because of his political views. It's more that he's just so fucking lazy when it comes to any sort of such a big audience. If you just screen and repeat the same shit over and over again, and it all goes back to what I was saying at the beginning. Ever since he's built his comedy club, to it, and even the internet's second biggest loser, Logan, by having Trump on his podcast as well. Who the biggest loser is? Well, you'd have to be a numbers guy to figure that one out. Think of me. But speaking of signed affidavits, we have like very loose rules on what you're allowed to do, what you're not allowed to do. Like, they're kind of outraged because people were saying that ABC somehow or another had got subject matter to Kamala, and that they had agreed to Kamala that they were not going to ask her about her PA record when she was in California, and that some other person she was involved with might be Trump. They said they were only going to fact check Donald Trump. Yeah, I think if they did give her the questions, really did. So it's what's the latest with that, Jamie? So someone sometimes will do things.
according to this, it says that to start with a claim that there was an affidavit, but I don't know that it's ever been actually presented to anyone.
Didn't get discussed. Shared it anyway. Which is what's fun to do on the internet.
So the person who did it was killed in a car crash, and that seems to be false. that was a rant. Into horseshit. Yeah. You know what I mean? I mean, it's a good tactic. Yeah. Smart tactic. They got a lot of good tactics. Really interesting. And then in one of the most irony off the waxing lyrical about how politicians might like our boy Broke. He starts off by quoting his mechanic as a reliable source, a full statement about political donations, pops us in, and then proceeds to get fact checked by Jay. While clicking onto the fake chart, first of all, what about business radio? That's bad investment. But second of all, what are you going to do? Like, because one thing that I do find is that right-wing talk radio is probably the only place where you get a lot of right-wing ideas. The reason why whenever he fixes one of my cards and he brings it back, he's always listening to right-wing talk radio. So I turned my car on the other day and I wasn't in swear, but they were going over this and I was like, that's interesting. Like, maybe that's what it's also like if you look at the amount of donors that donate to the left versus donate to the right, have you seen that chart? No. And also it's a good way to come buy in their place outside of the world and donate it here. As the top donors, individual donors. When I was talking about top corporation donations via party. So let's see. What's the little chart that I was saying? You can see secrets. It says they gave $10 million to contributions and then spent 20. Lobbying. Nothing beats the time Joe Biden was rambling about what's during the Civil War. Only for Jamie. That Biden was actually quoting something that Trump took so much time rehashing, talking points about the pandemic in his latest special, Burn the Boats. That didn't stop him claiming that it was the defining moment. Society begin to collapse. I don't think they will, because they were wrong. historians the lapse of this time and the internet is the beginning of the end for everything. With the internet, it would have pulled that off so much easier. It would have scared the shit out of you. You would never know. But in a strange twist of fate, while entertaining three of his fellow top 250 brethren, Joe was faced with an uncharacteristic disagreement from one of his disciples, which forced him around him. But then the correct education, he's kind of like a self-right. So he needs more Eric Woods. Years ago. That was a close one, huh? But it showed how out of touch Joe is with what most of his viewers are thinking. After all, the fallout from his Terrence Howard episode, Big Trip is hilarious. He's a guy on the internet who takes clips of podcasts and creates narratives of things that are totally not happening. What I've tried to do is use tools for his voice. One time to one is what's wrong with you? That's a good question. So you don't know multiplication. Parents has an issue with multiplication. Joe dedicated to Terrence Howard's memories from the womb, and it was blindingly accurate as well. Some of you may remember that I covered his episode with moon landing, which came up again with Matt Walsh in episode 2204, which was actually fucking hilarious. The best bit was when Joe brought up his bit about the moon landing from his latest special to Matt Walsh, expecting the customary response, "Oh my god, yeah, I watched your special 3 times, it was so funny, Joe." Except instead, this is all he got. Moonlighting, you're not a... I used to love moon. You don't anymore? I had a joke in my act about it, that before COVID, I would tell you vaccines the most important invention in human history, and after COVID, I'm like, I don't think we're going to go. I know that was in your, but yeah, I usually think, I think there is a less than zero possibility that we did not go to the moon. I know. Hang on, so if there's a less than zero, then we did not go to the moon. Doesn't that mean? Never mind. If you do so, basically, Joe went on a 40-minute rant about the moon landing was fake. That Walsh just sat there with his resting bare face trying to figure out why the fuck he brought it up in the place. The top comment on that episode is, Matt, I came to talk about my moon. Joe, we're going to talk about moon landing. So it's plain to see that Joe's in cognitive decline. Some people say it's years of substance abuse mixed with delusional comic syndrome, but I honestly just think he's so fucking rich now that he literally gives zero fucks what anyone thinks about him, including his audience. And when you compare his decline to someone like Brendan Shaw, who actively went after his audience and tried to bully them into submission, Joe decline is quite unique. The the fact that pulling into echo chambers and getting some propaganda machine, he really has manifested his own ironic destiny by becoming Boomer Joe. So we can shit on his stand-up comedy as much. The truth is, Joe Rogan is funny as do you think so? Absolutely, yeah. That's right, exactly what you say. You lock them. I'm into the way they're thinking. I'm letting them think for me. I'm just like, okay, it's like I want to. Due to be released on Netflix globally on Celebrity. A new 4-year movie deal with Netflix worth over $250 million. But the similarities with Rogan don't stop there. Sandler's well known for his generosity over the years and bringing his friends along for the ride. So when he appeared on the and so, as you can imagine, the conversation was dominated by comedy talk, which for me wasn't such a bad thing. It wasn't like another one of Rogan's disciples. Adam Sandler's a comedy legend with decades of stories. Went for 2 hours and 17 minutes. They didn't get into the 15-minute mark. Literally 2 minutes before Rogan wrapped it up. 2 hours and 40 minutes. We did, yeah. This is. We've been in that long. Yeah, we've been in that long first. Just quickly though, if you haven't already checked it out, there's a link you can watch my full breakdown of Rogan's latest comedy special, The Boats, as well as a bunch of other videos, including a big one I'm working on right now, covering Kill Tony's weekend at MSG with full clips and commentary. So, if you're interested, sign up and support the channel over on Patreon. But if there's one thing that came out of Rogan's special is that he's reached it's probably worse than that. Probably a guy who wouldn't mind sucking 1,000 dicks in front of his mom. Give me mom. So if you over the years, so I thought it would be interesting to see the evolution of Reagan's been developing on stage and how he's tightened it and trimmed off that version. Take a look at this little. So that's why I described it. The problem is that I kind of died. Maybe let's say it's a climax. That short period of time. One of the best things that can happen to me is bombing. My feeling is so bad. I was describing it as like sucking 1,000 dicks in your mother. But the difference is that there's probably someone out there who would enjoy sucking 1,000 dicks in front of their mother, but nobody enjoys bombing. So it's probably worse than you have to have something wrong with you to want to be a comic. Because it's a brutal, emotional battle. You bomb so often, particularly in the beginning. Bombing is devastating. It is the worst. I described it as it's like sucking 1,000 dicks in front of your mother. But the thing is, I think there's probably a person out there that wants to suck 1,000 dicks in front of their mother. I doubt bombing should be enough pain to snap at anybody to get out of the business. I would say that bombing is like sucking 1,000 dicks in front of your mother, but I think that's not true because there's got to be a guy out there who would like to suck 1,000 dicks in front of his mom. There's got to be a guy out there like, see this mom, 999, this one's for you, crazy bro. But no one wants a bomb. I would say that bombing is like sucking 1,000 dicks in front of your mother. The problem is there's a guy out there that would like sucking 1,000 dicks in front of his mom. It's like, this is what I do. Number 99, mommy. Baby, you're sucking a pound. It's like bombing in comedy, like a depression. Bombing is like sound. I always say it's like sucking 1,000 dicks in front of your mother. But I think there's someone out there that probably likes sucking. No one likes bombing. No one likes it. It's just utter failure. It's a tricky thing because it seems like you're just talking. But there's a lot going on. It's very, very people dragging them into the way you think about things. I would say going on stage is like sucking up ducks in front of your mother. Somewhere out there, there's a guy who went out there. It's probably been on your mom. So Reagan's been working on that bit for around 10 years now, and it hasn't changed that much in years. And Sandler's
My mother would 100% have the answer. You could have done it. You just stop on that one man. He wanted to smoke. I feel bad. You should call him.
Now Joe can stop saying that fucking line. Adam Sandler made it funny, and now it's let it go. But that's the thing with Joe. It actually makes me cringe watching him. Way. Everybody's got a different way of doing it, and nobody can teach you how to do it. Oh, you can even just on Kill Tony over the weekend at MSG, even the Friday show, and then at the very end of the Saturday show for a gag with Shane Gillis as Trump after last week's conference, sitting next to guys like Gillis, and if he looks out of his depth, While the other guys are dropping one-liners and roasting the open micers, he's sitting there giving them advice on how to tighten their sets and improve their game. And everyone's just sitting there playing along. Maybe I just don't have the brain to understand comedy like these guys do.
It's so funny, the comic's brain is so different than a film's brain.
But getting back to the podcast with Adam Sandler, he at least seems to be a fan of Rogan's comedy and complimented his special, particularly live. And I'm going to say, as much as Rogan's comedy doesn't resonate with elements, considering it was a live event. However, as usual, Rogan took it a step further, claiming yet again that he sees stand-up as a form of hypnosis. Like, seriously, I've never seen somebody endlessly analyze the intricacies of making. Just trying to find it. Be comfortable on stage, you know, right? And that's why you're going on your live show. I was like, well, comfortable. Yeah, it's a form of hypnosis. I did that for 6 years. My last special, like I said, I was thinking about doing a special in August 20th. Yeah. Then the country shut down, and I didn't do stand up for 8 months. And when I did do stand up again, I remember I had to listen to old recordings. Luckily, I record everything. Hypnosis for yelling at people and forcing. I think he's right in a way because the way he stares the crowd down and opens his eyes wide and yells the punchline would kind of through. So he's definitely got that big thing. So this girl I used to work with, she was like a volleyball player. Like, okay, this is comedy too. Yeah, that was so different than me. Yeah. It was nothing that I would ever do. Right. It was just different. See myself like comedy, and it was like the first scenes in my head that I had of doing comedy. Yeah, that's that before Kennison came around. It was a different kind of comedy. It's like all of a sudden comedy was like. Force. Oh my God. And he was a legend in the store. So it's not talent, which I think is similar to Dane Cook in the early 2000s. His own special, which don't forget, was the whole reason he went on JRE in the first. By then, Joe had gotten through all his talking points and decided it was time to wrap it up. Going on stage. Yeah, basically telling all your people, just watch me for an hour. Right. Just watch me. You know, it's worth your time. You drove, you got babysitter. Yeah. Here we go. Yeah, you bought tickets in advance, you planned
your day out with a psycho or a human. So, yeah, man. So for my special, this one, I did probably 2.5 hours and had to cut it, Josh Safety, and we all had to pick the right. But I didn't have so much. By the time I did this, wrap this up, we've done over 40 minutes. We did? Yeah. This is. We've been in that long? Yeah. We've been in there. Get insane. This is, that's. Get to hang out with me. It's kind of like just goes on throughout the story. Okay, just a couple weeks ago. Yeah. Right on.
Yeah, it seemed like Sandler was having a good time and wanted to stay in and chat. I don't think he does many long-form interviews, and like I was saying at the beginning, he seems like the kind of guy with a bunch of cool stories, but instead, Joe kept dragging the conversation back to the art of stand-up. I would have expected this episode to go well over 3 hours, but it seems like Joe's been keeping the episodes shorter these days for some reason. Maybe it's because he's got to get over to the mothership and out with his comedy brain buddies. I don't know. It ended up being pretty disappointing. The last 7 episodes, this was the shortest one. I mean, the podcast with Terrence Howard and Eric Powers, we only got just over 2 hours with Adam Sandler. Anyway, remember to check out the link in the description to my Patreon if you want to see my breakdown of Joe's latest comedy special, as well as my upcoming breakdown of Kill Tony's Weekend at MSG. There's also a bunch of other stuff on there as well, so go and check it out, support the channel. Also, if you're not a regular of this channel yet, hit the subscribe button and don't forget to give me a thumbs up if you ended up enjoying this video. Thanks for watching. I'll catch you in the next one.
This radio was fortunate because I got to play like a more retarded version of myself. I was like basically like into a lot of conspiracy theories and delusion version of me. And to give you another example of this, if you don't mind, I'm going to the biblical story. Spirits in the road, Jimmy. Have you lost the spirits? Well, I think there was. Abraham is he's an old man for the story. Sorry. Going out. My tricks. Town. Yeah. It's never had. So Abraham is like 70, freeing the children. It's like, no, I don't think so. Oh, my son, he's so polite.
The last couple of weeks have been pretty controversial for Joe Rogan. A lot of his listeners aren't happy. Or even Bravo. Basically, anyone who can come on there and if there is about the shooting. At this point, people would even be happy to see Joe CIA handler Mike Baker come on the podcast. Tell us all what to think about the whole Zingano cast on Spotify. Or Rogan's back on YouTube now, so that's going to have an impact. But so is Tucker. There's not like Tucker Carlson has an exclusive arrangement with Spotify. So I think it's safe, or at least address it in more detail than he did last week, which I covered in a video. But today, finally, Joe had his first decent guest on. Jordan Peterson made his 9th appearance on the podcast. I thought could have been the episode we were all waiting for, except as it turns out, Jordan was only there to promote his new book called Rabbbi Who Wrestled with God at Light University, the Peterson Academy. They didn't discuss any current issues in the Trump shooting once, but it wasn't all bad news because within the first 30 minutes, Joe went on an unhinged rant about psychedelics. Rogan definitely looked like he was on something. I don't know if he snorted a bottle of Howard Butter. Whatever it was, it had him choking up over classic cars from the 60s.
I'm a gigantic. There's something to shape them, the way they sound. There's something about those shapes. There's something about the design of those cars that resonates so strong. I tried to cut it off. Anyway,
He is. So, like Jay clearly got the message from all the backlash he got after that interview.
these people that I know that are billionaires are all kind of quiet about it. And it's very unfortunate. It's very unfortunate.
Rogan was committed to hitting all his psychedelic talking points. It was honestly impressive how he was able to just throw everything together on the spot like that. Straight after JP asked him about the impact psychedelics have had on his life. I mean, he had to know that asking Joe a question like that was going to derail the whole podcast and lead him down a rabbit hole. Basically, Rogan believes psychedelics are the solution to solving the homelessness issue, and then randomly threw in that psychedelics would have to be.
And it costs to have massive populations of homeless people. It's extraordinary. You just put the same amount or maybe more to prepare for the future into some sort of like comprehensive program to try to help people. involve psychedelic drugs.
Yeah,
It's not a financial choice.
people with JB's new book called We Who Wrestle with God. It's his fourth book and it's on one of his.
And they think, the way you get the DMT experience is you smoke.
See, that's what I know about the theorizing angelic experiences, but we don't know how. So we know how much Joe loves a good pseudoscientific theory. Only recently we saw how Terrence Howard convinced him that genius and that one times blood equals two.
I understand it though. I kind of understand it.
Kind of, it makes sense.
To me, he's me.
This time around though, Rogan went all zoom on the stone ape theory, which is something that he did for years, ever since he read Terence McKenna's theory. Basically, Terrence's version of psychoactive mushrooms played a crucial role in the evolution of human consciousness and of language, culture, and religion. And Rogan's the 2000 from breaking at the age of 53, so he never had the opportunity to have him on JRE and talk about all his theories, although he has had his brother Dennis on the podcast, who was also coming up with this.
Tested it, brother. So, I disagree with them. Saying it's not theory, it's an hypothesis. Even though you have greater courage, you're the leader of that clan, and you can overcome your fear response. You have courage, and you have empathy. Those are leaders. Good explanation. McKenna, he didn't find it really persuasive. It was very interesting speculation. It's kind of a mind. Said it changed the genetic level. His use of LSD is very important. His formative experience. And in fact, there's a whole tradition of computer engineers going back to the 50s using LSD that I wrote about in the book. So, but I don't see how we.
And so, even though the stone ape theory is widely accepted to be a speculative idea, and one without evidence or any grounding in some span of time relative to the duration of our known existence, it even thinks it should be mandated in some way. As good as the time he thought that those two YouTube mother and son, and he was until JB corrected him. So when to discuss psychedelics, Rogan gave him the stone ape theory and why we're still living blindly by not accepting it into
I think we're in a weird place in society where the term drug is a blanket and it covers things that have vastly different effects. And the idea that psychedelics
party drug. For lack of a better term, that's what we use. I don't think that's what they are at all. I think they are probably why we became people. I think they are probably why society advanced. And I think every great ancient culture probably celebrated them and used them. Understanding that that's possible, the world changes. Because now you know that that's possible. You can live your whole life and this shocking, profound thing in existence is 3 hits away. 3 hits away. And all you're in a completely different universe in 20, 30 seconds. That's not, people look at it as like, oh, you're escaping reality, and you're like, it might be the source of civilization itself. It might be the source of language. It might be the source of the expansion of the human mind over a period of 2 million years, the double brain over a period of 2 million years. These undulating cows that were everywhere, they would shed, and then these psilocybin mushrooms would grow in their shit. On that, they're going to try it out. And if these things are trying it out this over a period of 2 million years, and they develop language and culture, and weapons, and they start thinking about things, and they become different. And this begins still theory, which I'm sure you're conversations. We also suspect that he's purposely refusing to have on guests to talk about recent events. I heard him say yes into the from our movements to jump on the latest trends. Except we've seen him do that multiple times in the past, just to get views. And now that his comedy club is doing so well and selling out all the time, he's recently that's well. Journalistic recently companies acting on Twitter, how he engages with the troll. It's half the reason he blocked in the first place. Wherever he's being interviewed, family and I really learned this in the last 6 years here that we're designed to be close to that, and then there's an intermediary period where it looks like it might succeed, and that's right. So, like the cost, like I was just saying, at this point, this whole brand is being a warrior on the front lines of the culture. All those new laws had identity or expression as a preeminent of the Canadian Human Rights Act. And so after that, he became a public figure in the debates over transgender rights, especially when in Canada, because he's so outspoken.
issues like global warming and the Canadian, which has cost him over $1 million in legal fees so far.
Your situation in Canada was that they wanted you to sign up for re-education.
Oh, that's already that's the plan, right? You sign up. They said already that I have to do that. Right. We have an appeal in at the moment. It's blocked. So that's cost me about $1 million in legal fees so far. So it's a very hard battle to fight. It's very annoying because the accusations continue to flow in, even though that's a choice of the college. And I've already been of indefinite duration, right, until they're satisfied that I've learned whatever the hell lesson I'm supposed to learn. So that, the only reason that isn't happening is because we now have an appeal in front of the Supreme Court in Canada.
So he's become a cult hero for some people for his refusal to comply and his willingness to fight back against the establishment. And for him, apart from fighting for his personal beliefs, being a cultural warrior also pays really well.
You're a father figure, sometimes the prophet in a way, the guru. I don't believe that I'm a guru. I don't think that you can be a guru and tell people to take their own way. You know, I'm asking people to develop a vision for their own lives and to adopt the responsibility for that. But it has to be something that's personal. But do you feel a responsibility then? Yes, absolutely. Fundamentally, this is supposed to be helpful to people. What if I told you that you're playing on young men's distress to make all that money? That accusation is being leveled at me before. I don't know how I'm playing. I don't make any bones about it. I'm not ashamed of making money. It's very hard to make money. Can I ask you bluntly, how much you make? I make $80,000 a month on Patreon. That probably amount to something approximately $1.50 on each of those. $200,000 a month personally. There's some other smaller sources of income that yes, some of this. I certainly am. And so are
because basically thrown away any degree of independence that he had before. People have accused him from a legal perspective. He's battled with the psychology board over in Canada, cancelling him and forcing him to comply.
Is it important to you to maintain your license, or is it important to you to win this?
It's important. There's two things that are important. One is I'm not to let a pack of analog moralists, lying moralists who are the butchery and sterilization of children take away my license. Not without in a prime position in Canada to undertake this battle against woke licensing board. Because I have the money, and what the hell are they going to do to me? I'm not practicing. They can't take away my income, and likely they can't.
Psychologist who's in a similar position, they would have been stripped of their ability to earn an income. So they'd basically be forced to comply or face money coming in every month. But the problem for me is every conversation he has turns into a political battle and point scoring contest. Days where he would just talk about mental health. Interesting stories.
Now includes the sorts of things that were done. trans mothers to the Holocaust is pretty wild. Even for him. Those impressions are pretty funny. But he also went on the pod for his new online university visual laws and how the universities have tried to kids. Rothschild. Peters Academy. Best lectures in the world. Very, very high quality. We don't promote affordability and cost. I think it's funny. I got canceled at the university. Fan of Jordan Peterson before he became a political player. It's hard to watch his stuff now because he seems so ideologically driven. And I'm not saying he's right or wrong. When you're Patreon, if you want to see some of my uncensored content, the whole 3-part series on Tony Hinch with Kill Tony is up now. So go and check that out if you're interested. Otherwise, this video. In Rome. Michelangelo made it when he was like 23, some ridiculous early age. Yeah. He was 23 when he made that. That's insane. Oh, God. How were you doing when you were really? Oh, yeah. This restaurant never touched my wallet and went out 3 times in a row. This doesn't get around. It's like rounds is weird. And then later we're walking to see. Doesn't. I don't know. Is it positive? You haven't heard Joe Rogan is dropping his first comedy special in 6 years. Has been absolutely brutal. Even Rogan himself looks worried at the moment. Be a life event just makes the whole thing even better or worse depending how you look at it. So I'm going to take you through the responses so far to the announcement, Kobe Bryant controversy, all the death threats that Ari has received over the years for his Rogan single-handedly saved, and as impact on comedy is discussed or just his way onto the comedy scene. But yet again, over on the Joe Rogan Experience for the second time in 2 weeks. But let's get back to Ari's interview with Tucker. It's gotten a little bit more interesting. So that's actually my last question. Platform for comedians and how central is Rogan to all this?
There's times where he goes, so some big guy, so Oliver still wants to be on a podcast, but I can't, so I'm writing on today or tomorrow. This guy on that and this guy's funny, I want to push him to a big platform instead of like, has helped all of us, whether or not we've been on his show or not. Guys like Theo Vaughn, well known, I know all three. Yeah, and Joey D, and sort of like those consistent ones, you know. It's not like, it's kind of like the Tonight Show with Johnny Carson was, but that whole week, people recognized him.
But unlike Carson, I mean, Rogan makes the call himself, doesn't have like scouts in the club. That I've noticed in particular since Super Bowl and the mothership. If you're stand up and you're constantly looking for new acts to watch, then it's probably a good thing. But I'm starting to see more and more comments. And it's not just because some of them we haven't heard of, it's pushed as hell. Rogan gets them on and starts giving them career advice, trying to get the same old stories over and over again. And that's probably why the view counts on those episodes are so much lower compared to non-comedian guests. At this point, I think Rogan's risking too much by investing all of this time and money into stand-up comedy. People are starting to get comedy fatigue, and now that he's back on YouTube, he can't hide the numbers like he used to on Spotify. More and more episodes are struggling to hit 1 million views. And when you consider that Rogan used to get an average of 10 to 11 million views per episode, it just goes to show how many people have stopped us with his money and helping out his friends who work pro. Because remember, Rogan's pretty much always had words. Can't pay him back. I just try to pass it. How many words? Rogan. He just rolls for it. But make pretty much. My own. Never got by the way. But like way into the new cities, like where are you guys at? Something came up. It was my flight. I said, I was at the airport, you missed your flight. But instead of saying, you can't come anymore, he goes, I'll just bring a second over. Yeah. So I try to do that with like young comics. It's like, one time I was wait, so what your opener gets too hot to show up at the airport? You're okay? No, I've never had a guy like that. People to whatever, but like, no, I'm not going to if your meals, if we're out, like I'm talking about is probably around the like. Several years, and he was starting to burn out, so he decided to leave and focus on the comedy career. The fear factor he had love you money, so he left and started focusing on Rogan propping him up and paying him really good money to open for him on the road. Incidentally, Rogan would go back to the again when it was refined. So I think it's interesting to put that discussion in context, given that Rogan made the mid to late 90s when Rogan moved to LA. According to even way back then, Rogan paid for almost everything. One of those, he was like brand new to LA, like food. He paid 3 times in a row, brand new to LA. This isn't normal for someone to get around. But not consistently get rounds. It's weird. There were carnies where it was a chili dog place. And I was like, let me get this one. It was broke. I couldn't afford the standard hotel, but the carnies, I get $3 each. And he goes, no, it's okay. I'm like, dude, please, let me get it. There's also like a band sort of like hierarchy thing. You can't get it for me. I don't know you like that. And I insisted. And he goes, and then later, when I pay for it, it's just like that standard meal for me is about a quarter. It's meaningless. It's not for power. I thank you for reminding me. I should go get coffee. Thank you for spot. I don't have to have it. See, I know a lot of people over the years, especially when they were broke and he had all his Hollywood money, but for me, it comes off as very tough. If I had a rich buddy, where's why on Sunday morning? Also, I overtime like spending the money to move up front. Right? Like in the first class, and the whole time I was just distance myself. What happens is people develop this sort of crisis. Imposter syndrome sort of thing. It's just turning your back on your ideals of like punk rock, like dumpsters. That thing's hard for me to get over. I know what you're saying. Well, for 15 years, that's where more successful, you're going to get weird with money. It's going to feel weird. Like, I think of money as fun coupon. Sure, that's how I think of it. Like, how much I have with this? It's safe. Once you pass a certain bank account number, it becomes fun coupon. I remember when I had a 2007 Chevy Impala. I don't have a bunch of, my wife got this for me $400. Not to run people up the wrong way. You might be here from a couple of weeks ago covering Projectile Pods 12. The top 3 comments were about Rogan being out of touch and talking about money in that way. And it all stemmed from and potentially buy a local theater. I think we've already kind of accomplished something that I never would have imagined. And it'll go off. And I think it happened because all the things had to take place. I had to have the spot. Falling apart. The comedy stores closed down. All those employees were available. The idea is just like, stop thinking about money so much. Money is only fun coupons. What do you mean? Investment says that he's just trying to help out comedians. Reality is, it looks like he's trying to buy his legacy as a Joe's been trying to buy his way to comedy for years, and it's working. Like I said earlier, he's always had money all the way back to his mid-20s. All of a sudden, I had my whole life. I was born in my I was like wondering how I was going to think eating. I felt like a physical weight, like weight had been lifted off me. Like now I didn't have to worry about my rent. Now I didn't have to worry.
worried about your bills. That means like spend less.
That's how you get the fun coupons. Just get a Disney development deal in your 20s.
Or something like that. 25, I guess. Maybe it's not 25. Somewhere around there. Anyway, the point is, up until this, I had all this money. I was like, bro, I'm gonna spend it. I didn't have any thought at all about saving. I was like, what? Save it. That was me. I think on a couch. Well, like a $9,000 couch for our new home. And I felt so, yeah, you felt guilty for sure. But you said that sort of.
Oh, come on, Joe, get your story straight, bro. Are we spending or are we saving?
Get to a place where you're not worried about your bills. That means like spend less money. That means like live a prudent lifestyle. Whatever you have to do.
What are we doing, Heavy? Anyway, to make matters even more interesting, Rogan announced this week that finally, after 6 long years with no comedy special, he's coming out with a new one titled Burnt Boats, and it's going to be aired live on Netflix on August the 3rd. I'll definitely be doing a full breakdown with clips on Patreon, so check out the link in the description if you're interested in seeing that. But one of the funniest things Rogan has ever done is given us the gift of his comment sections and replies. Let's take a look at some of the top replies to his announcement on Instagram. So straight under Andrew Schultz kissing the ring, we've got he still hasn't given up on that stand-up thing. Years ago, I knew him from news radio and obviously Fear Factor, and found out about UFC commentary. Once I started listening to the podcast, I was surprised to find out he was a comic. After hearing his comedy, I was still surprised he was a comic. Oh no, and then it's all. We all know Rogan ain't funny, you still love the pod though. Stick to the podcast, your stand-up is new. Not sure who's worse than stand-up, Rogan. I feel like Rogan should change his don't read comments rule to read the general consent. Years at least. Can't wait for you to release and to stay relevant. But it's so true, right? Rogan's last special was released back in 2018, and since then we've had the pandemic. Always being the richest guy in the worst whole Austin comedy scene circle jokes so funny. The fact that Rogan MC great, always when he's over his way, that's it from me. Remember, if you want to see some of my uncensored content, head over to my Patreon description. I just dropped part 2 of my Tony Hinchcliffe Kill Tony series last week, and I'll be dropping part 3 very soon. Otherwise, if you're not a regular of this channel yet, hit the subscribe button, and don't forget to give me a thumbs up if you ended up enjoying this video. Thanks for watching. I'll catch you in the next one.
He's tempting the monsters is great. Not nuts. This is best. They serve it to prisoners. That crazy. Yeah, it's to fish them out of the East River, like for bar food. Yeah, it would go like back in the 1800s. Those were chicken tenders. And lobster was our favorite food ever. It's so good. I'm not over it. I'm not over it at all. You do this other thing, which is you teach. And your teaching is not good. You tell us that we can tell it's not true. And then we say, okay, I can throw out an entire view of what you say. Well, 1 times 1 is not equal to 2. Let's start there. In fact, I'm angry at Joe because Joe should have pushed back on that. Joe is the calculator says 1 times 1 doesn't equal 1. Each time you do that, years of Joe's bullshit detector.
Bullshit detector has become more of a factor. It seems like every week he's got someone on his podcast with a new crackpot theory to sell the world, and Joe's sitting there front and center eating it up with the glass of whiskey and is just on YouTube alone. And a couple of days since his second appearance has been up over 5 billion views already. It seems like logical laying out to the universe. This time around, though, Terrence was full background, so you can understand. Take a look at some of the most eye-opening conversations I've seen on JRE.
Shout out to all those right now trying to figure out what are these talking about? We bring up the area. This thing that you created is based on an error, and it's a beautiful thing. People are just not going to grasp it. What is the error? The error is that the arc of cosine minus 130 is not equal, and it's currently makes money. Okay.
What are we doing here, mate? And so as a constant listener, let me lay this all out for you. First of all, who is Eric Weinstein? Well, he's actually a super guy. He graduated from the University of Pennsylvania with a Bachelor of Arts in Mathematics and went on to complete a PhD as a visiting fellow for short periods at MIT and the Hebrew University of Jerusalem, but his main work was as a financial analyst and consultant, which led him to become managing investor. So the first important thing to note here, which Eric admits several times during this episode, is that he isn't an academic. He hasn't been involved with academic institutions for decades. But, the guy with the hat and the long sleeve, or was it Fred? That's the one, Flint Dibble. Fun fact, that's his real next brother, Brett Weinstein, who was the biggest pandemic grifters, in my opinion. Him and his wife have the Dark Horse podcast, which has turned to shits run out of talking points, but you may recall he blew up after the Green State College controversy, which coincidentally is the same year he made his first of many appearances on JRE. Now, there's a reason I'm giving you all of this background up front, because towards the end of this video, I'm going to tie it all up for you and make sense of it. As for Terrence Howard, if you don't know who he is, you can check out my previous video covering his first appearance on JRE, where I go through his background as well as various other important details. You may also remember, if you've seen that video, that Neil deGrasse Tyson actually published a response here on YouTube to some of the claims Terrence made about him on JRE. Tyson's response came up on this episode as well, where Eric both expressed his respect for Tyson, but also complained that he could be an arrogant establishment academic who not only didn't give Terrence a fair shot, but also, according to Eric, didn't understand Terrence's theories to begin with. Now, a couple of more things just quickly. Rogan reached out to Eric to have him on with Terrence. Eric was the one who reached out to Rogan with the idea of doing a response podcast with Terrence. And so after all of Eric's waxing lyrical at the beginning about how shocked he was at the response to Terrence's first appearance and criticism of Neil deGrasse Tyson, he ended up basically confirming everything Tyson was saying in his response. Opportunity to really flesh out his ideas like mathematical physicist. Once Eric realized that Terrence doesn't fully understand the basic theories that he's supposedly refuting, it's only sunk in that just riffing on shit, which is a similar response to this theory called geometric unity, which he presented at RE in 2021. But, like I said, one of the things was to try to mention by single Rabbbi. You over as a proselyte trust. There's part of you that's motivation to can't leave us hanging. I gotta have a good time. Can I get an ayahuasca Cheeto? So here's the issue, and this is kind of probably trying to get the conversation back on track and stop all the jumping around. Zero just wants to talk trash at the mothership. On the other hand, just not all the answers to the world's problems, but Derek actually wanted to achieve something here. He wanted to build his theories up from the ground so that they were all reading from the same. We start with the Tetri analogy. No. We have got the Tetri. It's just we're now on the story. And by doing the Nantucket Sled Ride, you lose everybody like me. Because nobody thinks that's right. See, Terrence isn't a scientist, he's not an academic, he's not a systematic thinker, he's an actor who loves attention. I mean, have we all forgotten where his theory supposedly came from? Hey, brother, what was the inspiration for diving in and looking at this 3D structure and space inside of it? They're going to call me crazy, but when I was 42 and kicked out of the world as a result of allegations, I had another dream, and that same being and took me back to where I was when I was a child in the dream together, and I was like, oh. And so after the first hour of jumping from tangent to tangent, Eric finally realized what was really going on. And for some weird reason, it reminded me of a Stanley Kubrick quote that says, anyone who has ever been privileged to direct a film also knows that although it can be like trying to write War and Peace in a bumper car in an amusement park, when you finally get it right, there are not many joys in life that can equal the feeling. Eric Weinstein was trying to help Terrence write War and Peace. Joe and Terrence weren't interested in doing the groundwork. The problem, Terrence, is that you have a desire to go immediately towards what this means. Right? Before you get to what it means, people don't even know what it is. Or freely associated repeatedly. You treat things that remind you of other things. Think of an incredible storehouse of things in your ear that you know to associate with. If you're not very careful with the mathematics that you're playing with, you are going to get so hot. Say everything connected to everything. It's a big problem. Is that everything rhymes to you because you know a lot of stuff. And you know a lot of similarities. Your brain is very good at that. And what your brain is not very good at is probing the amount of rhymes that it sees. I think one of the big turning points points in the conversation was when Eric realized that not only can Terence not do the math behind his own theories, but he doesn't understand the math behind the established theories that he's supposedly refuting and providing an alternative to. Once Eric realized this, it changed the whole dynamic of the conversation.
The moment that these eight tetrads disappear, that is it's no longer there. The moment that disappears,
I don't know how to stop you from doing this.
I hate you. I don't stop you.
See what the internet is going to say that it's how Eric wants that. You take good stuff that you're doing, and you get it tonight, and you say it. Each time you do that, I want to slap you and say, don't do this. Totally calm. And it's very, very natural. And I think you're going for you probably don't know how to do the difference and all that. Fine, I can point you to books. I can try to help.
And so Eric will up the theory of every equation to see if Terence would make any sense of it.
This is my community and helps in everything in the world. Right. Right. You have a way of relating what you think in terms of what my entity has wrong. Does this mean anything to you? This is not
we're talking about it's about
that's the place you're going to take an integral
to a negative t, y to a negative graph.
that's the determinant of the space-time metric by which you might have addition. The rulers look one way or the rulers look the other way according to Einstein. You have to put more weight or less weight on a region of space. Do you know what that R is? That's the foreplay, and then in the parentheses is where the stuff gets crazy.
Of the internet, right? But for somebody who claims to have access to a whole new way of doing mathematics and physics, not only would he know now, I'm trying to does a very good job of it.
And your teaching is not you to start that. In fact, I'm all you created a show. Wanted to have fun, you had a show, and that got really big. So that's what it's trying.
this type of discussion. But the other thing is, and this is literally,
We're challenging the status quo. But in me saying one time,
so he finally openly admitted that he made it up to get everyone's attention. Oh man, that for me was honestly the best part of this episode. Seriously could not make. But then after all, came to an end. The fun about Neil deGrasse Tyson and the academic
tells you the worst insult in academics, which is there was a style of Kruger, Dunning-Kruger.
And so there's this sort of valley in there. You can't just sit in an armchair and say, I'm now an expert. It requires years and years of study.
So remember at the beginning of this video how I said that Eric went from tone theories? Remember the little blackjack and now sitting on 19 and then hitting again and again and again? Is that not what Neil deGrasse Tyson was just saying there? I mean, for me, this whole episode was basically Eric exposing for suffering from the Dunning-Kruger.
You're all wondering about it.
Eric's claim to academic fame is his theory he isn't an academic. He doesn't have an academic position, nor does he have any research-related positions in the guy. And so when he wanted to publish his theory of geometry, yes, when he tried to do it Yeah, why? I want you to have this. Got to version 1.0. I want you to have it. What is this? Explain what it is. So that someone who doesn't understand physics at all will understand this in a way that they can make pull that up, Jamie.com. Go to the bottom. There is a team of people. Look, there's no way in which I can talk to people now instead of interview tomorrow because we don't really see. Okay, so there are 3 teams from that clip. I don't know what that means. It's basically the fine art of gassing up to gain favor with them. Whenever there's 10 created a website called Pull That Up Jamie where they put up all the clips that Eric had planned to go through on that episode, except they didn't end up going through them because Rogan was worried that it was too technical and it would be difficult for people to follow. Given that this was back when JRE was exclusively on Spotify, where there's a high percentage of compared to now on YouTube. The third thing is Joe hates technical stuff and he doesn't like having to read things. JRE is the last place for an academic to be presenting their lifelong theory of everything. Rogan just wants to get high, talk trash, and speculate about hypothetical, nonsensical bullshit to fill the void between his ears. Now, until people can accept that about Rogan, they won't be able to enjoy his podcast. I spoke about this on Patreon recently, how it took me years to realize this. I did again, but I digress. My point here is the desire that both him and his brother have to be noticed, heard, and celebrated as public intellectuals. See, Eric coined the term intellectual dark web. Chicken 6 without nobody knows who Fred up. Sad Joe. You built something that has some and even though you think of it as I just like it all day long. So remember earlier on how I said there was a contradiction in what Eric was saying when he called out Rogan for not pushing back enough on Terrence, but now he's saying they are in the best places are important as long as he's got these there to don't forget Eric's theory of because, like you just heard him say, well, he hates reading and he hates equations. Terence, on the other hand, he basically the Dunning-Kruger effect in the flesh, and although he might have a flea craves the attention and suffers from delusions of and so Eric found a way to weasel his way into this conversation after he saw the traction that it was. Now, don't get me wrong, I'm not saying Eric's a bad person or he's evil or anything like that. I just think it's interesting how all of this came to be. So, Rogan bump and a spot off. With everything he says, I was thinking about this towards the shit. It's like, which is why it's cheap. And I don't even think you know how to use it. He's out there with the bird right now doing fully loaded. Oh, there you go. So bird crusher is one of those two. It's like, oh, he's the pregnant man emoji on your right. It's so because and also the people that are like, stop, stop being so goddamn needy. They don't like so much. Money is only fun. Projectile Arts is back for its 12th episode, and when you have 4 of the children, and Rogan seemed to keep bringing the conversation back to his comedy open for around a year now. Apparently, it's already reached its full potential, and he's looking to expand his comedy club operation. Onto the floor. Yeah, suck. Don't do it out there, you idiot. This. Being now? Yes, but it's already what do you do on Canada? This is out of control. But you see, you could argue that there are 3 comedy kings at the moment. There's Joe Rogan with his Mothership Comedy Club, Bert Kreischer with his fully bloated tour, and Tony Hinchcliffe with Killed Tony. Now, when I say comedy kings, I don't mean the funniest or best comedians. That's obviously highly subjective and depends on individual tastes. What I really mean is the guys at the top who have the most influence over the comedy scene and effectively operate as comedy gatekeepers. And I think for Rogan and Hinchcliffe, it's a little bit of this for Bert, especially when it comes to Kill Tony. But I'm doing a 3-part series on Hinchcliffe and Kill Tony over on Patreon, so you can go and check that out by the link in the description. If you're interested, part 1 is already out, part 2 is on its way. That's on Rogan and Bert because they have very different approaches to comedy. And now that Rogan's comedy club is off the ground and doing well, it looks like he's taking a leaf out of Bert's it's bought to launch his own festival, except it'll probably end up being a little bit more like Skankfest than fully loaded. Like I said though, Rogan brought all of this up a few times and ended up consuming half the podcast. I seriously had to edit out so much shit because it became so repetitive. But it all started with Rogan talking about how he feels like his comedy club is alive, like literally. And it sounds like he's been spending a little bit too much time with Terrence Howard. But that's for my next video.
I swear to God, that club's alive.
I looked at the gummy. It's like clean as
I think the club's alive. When I first walked into that building, I was like, wow. It's been around for so long, like crazy big. Like we keep growing. Another one. So you have like right ideas here that more kids. You know another thing I thought about? I do stuff with Live Nation too. I'm in it for seats. That's what I'm in it for. There's not enough time in the world for me to pay attention to it. I jump bad about the scout. Okay, well, I don't do that. We have it so that if Ari Shapiro buys 2 tickets, you have to show your license, you, I look at your face, facial recognition, I know who you are, and then you get to buy 2 tickets, and those are only your tickets. You can't resell them.
okay, there's a couple of things going on here. First of all, if you haven't heard 75 times Rogan has brought this up, the reason why his comedy took so long to get off the ground after the pandemic was because of issues with another building he was looking at. So it sounds like maybe he'll be able to buy that place again and get it going. I can't think of anything more appropriate than Rogan expanding his comedy operations into a place previously occupied by a gay cult. But there's also this business of facial recognition at the mothership. I've seen this pop up a few times where people complain that Rogan's a hypocrite for always complaining about big tech spying on us, stealing our data, etc. But then he's using facial recognition technology in his own club. You want to explain in detail that it's actually to prevent ticket scalping and to keep prices lower than other venues and other shows, buy a bunch of tickets to control the supply and then sell them at a higher price. By using facial recognition, each ticket purchase is linked to someone's identity and only they can use them to enter the club. I don't know, I think it's a little extreme, but I get where he's coming from at least.
The idea is just like, stop thinking about money so much. Money is only fun coupons. But you're a zillionaire. No. But you want to think about the money of the customer. Exactly. But that's also, I'm not thinking about making more money. I made the club specifically to break even. I want to make it the best environment for comedy and not lose money. And that's my goal. I want to pay people well, have a good time. That's my goal.
I've said this before. I think it's awesome that Rogan has the time and money to be able to set up his own comedy club and become a major player in the comedy world. It sounds like his heart's in the right place, but perhaps a more cynical view is that he's just a rich podcaster who moonlights as a comedian and wants to build his own clubs and theaters so he can direct his own comedy establishment to make up for being an unfunny hack with too much money. Yeah, no, that actually sounds exactly right. Anyway, I'll come back to that in a moment because actually, you know what? Let's talk about it now. Rogan was talking about the early days of the podcast and how it blew up out of nowhere, but he didn't fully understand how big it had become until this one time he was doing a show in Chicago.
I remember I was on stage at the Chicago Theater. This was like years later, and I still didn't understand how many people watched. I never looked at the numbers. Yeah, I was like, I don't want to look at the numbers. Like, I just want to do my best. That's it. I'm on stage at the Chicago Theater. It's sold out. It's like 3,700 people. So I was telling the story. I go, how do you guys listen to the podcast? And it just went, yeah. And I'll never forget that day. I was like, whoa, like
year was that? 2011. Wow. I was like, this is crazy. And then I started realizing, what am I doing? Yeah, keep going.
Let's get a tape.
Don't ever ask. Just keep going. Yeah, I didn't ask. Where did he go? Yeah, I didn't know that story. That's great. There's a weird story. Mark Norman's reactions are always fucking hilarious. And I love how Joe tells the stories to give people an idea of how much his podcast blew up without him realizing it. When for me, it's more about how his comedy career blew up because of his podcast. I mean, that's the elephant in the room, right? Now he's one of the most unfunny, famous comedians in the world selling out shows. And speaking of unfunny, famous comedians, let's talk about the other elephant in the room, Bert Crusher. It's fully loaded together. Nice. Yeah, he's on. He's out there with Bird right now doing fully loaded. Oh, there you go. He's like, what are we doing with my life?
Just decide you're awake. What do you want to do? Get the camera out of my face.
Moving on.
Never film ourselves.
We're doing unicycle today. You're like, is that everything documented?
I call it, he's like,
Listen to me. The master of your own domain. You can't do your times that I've heard them. Given to one of the most successful comedy, some of the best comedians going around, including Mark Norman and Shane Gillis. Ranked best selling comics, and he's doing all of that.
working this. Watch this right now. Man, I wouldn't do it. It's too saturated. Man, I got in when no one knew you could make a living doing comedy. I got in cold Russian comedy. Like, I got in when I'm doing arenas. I shouldn't do arenas. Like that. There's, by the way, there's like 10 of us doing arenas. Did an arena comic. It was Dice, it was Dan, it was Steve. And that made sense. They were the me, Tommy, Schultz, Rogan, Chappelle, DLU, like everybody in the club, and you're gonna hit an arena act. I remember sitting in a hallway and we were talking about our buses and then transition. That's like what? Like it's like 1.7. Is what I think my state. Like it's such a huge but run a fairly successful business, and I am one of the biggest comics in the world, and I'm still going like I'm checking.
sure I'm paying my like so fun. I got the activities. I'm always people hate on Mark. It's so good because I think he's the overworld. Worked out with the Rock. Yeah, worked out with the Rock. One of the things I said, let's do no cameras. Let's just have we all came in. We all worked out.
Consider it over special party. That's a room where there's no making activity.
The key is Stuart. I'm sorry. Is it the key is moderation? And promoting every minute of every day. It's not that fun. But I stop being so goddamn needy. You should try to tell us what you really think. I can just imagine lying on his couch watching that clip over again while between songs. It's like they have a real production staff. And that's how I think Bird and Joe are so similar. They just did again another twist of R&D. All of this fully-loaded comedy tour has got Rogan thinking along the same lines. Right, getting to the best rounds. Then you get back on the bus to drive, which is a great crew. It's a guy it's very fun about a mothership comedy festival. You're buddy. If there was a number of them, I've been thinking about doing that. Where? But here, right here. Yeah, it's just all the town. And it's I just get everybody for yes. We're 3 weeks. But you do other shows. You do weird show. You'll do like a giant crowd. I've been thinking about a lot of just expand. Like, well, it's like we have too many people that want to come versus tickets. I want a second, not just an A-level headliner room. I want a theater. Like a second Westwood type comedy store. I love how Rogan pitches the festival to them as if they're going to say anything but yeah. That's an awesome idea. Sitting there living their lives in another I really do. I feel I want to keep this process of coming, but also as a comedy king, somebody who helps the same issues. Means he infamously rejected Jerry Seinfeld because he was clean. Also, setting up the way was something that I never would have imagined would be able to pull off. That I'd have a rodeo club. You suck. Don't do it, Ari. Go pee out there.
Yes, but it's already pitched.
Look at you, Captain. This is Ari.
Wait, this is cool.
Piss on the ground. Did you get piss on the ground?
Yeah.
How much piss did you get on the ground? Wipe it up.
You gotta get a new bid. I'm not allowed legally.
You seriously couldn't write this shit. Rogan's sitting there laying out his plans to dominate the scene and open venues and put on a how successful they are. It's the same with Boom Crusher. Both of them are close friends with some of the best comedian podcasts. The irony is that the two comedy they're basically the new studio system in Hollywood 2.0. Tony manages the talent, Rogan owns the copyright issue. The beers to different songs, and Unprotect Our Parts 11 anymore because they don't have the rights to play the music on YouTube. Just like everybody else on here, and though they were playing a bunch of different sound, and he mentioned copyright law and YouTube restrictions. So it sounds like the guys had a talk to Joe after and probably told him that it's boring without the music. So Joe must have gotten Spotify to leave the music in and not post this episode onto YouTube. I also know they dumped a bunch of Spotify episodes onto YouTube in one go, and a bunch of people started unsubscribing from the JRE channel because their feeds got spammed with all of those uploads. They ended up taking them down, but it was pretty random. Anyway, if you want to see part 1 of my Tony Hinchcliffe and Kill Tony series, head over to my Patreon via the link in the description. There's also a bunch of other uncensored content on there. Otherwise, if you're not a regular of this channel yet, hit the subscribe button and don't forget to give me a thumbs up if you ended up enjoying this video. Thanks for watching.
And I don't know what I'm chasing. I don't know what I'm trying to. I'm trying to. Myself. I'm trying to. I know it's not fully loaded.
That
has to be some sort of record. But like always with these a therapy session, I should say though that it wasn't really Bird's fault. Stavros leaned into it and had quite a bit to say about Bird's career and the way that he thinks. Your generation can't.
And that's like, that is the problem with America to me is the like, Carol's good up until the point where you just have to keep going. And it's like, why don't you just find the place? What a middle class person, that's a middle like, one generation ago, like the middle class doesn't exist anymore. So all I want is to, have a good time, make some stuff that's fun, and then something. Because he's not funny, and he's become famous for being famous. People know him as the guy who sells out. Tony was bragging to Rogan about how much he's in the Tom Brady roast and how much he's enjoying all of the attention, which Joe used as an opportunity to throw a couple of strays at Bird. Drake hit me up saying Casey Rocket equals GOAT. Actual Drake. I started dialogue. I go, who is this? It's unreal, right? You don't feel it's real, right? It's crazy. Well, that's a fun thing watching people crest into stardom. Like most of the room. See how many gosh they're new. It's wild, man. It's wild out there. Bert seems like he's having a great time. Nice. I mean, I remember when I called Bert was on a motorcycle in Vietnam for that stupid TV show. Like, dude, you'll come and quit that stupid show. You're too funny. You're too good. Come back. Come back. It's funny how Rogan will make fun of Bert for acting the fool, but then quickly remind everyone how he was the one who convinced Bert to become one of his never-been-funny comedians he pushes on his show. According to Bert, though, the fame didn't come quick enough for him, and he felt stuck for a long time. He even equated the comedy world to the mafia and explains how he desperately wanted to be a made man who everybody knew and respected. I have a really sweet, and Tom was not across the board. I was like, oh, Bert's. And then Tom was with me, and everyone started popping. Everyone started blowing up. Tom started going theaters, and Rogan's podcast was growing, and already got 700,000 downloads on his podcast. Just kept. Thanks. And I got fired from travel channel. I remember I think Tom knows, everyone's like, oh, Tom Screw's here. And I was just, I guess, sat at the table and gave a push because I didn't know where to sit. And so, like, I remember not being like, thinking that I'm 44 and it's not going to happen. And
people know it's not going to happen. And people would look past you. They look past you at a party, or look at you in this hallway of the store, and they go, Chris D'Elia's here. And they walk right past you, and you're like, okay, that's your life.
Of all the people Bert could have brought up there, he mentions Chris D'Elia. Seriously? Was there no one else? Yeah, Stavros wasn't going to let that one slide. It seems like Bert forgot about all the allegations and lawsuits that came out a few years ago accusing D'Elia of soliciting nude photos and grooming underage girls. And even though charged with a crime and maintained his innocence the whole time, he is still struggling to shake off the accusations. Interesting from Bert there.
See, that's a purpose. I would say, what's Chris D'Elia now? You know what I mean? Like, the point is, if your personal life isn't right, if you might have a couple kooky habits, your personal life, it's like your success is not going to see you. Getting into like therapy and like.
No, honestly, I would be curious, and I hope we keep to the podcast, but I would be curious to hear D'Elia's perspective if he's happier now. His life is less chaotic, less crazy with his kid.
That really wasn't what I was talking about. I wasn't really talking about him slowing down career-wise. That was the negatives with Chris D'Elia. I was kind of talking about some other he was up to. It's a great answer. And maybe that's upbringing, right? Like maybe you feel the need what you wanted to achieve. And so like you were feeling like these when you're like 45 or whatever, but you can look at that, I can look at that as a very successful career.
Instead of acknowledging that he's a fucking creep who allegedly crazy, what will end up killing him first. But in terms of how he views himself in the comedy world, it's almost a forensic exercise in venues and seating arrangements. He measures the success of a comedian based on which venues they're performing in, instead of the quality of their actual work. Stavros explained during the podcast that his own career goals are to perform stand-up all over, but more importantly, to have one brilliant comedy special that he can be proud of and that will stand the test of time. Bert's approach is very different. He's all about the stats and comparing himself to the other comics around him.
I always feel like you're a successful comic, both of you guys, like coming up, you're very aware of, now, you could argue what you're doing now is being insane. Like it is, it's crazy. Like there's no other, you're both doing arenas. That's fucking crazy. Like you got buses. You know what I mean? Like, and not one. The stage and stuff like that. I would argue that's not too much. You know what I mean? Like, I would argue it's like you're going to drive yourself crazy. I've told you this too, bro. Like, you can't keep working like this.
Oh, yeah, that's it's always been a progression. Clubs to theaters, theaters to arenas, clubs to rock venues to theaters, theaters to arenas. Arenas, there's like two tiers of arenas. There's hockey arenas where you can get everywhere, like 7,000, 8,000. It's just a great night. And then you get Emily, which is 19, or in United Center, and then you go, okay, so 2 at the United Center, and then you're like, wait, what am I chasing?
What's my point exactly?
It doesn't go bigger stadiums, but who wants to do 72,000 people? I kind of do. Right, I'd like to shoot one special in the person in the upper deck, I'll tell you that much.
need to stop and ask yourself why you're doing it. And if you have at that scale, we're talking as an invitation to start breaking massive venues. We're talking Bobby Lee, Dan Soda, David Tell, Rick Vincent, Joe when you're coming, and the list goes on. Just for fun. No, there's no way. No. There's has any idea. There's no way that's happening. The whole tour, it's a bunch of snores. Like Big J over there. Oh, Big J! For sure, he snores. I think the fact that Tony Hinchcliffe is doing a few days on Bert's tour says a lot. That's how big it's become. And it's almost like the comedy tour version of Joe Rogan's podcast. Bert likes to brag that he's helped out a bunch of comics as they were coming up, including Shane Gillis, even though those guys would have made it anyway, and Bert exaggerates how many tickets he sold. That Bert has created his own little cowboy act for everyone to want to hang out with him. He knows that if he doesn't put on these massive shows with a bunch of comics, none of them would hang with him. Life isn't just career and working. That is a very American thing. Let me accumulate more and more and more, and let me no amount of money is enough. And that's like a way of thinking. I think that we all can't help it. That's how our society is structured. But I'm trying to stay away from that.
I wish I was more grounded like that. And I don't know what I'm chasing, and I don't know what I'm trying to prove. Maybe I'm trying to prove it to myself. Maybe I'm trying to prove it to the industry. But I know this guy was I did fully loaded. My dad, you believe you created this? I said, no. And they said, why did you create this? And I said, I was drunk. I said, because if I didn't create it, I wouldn't use my That's very crazy. Yeah, if I didn't do it, no one was going to ask me to do it. And I want to have a party. And so if I don't create it, no one's going to ask me. They didn't do those huge things. I've never been invited. I feel like.
But that's also that's why people are showing up. Those aren't people. It's like the people that would have been there was just going, oh, those are your actual want to spend time. And it's one thing people because you're just doing more shows. But if you think you have to achieve something, get people to hang out with you. It's like being rich kid with a pencil. Might be spreading yourself too thin, and just maybe even those people that would have been around, maybe you're not paying. If you're striving for other, it does look incredible.
It's so take a look at that. If you look at the locals coming up with the great eyesight.
I think that's very, you don't need any more than that, though. Shit, what do you mean? God damn. Yeah, that's fucking gross, dude. Really? Bird stuck in the party boy character, as he calls it. Chasing fame has completely ruined him. He thinks that if he takes his foot off the gas and stops putting on these massive shows, then everyone that he thinks is his friend, everyone to cry at his funeral. And even when Star pointed out that it's not worth chasing friends. Just change the subject and wants to talk about the bubbles in his drink. And your friends in your midfield. If you ended up enjoying this video and want to see more of my uncensored content censor regime, check the link in the description. Otherwise, if you're not a regular of this channel yet, subscribe button and don't forget to give me a thumbs up. Bobby was like that too when I would come with Bobby, and I'm much Bobby. Let me get my head right for the show type of guy. We would go out, we'd be smoking cigars, we'd be talking to fans, relax. Dinner. Terrence Howard, it's the craziest story ever. And Terrence Howard is like literally one of the smartest guys that ever lived. And he's got all these someone flow guy. What? I understand it though. I understand it. I understand it. Kind of. It makes sense. To me, he's making money. I recently learned I got name checked by Terrence Howard on his recent appearance on Joe Rogan. What can happen is if you're a fan of a subject, let's say a hobbyist, let's call it, it's possible to know enough about that subject to think you're right, but not enough about that subject to know that you're wrong. This has been studied by others, and it's called the Dunning-Kruger effect. Sounds like Terrence Howard was the straw that broke Joe Rogan's brain. It's been a month since he appeared on JRE, and with almost 10 million views on YouTube, apart from the Cat Williams episode with 20 million, Terrence has been the gift that keeps on giving. In almost every episode since, Rogan or his guest has brought up Terrence and his theories, but none have been more entertaining than in the latest episode with chef turned rapper Action Bronson. Their discussion of terryology has to be the dumbest conversation I've ever heard on Joe Rogan's podcast. And in one of the most perfect manifestations of irony put forth by the universe, Neil deGrasse Tyson dropped a diss track video setting the record straight on all the shit that Terrence Howard was talking about him in that now infamous podcast. I recently learned I got name checked by Terrence Howard on his recent appearance on Joe Rogan. I reached out to DeGrasse Tyson. He was like, hey man, yeah, I'd love for you to come on my show, do my radio, do my TV thing. Love that. I was like, yeah, but I got something I want to introduce to you. I got name checked because 8 years ago, he sent me a 36-page treatise. And it was only 36 pages. So this is Terrence Howard attempting to reinvent mathematics and physics. So now Tyson and Terrence are officially beefing.
Tyson's diss track was 17 minutes long, and in 2 days since its drop, it has well over 3 million views. And like we just saw, he dusted off the document that Terrence sent him 8 years ago to go through and set the record straight on all the lies that Terrence has been saying about him.
In this particular case, since I basically solicited it from him, I actually spent time reading every line of all 36 pages, and I commented. My comments are in red here. See that? I spent a lot of time on it, and I thought, out of respect for him, what I should do is give him my most informed critical analysis that I can. In my field, we call that a peer.
All jokes aside, this was one of the most humble takedowns I've ever seen. Neil was so polite and methodical in the way he refuted not only Terrence's pseudoscientific theories, but also his personal shots at Neil's integrity and character, which turned out to be completely made up and potentially defamatory. But Tyson isn't as squeaky clean as he might have you believe. Back in 2018, when the Me Too movement was in full swing, accusations started coming out about Tyson's past behaviors, some of which were quite serious. Tyson denied them, which to this day remain unproven. However, he did admit to some inappropriate behavior with women, and he apologized for it. So there's definitely some fuel in there for Tyson and Terrence's beef. I covered some of Terrence's indiscretions in my recent video on his January appearance, including how Terrence actually pleaded guilty to charges relating to the stalking, harassment, and assault of his ex-wife. Once again, Cat Williams is tapping us on the shoulder and whispering, "I told you so." But just before we ascend to Mount Stupid with Rogan and Action Bronson, take a look at Tyson's polite but brutal takedown of Terrence Howard.
Make it clear that I'm delighted when I see people with active minds trying to tackle the great unknowns in the universe. It's a beautiful thing that people want to participate on this frontier. What can happen is, if you're a fan of a subject, let's say, a hobbyist, let's call it, it's possible to know enough about that subject to think you're right, but not enough about that subject to know that you're wrong. And so there's this sort of valley in there, a valley of false confidence. This has been studied by others, and it's called the Dunning-Kruger effect. It's a phenomenon where a little bit of knowledge, you over-assess how much of that subject you actually know. And then when you learn even more, you realize, no, I didn't know as much as I thought I did. So then there's that sort of a lull, and even more you come back up. Ultimately, learning enough to know whether you were right or wrong. To become an expert means you spend all this time. It doesn't happen overnight. You can't just sit in an armchair and say, I'm now an expert. It requires years and years of study.
Regulars on this channel will be familiar with Joe Rogan and his 6 never-been-funny comedians' dedication to the Dunning-Kruger effect. I've covered this several times across many different videos. Some of the biggest offenders have been Bert Kreischer, Andrew Schultz, Brandon Schwab, and of course Papa Rogan himself. Now, thanks to Neil deGrasse Tyson, we can add Terrence Howard to that list, because we really needed a scientist to tell us what we already knew, right? Anyway, let's head over to Mount Stupid to get the latest analysis on the frontiers of mathematics and science. This is how it's done.
I feel like it sometimes when I come on here. Terrence Howard. I don't even know what to say. I was like Googling to talk about after that. What the what in the actual I understand it though. I kind of understand it. I understand it. Kind of. It makes sense. To me, it's me. It's making me believe. There's no way he just makes a lunatic. He knows too much. So is he correct? I don't know. And then that's what has to happen is Terrence Howard has to sit down with someone who's an academic. Someone who's going to PhD. Talking about, and they can have a discussion. To me, it all makes sense, but I'm a moron. No, you're not.
very true video about Rogan stuff up. And it's like, there's a whole bunch of people there that want to believe it's like theories because they're bored of the truth or they can't understand the truth or following Rothschild ideas at a time when the scientific community and government is at all lows. I'll talk more about this a little bit later on because Joe and Bronson started talking trash about sciences, which was pretty funny. That's material. His theory's wrong. But Tyson reviewed his paper. This is what he had to say about it.
Read you. Just my opening line here. It's titled Times One Equal. This is an ambitious work that is a clear indication of a restless active mind, thereby compromising or nullifying many of the subsequent conclusions you have drawn. A loose thread within the raveling the very groundworks of mathematics. Say, this opening thesis is false. There are plenty of examples of this that have escaped your attention. His statement is shown to be false for every number that's less than 1 and greater than 0. For example,
is based off feelings. For example, it's self-explaining to Rogan how theories came to him when he had memories of being in his mother's womb and accessed an untapped part of his consciousness by having inception dreams to the world's problems. You felt like I had to felt like how these things that didn't get out in a previous lifetime, and now you feel like I have to all of that. You remember coming out? And there was a beat through that door. He said to me, if you could have anything, what would it be? And I said to him, open up the door. And there was this landscape with brown doors. And inside of it was these crystalline flowers. Big crystalline flowers. Like a giant. 5 feet. Every time I'm trying to see his name, and hand me another ship.
times during my head powers of inception. Anytime somebody would have been committed on coverage, they all the old. Like I said, I'm the
nucleus of an atom, which gives you each element's atomic number, because he can feel it too. Man, I love the internet. And did you hear what Bronson was saying there about there being emotions before? It's the idea that the world is overanalyzed and we
I feel what he's saying.
yeah.
Like Snapshot covers, just all these little micro. Like I said, I'm regurgitate what I heard.
For the truth method and honest easily filled with pseudoscience, not to mention all of the political agendas at play. And I know that Rogan's just talking.
I know if this is true. I'm gonna guess, but it's so cool that I hoped it didn't even want to Google it. But it's they took these photons, Googled it, couldn't find anything. How could this be? Why would they be lying to me, Jamie? Why would it's quantum entangled photons? So this is what it looks like. That's quantum entangled photons. Now, again, for the record, I am an idiot, okay? I don't even know what that means. I can say those words, quantum entangled photons, as you need me like right down, without any Googling in an essay what a quantum entangled photon exactly is. I think what it is these are entangled in some way where they don't have to be in the same place and time, but they react to each other. There's some method or some way of understanding how this is done. It's all swirly, yellow legal pad, chalkboard. Yeah, they're all
watching get that as well. But there's a bunch of people out there who believe all of this and take it at face value. Don't forget that most of the comments on the Terrence Howard episode, which should be studied more deeply and taken more seriously. And what about this idea that a scientist should look a certain way, but then Terrence Howard should be a trusted scientist as well? Such a mind-blowing contradiction. As for Rogan, quite open about how badly he wants aliens and UFOs to be real, and I think that's where his overindulgence in these theories come from. In his defense, he doesn't claim to have definitive evidence or to believe 100% in these theories. He always toes the line and says he's just asking questions and having conversations, but he always seems to be looking for the answers in the wrong places.
Well, I would imagine that there's probably more to all these things. So what do you think made the figures? As brilliant people are who created all the formulas that everyone's studying, I would imagine that in the future they're going to have even better methods of figuring things out. These things are going to evolve. They're not perfect. If we want to get to like what aviation looks like, we're going to want to get to like super insane levels of technology where they control all of the atmosphere. They literally can harness the power of stars. Like, there's so much work to do. Like, it's the craziest story ever. And Terrence Howard is like literally one of the smartest guys that ever lived. And he's got all these genius ideas and inventions. And even though it seems just insane that this is coming from an actor. This is from the Hustle and Flow guy.
So like I was saying, it seems like Rogan really just wants Terrence, even though he knows it sounds a little bit crazy. Perhaps Tyson actually called out his theories. Terrence tried to compare himself with some of the most famous scientists in history. My point out that some of them were ridiculed in their lifetime. Like his.
On page 2, and he mentions people who he declares were persecuted because their vision exceeded the myopic view of their contemporaries. And he mentions Walter Russell, Nikola Tesla, John Keely, and many, many more. I can have the most brilliant, crazy, fun idea ever, and if I perform an experiment, it belongs in the trash heap. It's me in my own world. Rogan, Terrence trashed those 3 researchers.
The tech that I talked about Walter Russell and Schauberger and John Keely and Tesla as people that I look up to. So he threw shit on he was like, well, Tesla stuff worked, but Tesla was never really respected.
Well, I'm just simply stating the fact. I don't think of it as trashing. I think of it as being honest. Whatever about you should do. People who care will be honest with you about ideas. Just always be cautious of the Dunning-Kruger effect. You put in a little bit of work and you have an idea, and then you think your idea is right, and then Einstein is wrong, and Newton is wrong, and then everybody's wrong, and then physicists are wrong. That's bold. Audacious.
So I don't think that Tyson would have dropped this video if Terrence hadn't so badly misrepresented his response to the 36-page paper that he sent him 8 years ago. It turns out that Tyson was actually quite respectful and for the most part helpful when he was critiquing Terrence's paper, but Terrence wanted to make him out to be this scientific establishment villain. Luckily, Tyson brought receipts.
I will note that from this work, Terrence produces art, sculptural art, which I find to be intriguing, even beautiful. To be more intriguing than beautiful, because you look at it, you keep looking, not follow the reasoning on these last few pages, but the illustrations that derive from them are beautiful, regardless of how they were derived. My note Critical of your another person to evaluate what you listen to their comments. Like I say above, the images and illustrations in your final pages are beautiful works of what actually went down 8 years ago.
So now that we know really went down between Terrence and Tyson, he also makes Terrence look even worse. He clearly made stuff up to make Tyson look bad, as if he was up against this big scientific machine that wouldn't take him seriously. And just think about this, right? How many of us could just send Neil deGrasse Tyson a 36-page paper with no scientific background or credentials and get such a detailed and considered response? Terrence has had so many opportunities to get his ideas across, yet he claims that he's being silenced by the government and the CIA, etc. They're switching his phone off and listening to all his community. Meanwhile, he was speaking freely for 3 hours on the biggest podcast in the world. Well, let's hope that Terrence hits back at Tyson and we get a full-on public beef going. I think the ultimate would be if Rabbbi got both of them on the podcast for a debate, maybe even get Flint Dibble on there too, just so I get to say his name a bunch of times. Another video, but something tells me Tyson would probably down that invitation. Anyway, enjoying this video and you want to see some of my uncensored content, head over to my Patreon where I can speak freely without any copyright restrictions and YouTube censorship regime via the link in the description. Otherwise, if you're not a regular of this channel yet, hit the subscribe button and don't forget to give me a thumbs up if you ended up enjoying this video. Thanks for watching. I'll next one.
New method called digital holography uses an ultra-high precision camera and can be used to massively speed up future quantum waves.
It's like it's like the AI. That's not a real image. They colored it and fixed it and fade. Brightness.
I'm sorry.
I feel I just want to break down what happened with the
George, though, he's been capitalizing on his fallout with the internet as grifter Logan Paul for the last 18 months. And even though I'm not a massive George Janko fan, I've never really followed him like this situation with Logan, Mike, and Bobby Lee. Now, I've covered George Logan in a lot of detail in previous videos, the whole beef right now, but if you're late to the party, Basic Impulsive podcast towards the end of 2022. The power dynamic changed and they started to gang up George for his religious belief. Logan started bullying him and putting him down in front of guests and even on the episodes without guests. But it all came to a head when Bobby Lee went on Impulsive on November 9th, 2022. The power dynamic on Impulsive pretty quickly and included non-consensual sexual touching and mutilation, which resulted in Janko walking off and eventually leaving the Impulsive podcast altogether doing his own thing. Fast forward to 3 weeks ago and the Impulsive resident junkie and Logan Paul. Yes, man. On George podcast, which of George's discussion with Logan's side piece was that the accusations of morning show hosts on live TV, because he's a comedian, and he's also known to flop his wiener out and do all sorts of weird and dirty shit during his live stand-up shows, because he's a comedian. But his highest profile creepy act of the situation.
So, I usually do podcasts, so it's like, I know the rhythm, I know what I can and can't say, and generally, everything, they know who I am, right? But with you guys, I didn't know, so I was also platform, so I was like super nervous, so, okay. You looked at the and also secondly, the comedy instinct was say that it was like boring or whatever, and I fell asleep. And the third thing is that, and I truly don't remember, and it is wrong, I don't remember ever trying to touch you, but if I did that, I literally don't remember, but if I did that, I'm sorry. I do it for your voice that people talk about her, and I just apologize. It's like, thank you, I'm sorry. For real, bro, I really appreciate that.
So first up, I want to say that George is handling this whole situation like a pro. Instead of whining about everything and calling everyone out, expect from everyone around him by reaching out to them and having them on his podcast to hash it out. But let's just try to understand Bobby Lee's excuse for harassing George. He said he can't remember doing it, but if he did, just still upset about it, then he's sorry. Bro, it's literally on video. Anyone can watch it, just the video. What do you mean you can't remember it? Like, what are we doing here, B? Bobby's apology is basically, I can't remember doing it, but if I did and it upset you, then I'm sorry. Also, you're kind of a big deal now, so I'm extra sorry because you're doing so well. That's one of the biggest non-apology apologies I've ever seen. Luckily for Bobby, Janko knew that he had a tendency to push the boundaries of sexual harassment and non-consensual touching, whatever you want to call it. His real beef is with Logan and Mike, which again goes to what I was saying earlier on about how much the power dynamic had changed. His appearance as impulsive was the final straw.
Bobby, I knew exactly what you were, and I said this on the episode with Mike, and I'll say it again in front of people. I do appreciate your apology. if it was me and you and we were just messing around and we were like had a podcast and you kept grabbing me because I know your comedy, I wouldn't be bothered. But I know who you are, I know your comedy, I've seen your podcast. What bothered me on that episode was my friends were being they saw that I was actually going through things and they stepped out of me. You kind of got caught in this whole drama hole put into, but I just want to let you know before and during, I'm a fan of you. I really am. I like your comedy. No, I really am, bro. I really am. Let's it's a very toxic environment. And I've gotten a lot of DMs saying that you know, it's so funny. I asked my assistant to look it up, and she's like, "I'm grateful for the situation I was in." And all I wanted to do about it was like, and I think you see eye to eye. There's comedy art. It's long though. It's long. There's no way it's long. I can show you. I don't want to see it. You grabbed it. I didn't grab it.
So it's pretty clear though. Mike and Bobby made George the joke, and it was an ego thing for George. Not that I'm throwing 100% agree with George, but at least up for himself and speaking up, and then moving on to do he made the right decision. Logan was laughing at George for doing his own thing and saying how no one's going to watch your show, etc. But if you look at the raw data, George is killing it with over 30 million views. While Impulsive is doing around 11 million.
I see how you're trying to divert it, but I'm actually behind us. Can I ask you a real question? Here we go. What is this like relationship that everybody keeps. They're not bad. I don't see. Here's the thing, like George. Okay. Because right now you told me you're ready. It has nothing to do with it. It's not friends and stuff, right? It's about right. You guys get to watch each other have their big breaks. The comment that will go, it's something else. No, what I've been on here, no one's saying they don't do that. Let's make it an exercise, not to read it. Because at the end of the day, there's nothing you can do. Really do that, or you just say, because I know guys, I don't read comments, and I see them on their phone. There was a time when I did read that, and I was. Feel bad. There's no healthy, productive thing that can come from that. And it's a waste of time to do that. Let's just try for a week. I want to try it. I feel like I'm selfish by not doing it. What? Why? Because I'm just, and here it is. It's going to be cheesy, but I really mean this. I feel so grateful being where I'm at that if I don't read the feedback, I feel like I'm not caring what I'm like. It's kind of like the chef. Like your fans love you. They know. I don't read comments for the positive stuff. It's the negative stuff, obviously. Yeah. And also, the positive stuff isn't real as well. It's like, you're the greatest Canadian, you know what I mean? Or, you know what I mean? You saved my life, or whatever it might be. I mean, it may or may not be true, but it's like, is it? I don't know. But, you know, you don't want to, I don't want to base my feeling, the way I feel about myself, and how I go about my day based on either a positive or negative comment. It's not real. I find happiness. I'm trying to find happiness. And trust me, I slip all the time. I have a therapist, and I go in there and just so depressed over like something that I read or somebody said or whatever, and it's just like, you know, she tries to get my mind back to what I'm feeling right now. Anyway, don't read it. So when we're talking about the entire climb, okay, so what I want to say is,
okay, so just before I play the rest of that clip, I want to pick up on something. Bobby's reasons for podcasting are number one, it's therapeutic, number two, it helps connect with friends, and number three, it's just fun to do. Now, my personal view, and you might disagree with it, those aren't very good reasons. And to take it even further, I think those reasons are why having such a hard time, except for maybe that it's fun, that you're going to end up revealing some very deep and personal insights into your life and all of your friends as well. That's why Bobby gets so much. And the thing I don't understand is that Bobby's clearly a very sensitive guy. He doesn't take criticism well. He's easily upset by negative feedback. And it's insanely profitable. That's why lazy comedians like Bobby who have never put out a book because they couldn't be bothered writing new material, love podcasting so much. It's simple. The flip side is when you're putting so much of yourself out there, you're going to get backlash from your viewers because they see right through. For me, that's where the whole I don't read comments thing to keep making easy money, and they don't want to hear any backlash or negativity. So the problem is that because Delilah used the relationship as the basis for their podcast, they can't now put the genie back in the bottle. You love her? I do. I love her, and I let me just get to this. That like I'm trying to, you know, I'm so curious. They come to number one, like the other show, and Sarah Hyland, my other, and
consensual relationship for me. So when I look at Lila, I see one of my best friends. And the things that people say about others. Yes, I'm doing something with her, and it's like, Sarah, you more to see comments about her. I think that's very there was a time where I went to you guys. They criticized them on the Sunday. We have all strangers. It's the church. Answer to nobody and don't read the comments, but they should definitely have their producer. All I'm saying is it's free feedback and they should use it to improve their shows instead of regular on this channel yet, hit the subscribe button and give me a thumbs up if you ended up enjoying it. You didn't get out in a previous lifetime and now you feel like I'm up. I remember all the things. You remember coming and talking about science and all that. You're an actor. Here I've been here, Oscar nominated actor. And it's known all around the world, face recognition, local recognition, all around the world. I invented a new form tangential flight, the ability to fly around your own center of gravity. That university doesn't offer degrees in chemical engineering and Pratt Institute, where he said he obtained his undergraduate degrees. Having attended university at all. But that's controversy. I'll get to all of that because, as you saw in the intro, he was not mistaken. He opened the podcast. These are some of the top comments from YouTube. Terrence Howard is Cat Williams' final form. When Cat Williams finished our podcast, 9 seconds, I woke up inside my mother's womb.
This is what non-JRE listeners think every episode is. This is the longest letting book of all time. So yeah, like I said, this was a wild one. But let's go through some of his scientific theories before we get to all the controversial bits about his criminal history and getting fired by Marvel. First off, we've got his theory on 1 multiplied by 1 equaling 2 instead of 1.
How is it that multiplication better means to make more than increase it? How is 1 times 1 equaling 1 multiplication? They cannot understand that if you see it 1 time, the moment that you add that times in there, that multiplication, that means there's more than 1. You know, that equal line is supposed to show that there's a balance between these two numbers over here and the balance on this one over here. What happened to the other one in this equation? It does not equate, and then I took the square root of that number. I took the square root of 2. Because all this stuff in 3rd grade, I arguing with my teacher because we're talking about the square root.
Okay, so if you're wondering what the actual fuck is talking about, let me swear is a higher number than 3 plus 3. But then we have 2 squared equaling 4 and 2 plus 2 equaling 4. They're the same, and Terence doesn't like that because 1 is multiplication and the other is with that 1 squared, which is 1. Therefore, 1 squared must be 2, and that's his proof. He simply believes that when you're using the same numbers, the multiplied result should inherently always be greater than the result of the addition. But just keep that one in your back pocket for now because I want to move on to his reordering of the periodic table. Terence has a theory that the ordering of the elements on the table fails to realize the true relationship between the elements, and he uses this as a building block to Jesus walking on water. Now again, if you think I'm joking, just wait because we're only getting started.
When you say rebuild the periodic table, what do you mean specifically? Well, the way the periodic table is laid out in the periodic table they have now, it looks like a block. You'll see hydrogen sitting all the way over there by itself, but they don't show that hydrogen has the same tone as carbon tone. Same tone, same chemistry, 1.5. Next one would be like 81 hertz. No, it would double up and would be 162 hertz. You go to cobalt, and it'll be 321 hertz.
Okay, hold on. Let's try to understand this for a moment. Terence is saying that the periodic table as it exists today does accurately depict the tonal relationship between each element, which he understands to be the frequency at which it vibrates. So like he said, hydrogen should be elements like carbon that vibration of E. Now he actually used to patent a design for a propulsion system that helped with Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos to send into space to clean up all the debris left up there. That's our solar system. But let me come back to that because he has 17.
He used to think that energy, the body transferred or understood the energy information through electricity. The body now is through frequency. Years later, you got a freshman. Our DNA types. Why? Because there's another frequency coming in from a generator over that's changing. It's a change. So now it's the automation happening within our DNA because the frequency. So yeah, I'm in the process of building out a lot of frequency. Sure things.
Okay, alright, so what he's saying here is that you can use this harmonic wave resequencing to repair malformations in our DNA where there's a class of frequencies which is supposedly the cause of defects such as cancer and AIDS. He came to this theory through the observation that a group of friends can enjoy the memory of a song through a process that binds their DNA to naturally via the frequency mapped into their DNA from the initial experience of hearing frequencies of the music. So instead of it just being a shared memory amongst friends, Terence believes it's the effect of the music's frequency on our collective DNA. As you can imagine, most people think he's full of shit. Drop your phone. Drop your phone.
Drop that phone. That was good. Going on your phone, and I buy another phone, and the same thing happens. I get burned. I assume they listen to everything I say. They do. I'm sure they do. It's a lot of orange. Oh no! It's every time I'm shrinking in this video, it's just like doesn't like to do this. I don't control the computer. I'll tap does nothing. Space bar does nothing. Jimmy, a burner computer. They don't want their God killed. Gravity is the thing they've been holding over by electricity. The drugs.
So who knows what's really going on in there? Maybe Mike Baker's bugs are playing up, or maybe it's just a theory that electricity is the force that creates gravity. Now, almost every theory he discussed on the podcast he has around 100 registered patents. Only all mention realities, which he believes was stolen by the world to create their own VR technology. Now, this one is actually pretty convincing.
My first patent was abandoned because I paid $260,000 for the worldwide patent. But then my agents my lawyers kept sending me these maintenance fees. These folks are just trying to shake me down. I'm not going to pay this. And look at all the companies. I mean, look at the patent. These companies have they have multi-billion-dollar companies they built off of my patent. Just roll through.
Sony, Microsoft, Amazon. Yeah.
Keep going. They're still making money. This patent is over $7 trillion. But this is proof that my stuff
So Jamie actually pulled up the details of his VR patent, and it was basically an input-output concept designed for virtual reality to be controlled by users in remote locations, all feeding from at least one server via their own control unit and digital processor, which works by transmitting instructions by detecting the viewer's position. Now, here's the interesting part. All those companies that were listed in the previous clip that they were going through had all cited his patent in their own VR patents. How relevant his patent was to their own products and concept designs is another question, but that's something you can actually look up for yourself and confirm. And that's usually how these theories are clouded in detail and explained properly, but they're used to make fast-reading statements like, this is proof that my stuff is Tyson, who somebody Rogan respects and has had on the podcast.
Reached out to me when I was in Tyson. He was like, hey man, yeah, I'd love to come on my show, do a radio, do a TV thing. And I was like, yeah, but I've got something I want to introduce to you. And it was on 36 pages. It was intriguing. I started it off with 1 times 1 equal 2. And he went in on my treaties, wrote red line, everything. But then he started attacking. And then 1 times 1 equals 2. This is not his field of study, though. Physicists can really truly understand exactly what you're saying. Because I'm kind of getting it. You're doing a great job of explaining it. But if you're right, that really changes everything. And it accounts for why physics and where all of these theories lead to. You just heard what he was saying in the Oxford interview about the different elements of the periodic table having this frequency, and therefore they can be combined to make compounds that can regenerate DNA, which his friend has already used to cure cancer and AIDS. Well, he basically extended that same theory into a propulsion system design that uses the collective pitch of hydrogen to propel itself infinitely. And so he wants Rogan to hook him up with Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos so they can fund the production of his propulsion system. Pyramids were constructed in ancient Egypt. Some researchers believe that used frequency and vibration to make the stone easier to vibrate the stone. So Terence's collective, he was an Egyptian cat or something, and that's where he got the idea. But it's when Terence points to the deeper implications of his theories that really fall apart for me. Now, I'm obviously not smart enough to really critique his theories in a meaningful way, apart from simply pointing flaws. But when he starts theories as proof that God exists, or that Jesus literally walked on water, it makes it really hard to take it seriously. And that's what they forget. We're not. That's what Buddha was talking about. It's recognizing the divinity. Now I want to show you this, which will be the next one, and you'll see 5 Japan's bonding. And you'll see that it collapses into that hydra, and he's so energy, but it'll still make that same tetrahedral. When I talk about materials engineering, now being able to be manipulated. And you can see that the hydrogen has been collapsed. These 5 keep bonding with other 5 building predictable structures. And those bond and make This is Jesus.
Yeah, I know, guys. He's speaking metaphorically, but if he literally means that's how it's for, and he seems to have changed his tune quite a bit. Yeah, that's like shocking. For a ridiculous thing to say. Considering that it makes sense that he's trying to go back to the old JRE formula. But as for Terence, his controversies extend further than his scientific theories. Like I alluded to at the beginning, of multiple assaults, abuse, and harassment, most of which were against women. And even admitting his first wife in that Roldo interview he mentioned from 2015, which he believes they used against him to discredit his theories.
Can I bring you back to that Rothschild thing though? Without showing what same woman
To step in and he plead guilty to disturbing the peace. Now, disturbing the peace. For assault, terroristic threats, harassment, and stalking. Like he So it sounds like he had a pretty rough childhood. I also want to say he's an awesome actor. Even just in the podcast with Rogan here, you can see how much energy and charisma he had about how he got screwed over by and fired from his 3 movie deals.
doing Iron Man. Yeah. Where you know that gets taken away. We get a 3-picture pay. And my agent had an emotional reaction to a message.
I don't know the details of what happened between Marvel and Terrence Howard, other than what he said publicly, but if he then replace him because of all the controversy surrounding him, so they decided to make the excuse that he was difficult to work with. I did also read that he got screwed over by the agency that if that's true, and his agency did do the dodgy on him. That it could potentially be illegal given that they're contracted by the artist and the artist's best interest, not the interests of the agency. But as for his group, he seems to be testing the waters with Terrence to see what his theories are and simply try to understand where he's standing. Let's do it again. Let's do it again. To see. Okay. Himself sees that as a feature and not a bug. From his perspective, he's just having a conversation with people. So I hope he has some of his other recent guests back on the podcast to debate against experts in their fields, instead of just forgetting about it and build uncensored content. Otherwise, if you're not a regular of this channel yet, hit the subscribe button and don't forget to give me a thumbs up if you ended up enjoying this video. Thanks for watching. I'll catch you in the next one.
Yeah, that's my detox thing. I'm supposed to detox right now.
Talk about that. 15 years younger. Commencement speech and show you Schultz's reaction to it. We'll also take a look at a couple of clips from Jeremy's appearance on Bill Maher's podcast, and we'll also hear from Papa Rogan. Guys, there's a lot happening. Before we go through everything, I want to give a light point here that I'm trying to make. So you're not going into this blindly. If you're new to this channel, one of the things regulars and I dedicate a lot of time to is calling out is how Rogan and his buddies are slowly becoming what they always used to criticize. They started out by pitching themselves as an alternative to mainstream media, where they were it was a lot more casual. Their fans who called them out for being douchey. They're the living embodiment of the saying, "You're a hero, or you live long enough to."
Just right now, like this. Seinfeld. And his criticisms of Jerry were centered around how formulaic and vanilla his comedy was, which, to be honest, is a pretty fair. You could also sense some bitterness coming from Andrew, perhaps due to the fact that he hadn't really found his stride yet. Jerry's fame and fortune was deserving. You like Seinfeld? I'm sorry, it's not exactly what you want him to be. He needs to be exactly. You know, oh geez, I love that. I'm actually, he's awesome. Like his specials are doing really good. He's made their fortune strictly from stand-up comedy, and I think that's what bothers comedians. In recent years, Ellen got rich from her talk show. So when it comes to stand-up comedy, here, $110 million. I could have got more. It gets kind of crazy. Not to mention the fact that this was 25 years ago. Nobody was earning over $100 million a year for a TV show. But it got worse than that. It wasn't just Jerry's money and fame that bothered him. It was personal. You guys have like a thing? You guys have like a tour or something like that? I would, yeah. That's why he didn't like. Yeah. We just talked about you the whole time. Yeah, we did. If I mean, no, I'm saying when I meet Seinfeld, he goes, "Oh, he's shoulders like I know, right?" Like, I'll have to defend you to him. Now that's what he does, dude. He wears those shoes. He goes to I'll have to get.
He wears the shoes.
I know. I would like to defend Unity. What if he gets just rails on you the whole time? And I'm like, no,
There's no way Seinfeld does that.
you're too New York.
Yeah, Schultz is in his feelings like Jerry. Years ago, I actually saw how annoyed Schultz gets presentations on YouTube during the pandemic, and Chappelle basically said, "Look, good luck to him, but that's not stand-up. That's not what I do."
You describe bless him.
Yeah,
That's not what I do.
yeah, it's different.
Yeah.
It seems like Schultz is a little bit sensitive about his place in the stand-up comedy world, but in Schultz's defense, it didn't exactly what I mean in a minute. But just keep this in mind as we move on. Jerry was 44 years old when his famous TV show ended in 1998. Andrew Schultz is 40 years old.
Yes. Show was 9 o'clock. Every night at 9 o'clock, Larry King was going to be sitting right, would probably be of interest.
Yeah.
Great thing. I can't believe they haven't tried that. It's not a coincidence that they're there. All these guys, whether politically, entertainment.
I mean, like, that's why Leno was right for his era, and Johnny was right for his
And
era.
what do we have now? We have Jimmy Kimmel sitting. And
Doing a publicity tour for his Netflix movie called On Friday. It's funny to see Jerry being forced to do the rounds That's just as great. I don't have to know. Really? Did you really? A compliment from you who knows me. That's what I'm saying. That's different. People tell you in show business are not true and not sincere, and that's okay. Take what you like, whatever you like. What do I care? Sure, then not even arguing. Jerry's settling quite nicely in his boomer years, and in a strange way, there's a lot of truth to the weird things he says. And this is Schultz hasn't magically found a common ground with backpack. Can I just say that that day, a lot of things go on in people's days. Like that. This could it's all these people felt this way about Jews probably October 6th, but they were too. Anything because what will the people on Twitter say? Imagine Andrew. I want to take a look at Jerry's convinced speech though, and then show you Schultz's. The bad torture, exercise, relationships, they all have a solid component of pure torture, and they are all 1,000% worth it. The only two things you ever and who cares about the result? Stop rushing to what you perceive as some valuable endpoint. Learn to enjoy the expenditure that may or may not be on the correct path. About, you know how they always say, nobody looks back on their life and wishes more time. Why don't they? Guess what? To people at work, quit. On your lunch break, disappear. Make people go, what happened to that guy? I don't know. He said he was getting something to eat. Eventually, somehow, try not to think about it. Just fine. That is where it's at. Oh man, cool. Maybe there's like on TikTok, but I'm sure there's like a longer version of it. But yeah, just talking about like the three things in life that his three like for that thing that you love with these little things, yeah, and how valuable that things that are happening in the world. What are these issues? What do I done? What should I care about when there are things that we absolutely love? Those things are end up us maybe enjoy just working on like swing the bat. Even if you don't know what you're doing, you can take the chance and swing. Preaching the same empty platitudes. Was telling the wrong I had money in the bank. I was like, this is crazy. All this, and I had money. Like my life, I was poor. And my whole life, I was like wondering how I was going to fit when I was on my own. Like, to be successful, continue that. Do whatever you have to do, whatever work you have to put in, continue that. Yeah. And then when I got to a place where I felt like I have enough money that I feel really secure, then I started to learn how to count. Brian Count said something once, and I never forgot it. He said, and we were kids, we were in our 20s.
The origins of the Jews of India go back to the ancient period. We basically have four different types of populations that inhabited the subcontinent.
Restaurant.
Jews, who live on the Malabar coast here in the southern part of the subcontinent. And then you have the B'nai Israel, and they're sort of like circled by this back. They are concentrated in Kolkata, but also local some of the populations where Jews had previously resided, and finally the so-called Paradesi Jews who are spread out in a few centers within the population center. Let's have a look at these four Ocean Jews that are the earliest Jews recorded in Israel. Ara, at the mouth of the village, also has very ancient civilization, but we know that sources it's not the Jewish sources, but even here God is having Canaanite traders who we spoke about in the previous this week are engaged in trade all across the European and Asian continents. They're described primarily in Arabic standards. So we know that there are Jews who are India and who are possibly setting up kinds of settlements in India. The first of those settlements is called Cochin Jews. Now, we know of their history from their local legends, but what's fascinating documents that we have that specifically refers to them of these copper plates that are like sets the tone for much of the history of Christian Jewry, a remarkable level of population. Quite fascinating. Joining me on this. I know. Many of them symbolic in nature, like the right to use a parasol, which is apparently something reserved for royalty and things like that. The plates themselves date from probably just like Africa, there are literally dozens of cultures, geographic description, one contiguous territory is really made up of many nations. Now, the Cochise, in that they seem to have not all over the world. And of course, like a fascinating element of the Jews is how they incorporate the skirt or other type of clothing of a bride into there tends to be an electric bulb that sometimes medieval pre-modern times they would have to use that. So very share the light of the synagogue of the Sabbath. Major influence European that occurs in the age music, happening was apparently forcibly as a translator for the Portuguese. She is the basis of. Here's an interesting photograph from 1970. You can see in the foreground is a Hindu century was wiped out by a big flood, and then there's a little bit of south. They have this famous synagogue and the proximity and Jewish elements. If we move on to the well-known Indian Jewish, that would be the so-called B'nai Israel, the children of the brother of minorities on this particular route in the Arabian Sea. Time, possibly in the ancient period, like the Cochin Jews to the south, they also actually as spiritual leadership, meaning they did not really rely heavily on himself, at least until the modern period, and so they did a lot of kind of unusual cultural idiosyncrasies that you don't necessarily see in other Jewish communities. But there's a remarkable explosion of Jewish activity among the Bnei Israel in the early 19th century, ironically with the arrival of Christian missionaries. This is because the Christians come in, and as we saw, Chinese Jewish population, Christian Jewish missionaries bring a lot more exposure to the these Bnei Israel started becoming really proficient I'm not going to discuss 20th century scriptures from the Shema prayer, but nevertheless, especially through their contacts with Christian missionaries, the Bnei Israel begin to make a Baghdad Jews as they represented of a significant population of Jews apparently foreign, so they're like from foreign countries as opposed to one of the most famous of these early Baghdadi immigrants, David Sassoon, a very important figure of the Indian community on the left, and then with his son, all the very important helping the economic structure of Baghdadi Jews. Now, at this point, I'm just going to mention very quickly one kind of comment that refers not only to the influenced by Baghdad, where Jews in India will begin to break down like status changes to
unlucky
the
bubba, he's
ban
easier
on
software.
marriages
So
including
I break
limited
down for my
bans
members on
on,
Patreon.
for
And I didn't
example,
want
the
all of
priestly
you to miss
Catholic
out on what's
line.
enjoyed this
Yeah.
video.
You also have linguistic implications because many of these Jews, particularly the
That's what I'm saying.
I found this topic as fascinating. I just,
Different ways. It also could be the refer of the actual Lutherlander that way. Backgrounds covering different topics, and I don't know about you guys, but I'm all for it. It's reminiscent of the old JRE before the pandemic, where you have interesting guests on to talk about everything and anything. Just today, I saw the upload.
I had seen your movie, and I don't even remember how I got in touch with it because it's before my podcast.
start
As the main proponent of the moon theory. The guy who's researched the most, the guy who can auto recall the most information. And you're the guy that the people that believe the moon you really hate the most.
So similar to the Tucker Carlson episode recently, I like this documentary filmmaker line on the moon landing coach theory. He's kind of like a right-wing Michael Moore, and even though Joe didn't get an actual scientist on the podcast to debate, but I've got to give Rogan credit.
These guys
Better served, don't say. He definitely picks his battles, but at the end, everything Bob and Rogan to get frustrated, jumping into challenge part as well, but then everyone just got confused. So I get to that intercast Rogan frame the whole discussion in what I thought actually a
think this is important. We have to look at things real. If we're ever going to get an accurate picture of the U.S. government, no one to have done since then, it really does raise questions about the moon landing, given how willing the government was to bend to sway public opinion. Right, and it is also like the NASA accomplishments of these people. Wild shit that we know that space shuttle, SpaceX, all the amazing engineers that's not going to do is to say, why tell the truth about if this is landing guys, started with a basic comparison of technology from the 60s versus the technology available to us now. So the number one proof that we're better rocket designs and computer designs, the farthest that NASA could send a rocket with an astronaut into space. If you want, everybody's talking about here. Basically, there are these Earth's magnetic field, which were discovered in the Van Allen belts through unharmed. Otherwise, the radiation would be too strong for a human to survive. I'll pick this up later. Let's get back to his hoax argument. So, what they're really claiming is, back in 1969, computers and 1 million computing power sites. Like he said, we have more computing power now in us. So they're saying there are 100. Do you think that that is just a piece of it, or do you think they put something over the window? Another one, I believe it's like a director called Stanley Kubrick. He didn't make a whole bunch of films, but one of his most famous movie was 2001: A Space Odyssey.
to be one of the best movies ever. One of the reasons was driving realism, futurism of the spacecrafts, as well as the depictions of the planets and space travel in general. In case you can't tell, I used to have an unhealthy themes, and the number of the hotel room in The Shining grew to some people believe that this number so much more than political views in movies like Doctor Strangelove and Full Metal Jacket, but for now, possible for sunlight shadows to intersect. A figure on the right, the astronaut shadow is going at 12 o'clock, and a rock is 30 feet away. And if you go to the right of it, it's going to throw the angle on. That proves it in a court of law. Yeah, I don't know if that's a very strong legal argument, but you can see how the shadow coming off the rock doesn't seem to fit with the astronaut's shadow. Jamie offers several different explanations for it, which I'll show you in a moment. But just to finish off Bart's arguments and get to Rogan's still man, let's see what he had to add to the radiation argument. Let me add one thing about the radiation. So, I called up NASA, I sent him a journalist. You sent up on a civilian mission to specifically measure the radiation in the radiation belt, which they should have had 50 years ago anyway. Right? Find out how much helium is in Jupiter's atmosphere. Because if they reveal it, it would prove that they couldn't go through it to the moon. Okay, so I want to make a couple of comments before I show you Rogan's pushback on all of these theories. Probably the biggest, not is a legitimate observation that will follow up straight away with, therefore, the whole moon landing wasn't a complete. What they're really they had 1,000 times better technology, but that is because you can't have better technology in the past and in the future, and it's impossible. But they have done a moon landing program. So it would take less time. It would take less time to return to the moon. During the Apollo, they can't do it. But that is not what you do. But Apollo program existed. The Apollo program was massive. The first person on the moon. It was a concerted effort. A couple 100,000. Okay. To focus on one very specific happening today. So to say that we can't
do it today. And people would say, if I was stealing it, then there's a that would say, no, we're not trying to do it today. Well, actually, they 400,000. Here's the argument against that doing. Oh, but everyone would know, and like I said at the beginning of this video, it did a pretty decent job of pushing back on Bart's talking points. On the one hand, we haven't been back to the moon since the 70s, but on the other is something that resonates with me. You've probably heard people say this weapon attacks. Assume that all of those people with a project didn't notice that it the footage we got. So that doesn't mean they didn't go with it. It means that you could make the argument that three cameras real photographs is decision to use fake. I think they had a lot more humors. They faked a lot of photographs back then. It's pretty common. Or publicity firms, their imaginations believe that the U.S. government. So I personally have no issue believing and willing or making that decision instead of being open and honest about what really happened. Here's what I would say if I was trying to counter what you're saying. All right, the moon on a full moon. Earth from 130,000 miles out when the window and the light is probably pretty intense. It might be the only way to film the Earth. The kind of cameras they had back, how big the moon is. The moon is a big ass thing, right? So let me ask you this, Joe. Do you think the moon landings are real or not? I'm not saying that. What I'm saying to you, I just want to know what you think. I'm going to go at this and ask the most logical questions for a few what you're saying without giving an opinion. I'll give you an opinion, right? So clearly, Rogan's on the fence with this one, which I tend to agree with if I'm being honest. Even if you accept that the government obviously faked
produced, edited, whatever you want to call it. That's just the whole mood landing was
I had a picture.
all it proves is that the gallery created its own videos and photos for public consumption to support their massive space program. And the thing is, most of the arguments that Bart put forward have already been debunked by actual scientists over the years. So it kind of feels a little bit silly for Rogan to have Bart on there without getting someone who can actually explain why he's completely wrong sitting right next to him. He needs to find the dimple of astrophysics to give up. Granted, Rogan did ask him to come back on to debate a real science, to which he agreed. So we'll hold out for that. But halfway through, that he should have done that in the first place and started to regret doing it. Just turning into a confused shambles. Jamie started piping up and challenging Bart, and Rogan was stuck in the middle.
Wild up when it's at their end space making the shot. Yes, they're when he's been halfway this way from left or right. The reason why it's so bright is halfway in the way. Concluded that they are faking them today is that the real problem, maybe they went and they faked the footage. And the reason they faked the footage is the footage got all done because they went already. Of the time, Steven Crowder was on the podcast and even Rogan was guest, so you think Rogan did a pretty good job with this one. It's obviously something he's spoken about quite a bit. He came off as a bit of a grifter. He plugged his book and just say, oh, go and check out my website, all the image on his website. It's obvious that he's just trying to sell shit. And did I mention he's not actually a scientist? Yeah, classic JRE. They already had much more to come. So couple of things don't miss out on those. And if you're not a regular subscribe button and don't think it's watching, I'll catch you. Chin on Monday, I'll tell you about that. A guy went really bad on me. He was like defending data. I went dark a little bit how I can kill people. When it comes to hand-to-hand fighting, Gordon Ryan, Tyson Fury, I will. Well, you should have reminded us yet again that he's the biggest
biggest loser on the internet, whether it's getting trolled on Twitter and not realizing it, or going on a Senate appeal this week in court that sense. Like an absolute
sometimes spell
has taken losing to a whole new level and almost turned it into an art form. Part of the UFC 300.
population was.
Some of the people that were
trying to hear, by the way,
UFC 300. So he plays this video. I think this was on Saturday, April 2020.
Had a big influence on me, really. I was overwhelmed when I first saw this movie. At any rate, there's this idea that, at that moment when God spoke to the Jewish people as described in the Bible, and they, wow, that was like the greatest sort of a large population.
Fight on this card is really worth it.
The only people get less and less spiritually.
It's also like you apply. That's so I saw that, and then it's awesome.
Here, but they are
Robbie never realized that Dana White thinks he's
social.
I mean, clearly the whole thing was a Dana grew the UFC in the back of being underdog. But everyone wanted to ban, they were always saying
500 years ago, most scholars would never have any discussion of his philosophical concept, but the notion that in today's major level,
oh, geez, I think I just, of course, he tries to turn this into a flag. Yeah, that's what it's. So we all know now, boys, if you don't go to, you can turn this video off right now and go back to living your life with absolutely zero.
right out
For the rest of us, Dana White aligned himself with qualities of us on their audience and maintain relevance amongst the younger crowd. Some of us Twitter and troll memes download like Brandon Slot hashtag being a former UFC and get introduced by Dana White after Brandon Shaw loser. So clearly Steve had a few too many hard seltzers and decided to troll back.
are they? What exactly do they do that's different from the region?
He's close with data. I don't know much words. He's defender's boy, which I get. I love. I do the same. I write for my guys.
Rather than write a
Like do a
commentary
little research.
on the
I'm not
Bible
this
itself,
isn't it,
on the
but
Bible itself,
this isn't it.
on
You know, I
the
don't
mission itself, they
background. So,
by way of contrast, for example,
you don't know how
Maimonides will quote directly
outside perspective.
He's a
I'm not
reshow.
Kevin Hart
but
or
he
Joe
will not
Rogan.
other
Semi-field.
commentators on the topic. He will base his logic discussion based on his own assessment
At your
of
level,
how to
yeah,
understand
all of
it.
us trailers have
Whereas
about 5
super
guys.
commentaries
Okay, this week Miles Brendan dedicated almost 1 hour of the short show, whatever it's called, to discussing the Dana-wide Steve Woodward drama.
that's also
That's
I
how
think
much
very
he doesn't
much
care about any of this, and it doesn't bother him.
that you have to
Almost
write
an hour of an hour and 25-minute live stream. Yeah, this doesn't bother him one bit. And you tell the comedy thing really got to him. For those of you who don't know, the Cringe Papi had to scale back on his stand-up comedy commitments because he was struggling to sell tickets and was building a reputation for cancelling shows. So he pretended that he was spending more time with his family earlier this year as a effectively retiring from stand-up comedy, and just like 5 successful missions on the planet, this actually wasn't 500. No, it was 250, wasn't it? Anyway, that would imply he was a comedian to start with. Fake a beat, but then things went a little dark. Brendan wasn't done yet. He leaned into it and he started throwing veiled threats towards Steve. And don't forget, Bubba has no issues with him. None of this bothers him. He's completely cool with all of this. Just
whereas
Steve, I know what she's he seemed like a good guy, the way that knows him. Tell him he's a good guy. I don't know what he does. He was selling for
wrong
but I'm
for words to say something.
super easy to find.
More words help you with the precision and rapid
I
understanding.
talk to Rabbbi once a week.
Words
That's a close buddy.
but we still deal with
Peptides,
theoretical
that's my guy.
questions.
Absolute adore
But
Rabbbi.
those theoretical questions are not pure
And
theory.
he's best friend with Steve, so there's a mutual friend there.
Situations.
So I'm easy to find. You can get my number from Bradley.
Question that was raised
There's something going on that I don't know about. You're so upset. I can
and
get you a Jim culture, Zoom culture,
body of
whichever location you want.
that they've
You meet
accumulated
there, you
in
talk
order
about
to
it.
bring it to
If
bear.
you're so mad, go in the back
Those are
room,
three
figure it out.
characteristics that
You sign papers that you're not going to sue or anything like that. Figure it out.
may be helpful in this
I
context.
don't know what I'm saying. Like, I know how this covered. I know you're saying. No, but I'm saying is he like he's that mad. It's like if he wants to initiate or he can figure it out. Yeah, no problem. I know. No, I don't want it. Like, he seems like he's small too. I don't. So it doesn't like I don't come off as a bully. I'm not ever looking at me. So it's like if you're that mad, that's an angle. I'm down.
Okay, Brendan, there's this thing called the Second Amendment, and never mind, let him have his fun. But all jokes aside, not everyone thought this was as cringe as I did. He actually had quite a bit of support for calling out Steve and saying, hey man, if you've got a problem, we can sort this out like men. And I'm not gonna lie, I would love nothing more than to see our boy Bubba line up the Delk boys and teach them a lesson one by one.
why do we
Will
call it
definitely be a better place after that. The thing is though, he didn't just leave it at that.
why do we
He
call
went on and on and
we call
now. I don't know if it was the creator or the rope pouches or just too much coffee. Brendan went to extraordinary lengths to prove to everyone just how much none of this bothers him.
So the
Whatever
reason
community,
has
trucking,
is
car community, anyway that's ever come after me.
in fact,
I've never been worried.
placed much less
If you
emphasis
lock me in a
on the
room for an
importance
hour,
of the Shoshana rule.
I've never had
The way
any of
this
this
work
single
of
person on
scholarship is
this earth
undoubtedly this
come after me
incredible
that
work
I
called
don't
Debatio
That's
State,
just fact.
which
This
is
isn't a
a
bully thing.
Rishon
This isn't a
style
cocky thing.
commentary
So I think that's why it
earlier
doesn't bother me because
tour.
I know Steve.
What he does
All I know
for the
insert
tour
comment
is
or insert podcast or insert
kind of
quiz
meta
from anything
analysis,
that I do.
but he
I
really
talk
goes
shit about.
deeply into the
I
sources.
know
Once again,
if we're in the same room,
using the kind
not
of
it comes to hand-to-hand fighting.
pragmatic tools
You
to
up.
draw out the theoretical foundation
Unless your name's Francis Ngannou,
as laid down.
Gordon Ryan, Tyson Fury.
Now, amazingly, he
It's just
eventually wrote
facts.
commentaries on other
It's
great
facts.
quotes such as
Now,
Minority
we can live in a world where these YouTubers, the guys
all of
like
these
Steve, his
only
buddies
then
around
he
him,
would
and
go on to
dude,
write
we should fight it.
which he
Oh, dude,
clearly
I don't know, dude, he got knocked up. I don't hear
not
that.
as the
There's
primary
that world
text to be studied.
on
He
that
hoped
lives
that
on
he studied
streaming
his
YouTube.
Betio Savior,
That's not
his
real.
other works like
That
that,
is not
and other great
cannot fight.
commentaries.
I promise
The
you
Shulchan
can't.
Aruch was intended to
If
be
you
kind
can't
of like
fight your
a
boys,
short
the
film
YouTubers,
of all of
cool.
the decisions
That's
that
not
were
real,
reached
Bubba.
after having
This will
discussed
not
all
end
of
well
the
for you
previous
in
codes.
any facet.
And he actually
The real world
review
will
it
get some
every,
victories.
can you imagine?
And that's why I'm
Studying
cool.
the entire Shulchan
Yeah, he is
Aruch
100%
every
cool
month.
with this.
But that's
You've got
really
to
what he
admit,
was
Bubba's
kind of
right.
short
It's all fun and
the
games on the
concise
internet,
version
but once the
of the
cameras
much
and lights are turned off, then
longer
it's just you and Brent in
style
the dark room.
in
Yeah,
terms
he's
of
going to have
thinking
his way with you.
that he put
Hang on,
into
are we
his
still
earlier
talking about
commentaries.
fighting?
So
The other
the
thing
Betio
is, to play
Savior
devil's
is
advocate, no one's
widely
calling
the
him out
last
to fight.
work
None
of
of
the
us are
Rishon
saying,
era
brother, you're a
and the
tool,
Shulchan
let's
Aruch
fight, I'll
by the
smash you.
same authors.
So it doesn't really make sense to call somebody out to come and fight you when all they were doing was pointing out that you're a loser. It's like if the kid says to another kid that they're stupid and read too slow, and so the other kid says, yeah, but my dad's stronger than your dad. Yeah, but you're still a slow reader. By the way, Brendan's Fest apparently worked. Also, he thought, to me, Steve was still trolling him and talking absolute shit. I want to take back anything I said about Brendan Shaw. The guy's a very nice person, and I shouldn't have attacked him. I don't think he is a nasty person. My bad, Brendan Shaw. You're a good guy, I feel. Looked into you more. It's no more nasty people in 2024, and I don't believe you're nasty. He also said, I listened to him talk about me on his podcast, and I'm like, this guy seems like an awesome guy. So I want to take back what I said. And so Brandon took the bait and replied with, all good, my brother. I'm so glad they managed to clear all this up, and Bubba still has no idea that this whole thing was a massive joke at his expense. Wait, it gets worse. Oh man, this was cringe. Like I said earlier, not everyone should feelings about this whole situation. A lot of people sided with Bubba on this and thought it was about time that he called these clowns out and set them straight. The fact that Steve fake apologized apparently fooled a bunch of people into thinking Brendan had won, and so it wasn't all bad for our boy. But then, in true Creature Party style, he took it too far and tried milking for everything. This was the thumbnail for the latest episode of The Fighter and the Kid. He's got Steve in the middle talking into a mic. It says they hashed out their beef, and to the average person, it looks like Bubba managed to get Steve on his podcast to settle this beef. Except it was pure clickbait. In fact, the clickbait was so bad that not only did they not get Steve on the podcast, they spent less than 60 seconds actually talking about it over the whole episode.
I feel like most people are like, just like, remember Jim, I didn't tell you about that.
Anywhere been written
People knew a guy went really bad on me. He was like defending data. I went dark a little bit now. Guilty. Just out of character for me, and I apologize. Me and him connected. I started doing talking. Yeah. Because him and Bradley were close, and Bradley texted me, he's like, yo, I'm gonna connect to a Steve. And when you talk to him, I'm sure he's a great guy. You guys get along. Yeah, he was like, you know, watch your podcast. Like, you're actually a good guy. He's like, you're out of bed. He's just firing off in the middle. I love it. He was all sorry. He's like, I think so, I told him, I said,
neighborhoods all over the world. You'll see lots and lots of
of course.
available for the
Was it? And it wasn't the homeless cats that got there. It isn't a night. We all know Brendan's petty tricks. But it was actually his lying audience that started to just don't do this. He's not even on the pod. What the F? Like 3 minutes 50 for 5 minutes of Steve will do a talk. Laughing my ass off. Not on the pod. Guys, this is ridiculous. Crazy.
Sleeper.
cases than this point, and that extends to this year. The judge sided with the defendant, going against. I mean, Kyle self-represented with the assistance of a ghost like nobody knows who he is. Situation. By watching this is what it says. Reasons why oral argument should be heard. Plaintiff appellant Big Boy Productions pause respectfully requests that agreed with Big Boy Productions that Unique had used more clips that were necessary for his commentary and didn't specifically comment, criticize, or analyze all of the copyrighted videos which Mr. Swindell's not criticize. Clips into their videos and don't dress them. It'll be far too long and not everyone will be interested. But in that video, explain exactly why this appeal has implications. So check out the link in the description to my Patreon so you don't miss out on that video next week. But that's what you guys think in the comments below. If you're not a regular on this channel yet, hit the subscribe button and don't forget to give me a thumbs up if you ended up enjoying this video. Thanks for watching. I'll catch you in the next one. Follow me, bro. I don't even know. Come right at my opinion on the drill. You can try. You can try. You can try. Come right to your house. I don't use it dead, Joe. What I you are associating me this, and you are attempting to so you distance yourself from that. Look at the way it's phrased on your article. Race science is outdated and long since debunked, especially given the strong links which we have land experience proposed by several Nazi archaeologists. That's like a part of the headline. Some tweets I've gotten from people that are no. Listen, stop, don't do that. This is, they're not. They're just humans. There's a lot of crazy people in the world. This is forces coming together on the experience to settle once and for all the mysteries that have confused some of the smartest people in the world for centuries. Yeah, this one. So, like, what do we have? Now, so I'm gonna try to get that across one here. That's my and the part from Indiana Jones cosplay, he's also known for being his son. So what I wanted to add is that because that was real stuff. This is middle down.
I'd say a bunch of this surveyed, including by my dad. I just wanted to my dad. He was an Ice Age archaeologist. His sites on water, they all date to the end of the Ice Age. And so they're lithic scanners, just like my dad. Archaeologists see as public enemy number one. That's started off by saying we're not sitting around thinking about it. They had no idea. Talk about the ice. Can we talk about some agriculture? Sure. All right. Cool. You put up this is like my stuff. I did my dad's stuff around here now. It's just my stuff.
Bro lost his dad. I'll come back to that a little. Well, we have the Alex Jones of history and archaeology. Graham Hancock.
Graham, very happy to
Apart from trolling the whole discipline of archaeology for the last 35 years, Graham also broke the record for the most times anyone has
work in stone. The question is the introduction of geometric elements into the stonework. I think this would be a moment for me to just give
Okay, now that we've got all of that out of the way, let's get serious for a moment. Would it be? Here we have to university, then became a journalist, and didn't really start trolling archaeologists until he was in his 40s. But right. Rise to fame is actually quite. You see, he was one of the first.
A long time ago, there was no chance I would be able to sit down with the one guy who's influenced my view of history more than fingerprints of the gods. You have an enormous chunk of your life covering all these different structures and all these different laws.
Since been of JRE over a dozen times and they've become close friends. It even appeared in Hancock's 2022 Netflix of Civilization to give it credibility. Anyway, I digress. The point of contention is this. Mainstream archaeology has long held the view around the world. Their own systems of architecture. Academic past. Because archaeology is so desperate to be seen as a science, it tries as hard as possible to distance itself from any ideas that might be seen as anything else. Much wider audience. The reaction was to they're saying and they genuinely think I'm harmful. But that's like calling it overly produced. It is. I mean, it's no more or less of a production than most documentaries these days, but it definitely dramatized. Like, it's not just possible that a foreigner taught them their ways. It's likely. For me, I'd rather read a book on the topic or watch a podcast without all the dramatizations and sensationalism. But it's very well on Netflix. It's stayed at the top 10 for weeks, obviously reaching a large audience. And that's what bothered Arch. They didn't like that he got much mainstream attention for his unproven theories. They wrote a letter to Netflix asking series from a documentary to science fiction. Society of American Archaeology, they're saying that I'm bold and extremistic. John Hoops wrote it. We urge Netflix to add disclaimers that the science fiction. In other words, that's a very clever way. You're so much more of a select. That's not really my problem. But one thing that Hancock can't deny is this, like what we do. We are doing our jobs. No, you started off ancient apocalypse. I'm saying us patronizing, arrogant archaeologists see archaeology. Tell me where I that you hide the evidence and came to claims of a widespread conspiracy. No, but that's a cool. I'm denying there's a coordinated attack. The problem is that Hancock has the benefit of Reagan's massive reach, which for years has mobilized vicious attacks against Dr. Dibble on social media. It's also a battle to opposing forces for influence over archaeological narratives. So what is this right here? It says to seems to be another. We see there's times when people form and they involved in a discussion about some contentious issue. The Spanish Empire conquered the Aztec Empire, which is known today as a cataclysm. That's not how we identify people all over. Appearance of individualism, but in some cases, in those traditions, those knowledge bringers are described as white skin, and that seems to be we have traditions, we have this debate. This is all new to you. You can to agree by a surviving white or white skin. Yes, I am. I can show you a depiction of Quetzalcoatl from the pre. This
Is on a high. It's been analyzed, the highs have been analyzed, and this being set in position upon them by expansion. So I think that interpreting these kind of
Of how Hancock developed his theories. Flint Dibble, and yes, that's actually his real name, is saying that archaeologists believe that these depictions of a bearded white foreigner are simply myths and legends carried over by the just legends. They're not just myths. We visited and helped in his cultures. Dr. Dibble pushes back and says, Mexico, which is the individual who comes in time of chaos. The notion that the magical hand of Cortez could somehow my videos try to observe and we have recent America. How Native Americans were treated when they were sent. Brought into school systems and forced to enter Mexico. I'm not persuaded by that. In this case, the myth is too. Also, if you consider it, I would imagine that a lot of people can't believe not being conquered by the Spaniards, but they're also with their language, which we know that. Refusing to acknowledge even the slightest bit of truth in Hancock's theories, like many contrarians, can be wrong from time to time, sometimes very right.
This was before I was even actually study the Clovis period. That is a tiny period in one area that you're trying to obfuscate. I'm not trying to obfuscate anything. That's not fair. He invited down a series of Clovis first people, and he convinced them and lived there. He showed them the evidence, and what resulted from that conversation was that
Nobody's saying conspiracy. And this goes to the whole idea of the archaeology, similar to Big Pharma, Big Tech, or even the military-industrial complex or the Washington consensus. It's when an institution or a group of institutions develop a particular narrative that they need to be true and widely. Big Pharma. Do you think there's such a thing as big archaeology? No. Oh, how odd. Because
this was something
here you are,
not good for
this is 2023 scare quotes, sarcasm. The reality is we live in a period where we're seeing an increased distrust of scholars and scientists. As an archaeologist, I think we have to respond by engaging. Reach of big archaeology is beyond that. Oh, sorry, you lost me there. Because you're saying that, so you don't think that
Europe,
the big
like that.
children teaching that the deep archaeology, what archaeology teaches us about the past, the basis of these, and I've done as any conspiracy here who's in the games. Let's move on. Next one.
Fast days now. Totally
Go ahead. Say something interesting. Say something beautiful. Say something. Well, I came here to have a respectful conversation. I want to be very clear about this. Other people. And so, honestly, I think that you're just trying to go and for what you see as your traditionalist. That's okay. I'm just saying. Yeah, what you actually said. I'm presenting the evaluation. So I personally believe that Sleepaway Israel Nation is part of a group of mainstream archaeologists who are trying to just and having effectively cancelled by go and take a look at Hancock's Wikipedia page. It's obvious that it's being controlled by those who say discredit him and ensure that he maintains his Wikipedia page, which people cannot edit. But now we're all on the same page and have a better understanding of the background.
That's itself, as I mentioned,
Very no, I said that yours it has been used for them. So I'm saying that my work encourages supremacism. And encourages racism. It's going to end up with me hard. You know very well that coloring somebody else white supremacy. The idea of Atlantis from the 16th built up into the 19th century. It described this kind of global, was, European, and it was responsible for these monuments from local cultures of their heritage. This is something very nuanced subject. When you say that it reinforced it just being language heritage and instead giving credit to aliens or white people, none of those things are true. I know Graham doesn't even talk about aliens. Right. And so that's why I say that. I said that not in specific relation to Hancock's claims, but in specific relation to this narrative of Atlantis that is going back hundreds of years. I showed you the kind of sense of evidence that we actually have if the aliens prove. How could you possibly do that? Investigated less than 5% of the Ice Age evidence that you have don't indicate there were hunter-gatherers in the world in the Ice Age. There's hunter-gatherers in the world now. Why shouldn't an advanced civilization have coexisted with hunter-gatherers? Right. Yeah, but so I understand what you said. I did say that I said here's the history of which has been used by all supremacists. I would like Graham to because he goes around to different cultures and he was highly involved. I don't say that as they managed out to develop a highly involved knowledge of astronomy that was able to explore the end of the Ice Age. That civilization was launched and destroyed. Settled it together as we would let's discuss an ancient construction. Most videos take me a couple of days, and sometimes I can throw together in a 12 to 14-hour day is because this particular episode of JRE is proving to be quite popular, and I'm putting the finishing touches so much is that we've been staffed on He's just trying to sell on his Netflix show. That they must also be arguing about something. To explore both sides of the argument and actually listen to what Sarah has to say, because nutrients like him have historic proven right on metals. So which one is it then? Anyway, that's it from me. Let me know in the comments below what you think about all this. Also out my Patreon. Videos this week.
Short life. They're small, but he also had a significant impact on later television
Obviously close friends with Joe Rogan. They originally met at the comedy store back in the 90s, and he truly is a unique. He's no exception. He immigrated to the US. Adults. He eventually got arrested for kidnapping and aggravated robbery out of 46 months. Whenever the screen projector wasn't working, it would take him a few years more to build a bridge to actually go and end up in a club and pursue as career. Really get into stand-up comedy and slowly cultivate himself over the following 20 years. Really helped to put Joey on the map, especially with
something that is literally crowdsourced with your inputs, with prospects and learning. What can I observe in the work that maybe I should add in some more details? What areas, maybe perfectly clear to me, but perhaps I'm not explaining very well, and you'll give me a sense of how I can change perhaps the I think it's going to be absolutely fantastic. The enforcement for this first course is going to cover
he got divorced from his first wife in 1991 and his relationship with his daughter as a result, but then he remarried in 2009 and had another daughter.
how
He
you
seems to put a lot
approach
of
the
effort into
Bible as a
making sure he
historical
calls
text.
her when he's on the road.
birth of Christianity
itself.
I'd like to spend some time looking at the origin of the famous voyage of fraction as the great historian Cecil Rothschild put it, the mystery or ex-Jewish pastor. He himself liked to, suggest that perhaps he was of Jewish origin. He liked to use Jewish phrases, liked to, kind of bury departure in order that it should not fall within the inauspicious time of the Jewish calendar, the 9 days, so that it would not fall within that was Columbus certainly cultivated many Spanish Jews. More case in point that well illustrates his relationship with the and Jewish backers was the fact that after he embarked on his great voyage, one of the facts were two Jewish sponsors, Gabriel Sanchez. Furthermore, certainly included at least remember on his group one Luis de Torres, who was an interpreter, who was baptized, and he was dispatched by Columbus to the interior. And he brought back something with the same very profitable bringing the habit of smoking back. So Judaism sown in mid-17th century colonial Africa fell from plants nurtured in the soil of the Iberian Peninsula. This is especially important to observe the refugees from the Spanish and Portuguese. Please have a look at this map, which shows the Spanish shades and the Portuguese one. To note that one birthplace is especially significant for the eventual in the Americas, and that is independent Calvinist Amsterdam. Extended not only all toleration
which all this hypocrisy of somebody as powerful as Joe Rogan, who laughs off his own
exposure to early 70s. That's what's just tragedy because on January of himself, under the control of the they were given just 3 months
in a position of power and young
higher
who are impressionable and desperate for
resolve
fame and attention.
as Jews
Rogan
other
makes it
places
clear exactly what his position is.
colonial regions,
Casting
some of them are
couch
turning
in
back
Hollywood,
to
if you stop and
Europe.
think about it, right? You've got all
Now
these
this
women.
recon several things
Actually helps those random stars report something.
First of all, Europe, there is a
Existence since,
significant push.
Imagine when it was like
After
that.
that was the
Joey
result
just doing a
of
bit when he said all that stuff years ago.
money.
Because when it comes to Rogan and his
Forever
brain,
to yeah, so the
themselves by
had
calling out the establishment
formally
for putting
excluded
up
from
coverage of the
but
Rogan
looking
universe.
at the
These
colonies,
are
we
no
see
different to the
that there are a
establishment
few
that made
major
replaced.
new
And it's
settlements
not about
that are
politics or culture
created
wars
out
or
of the
anything
ruins
like
of
that.
this region.
It's about
First of all,
double
in
standards when it
Curacao,
comes to the
in
new elites
1659,
versus
they
the
were
old
Jews
elites.
were already but you know, for example, one Joachim Gallons, who was a metallurgist and who arrived
Years and years
so
ago, and
we
therefore
have
it
just a
doesn't matter.
couple of
There are some actions
no
that
real
were not for
development
Harvey
until
Weinstein did
September.
it. Louis
Impoverished
C.K.
Jewish
got
refugees
dropped all
on
of
a
his
boat called the
sponsors,
St.
all his
Catherine,
deals got
landing
cancelled,
in
and
New York City
compare what he
harbor in
admitted to
New
doing
Amsterdam.
to what
18
Joey has
refugees arriving in New York ended up being
to be the way
white
most
man.
funny
Peter's
an
story lives on.
excuse for being a
I know what you're thinking. You're looking at him and you're saying, wait a minute, he's not Jewish. I mean, look, that's the coat that the guy's wearing, right? And I have to say, men of a certain age find that a large yarmulke multitudes and that itself a deeply religious measure of the Dutch Reformed Jews to New Colony, which only had 750 people living there. This was not a character for Stuyvesant. He was intolerant of many
Listening hard for
they
you,
weren't
right?
Dutch was not
This is you
interested
listening,
in
right?
voting their settlement. He was especially
In the green room, and
these
like,
Jews arrived from the seat of bosses in Amsterdam. Can we please expel these refugees? They are still hateful enemies, blasphemers, and he basically wanted to have nothing to do with them. But ultimately, Stuyvesant lost the market for Jews in Amsterdam put a lot of pressure on the Dutch to allow Jews to remain there. They had suffered tremendous losses with the sea bank. It should be noted that the Dutch West India Company also included Jews among its shareholders. And so Stuyvesant received a reply that conceded that Jews may not be the most ideal residents, but nevertheless, he was to permit them to live there on the condition that they would take care of their own poor. And that's actually a
strong
because this is something that they had medieval origins. Jews were very focused on building a social support network to make sure that all of the Jewish poor were cared for. They developed it. And prior generations of migrability to make sure that they cared for. So Stuyvesant was forced to allow the Jews other groups because that was ultimately allowed. Okay, that's a very the next migration to the Americas. If you enjoy the visit, it's kind of nice to see so many people subscribing and studying Jewish history. And I guess that's about it. Thank you very much for watching.
But it's not that simple, because in this episode of Flagrant, Whitney said the quiet bit out loud and exposed both Schultz and Rogan for over-exploiting their fan bases for the money. It's almost like Whitney got red-pilled and the comedy matrix is tried out. So, like I said, there's a lot to cover here, and to fully understand, we have to go back to Whitney's first appearance
to another episode of
2022,
Jewish
where
History
she made
Lab.
one of the biggest mistakes of her comedy career. She punched down on the biggest comedy fan demographic, young men.
In the previous video, we looked at the arrival of the Jews in the Americas and the remarkable story of the 23 refugees who landed in New Amsterdam, later New York. What I'd like to do in this short video is to take a broader approach and look at the most significant waves of migration in the world, with emphasis in the United States and Canada, because these waves of migrations had a major by the time we get to the 18th century, New Amsterdam has become New York under the British, and there are basically 6 Jewish communities had
Yes.
only about like our Sephardic right tradition that would be
Trashing people on Twitter was like pretty new. I was trashed by like some people I really liked. I really respected. I was just making fun of it. Was there
centrifugal forces, metal
but
forces.
I always wanted to be
There was a
and I
strong
became a
desire
thing that
to retain that kind
And
of
again, we
tradition.
have
Here's another way to look at that migration from
by
Navi's
2022,
historical
when
atlas.
he comes,
You can
that's
see the
the line.
the Southern American
Funny.
community as
Andrew,
we go the 18th century, there's quite a few small establishments of all over. The second major wave of immigration was in the 19th century, and primarily from Central Europe. One of the reasons why which men in particular find is their experience to actually leave their homeland to make more security to consider their place of residence. One of the things that really
I didn't watch
about
1 minute of the
arrival
No,
of
I was there.
men
Tell me what you said about
American
the car window on the highway.
many have established themselves very well, like Rebecca Grant, for example. Rebecca Grant. We've taken it upon ourselves to make sure that the Native American Jews at this point, they dramatic,
just like the
largely
version of
migration. But the work the economic pattern of these migrants, so essentially kind of literally a when they arrive in these shores, they look for some kind of occupation really available, especially if they want to maintain any kind of contact, is donations or making small purchases of used clothing and things like that, and repairing them and legality, they may be able to graduate to opening a storefront where they'll engage in more of a niche economic activity with one ownership. general store,
female
developing much more relaxed attitude towards stricter enforcement stuff like that, and they had a significant impact on the development mindset at that time. Once achievements were eventually achieved further well was the erection of massive testament to successful elsewhere. Also noted for their willingness to take risks to explore and to really penetrate the western region of the United States. Here's a great picture of a merchant named Julius Meyer, together with an Indian robot tank in the mid-19th century.
type of material.
The Jewish
Makes their own way, so it's definitely up to them to decide what genre of comedy they want. But it seems like that really
traded
starts
the far west
it's the female
for
comic who punches down on
economic niches and
ironic. And so as a result, she found
next
herself
major
switching to
entry into the 20th century. And this allowed to live in Tsarist Russia and have the first from the beginning from Broadway in 1881. And so universal healthcare decided to go to the civilized countries, quarter million to Western Europe in general, smaller numbers, 45,000 to South Africa, and 45,000 made their way to join a very tiny community of actual I'll talk more about this a little bit later on in this series, but let's have a look at a couple of maps from fascinating Africa just to get a sense of the overall population of Europe. You see what we would do would look like, let's say, if we had less than a million Jews around the world. About 70% of that live in Europe, and the rest are roughly divided between North Africa and the Northern Hemisphere. When you get to approximately 1800, you see that the population overall grows significantly to 2.3 well, once again, Europe dominates with about 2.7 million. A quarter million in South Africa and in Asia, which is basically dominant. Empire, but also in Central Asia, this one increased to about 10,000 a year. And that's all the Americas.
There's a point where you realize, like, in my mother's
Oceania,
daughter, am I
very
a
small
little
number
person?
still.
I guess I never got to be my own person
By the
because
time you
I was
get
in the
to
shadow of her
the end of the
illness.
19th century, say the year 1900, now you've got about 10.3 million Jews worldwide.
I think that you can intellectualize every aspect of your
much of it
behavior
has
and find a
shifted
justification for it
to
somewhere.
I think that's what we do as stand-ups, but when you turn on yourself, like, or these, analysts, like,
You almost need to be like, shut your brain
but
up and
there's
just
also
be
a dramatic
Liver King, right? Genuinely mean that. Like, I think being a person is way harder for you.
Okay, we will spend much more time later on talking about migration.
Money, like,
Now,
this is like,
like, wow, there's so many more people who are enjoying the show. So, please do subscribe. And otherwise,
just be your
really, they're coming together a whole lot.
you know what you're doing right now?
Impulses
Have you ever
and
seen
results
somebody go
in the
down
ultimate
a
political
hill on a skateboard?
emancipation of the
Someone
Jews, or
sent this
the granting
exact
of
thing.
equal
Michael
rights
Chiklis. Oh my God, yes, yes.
social
But I think you
residence restrictions, both and so on. They were not direct. They had a certain degree of freedom of movement.
No, I just wanted to slow down okay, so that you would feel comfortable. But I feel like if I was just going 100%, then you would have to be defensive. So maybe if I was just chilling and just asking questions I really want to know about you, then we don't.
Police all of these groups in a certain step after their police the national rights they attach to their head and also not movement, even the rights of marriage and things like that. But they nevertheless have kind of like day-to-day freedom that makes them very unslave-like. The Jews
was actually just
heard of this, like,
Hold on.
middle class who were
So there's all these people you love.
very special.
And they don't get anything.
Urban
Just like,
centers
you know, I was thinking about
were
this.
frequently
I
denied, even though they
Well, I think that the
tended
key
to,
in like restaurant,
in their
they
lifestyle, be
told me
closest
again?
Don't explain it. Just take it in a second. You look like
as
this.
the
We love
Royal
you.
Chamber.
You love
They
you
have
love people. There's a lot of
like
love over here.
activities
Everything's
also
good. We're
middle
Christian.
But
cities,
if I
primarily
do too much eye contact, I
What do you mean?
no, I think it's like it's
so
I've
their
been,
activities
do you want me to cry?
is
I don't want you to
directly
cry.
taxed
I
by
want
the king.
to feel real
In exchange
emotions.
for
If
which
that's happiness, that's I just want lose sight of what we do here. The guys that like have really busy lives. It was just guys hanging out and girls, shout out, hanging out.
Really?
I think a lot of people sort of say this about me, maybe because of social media or something, but like right after my mom died, I had a
You said related to the
no, I just was like, what's going on with this community that we
because
stopped hanging out
while
on
the
camera
Jewish
too. So it's hard, but I think also a lot of comedy,
that
like
was about changing the way we
Times to hang out.
talk and bringing
worlds
the
of what
direction
saying
of
we're in a very high risk
contemporary
profession,
European culture.
and it used to be, I think, the way that we stayed sane, save it for the pod, like we're monetizing all of our conversations, like for public consumption, which is great. It's healing a lot of people.
society
That's pretty.
Yeah.
A bunch of my previous
of
videos.
medieval.
A
And it
real
was
conversation.
not the hardest things or challenge to administration. Obviously, the Jews were
The only person that brings this up to me.
By the way,
Team scarcity complex. I think the type of
Irish,
person that
Lane,
influenced me.
it really depends a lot on how a person behaves. Carries himself, how a person is, for the most part, clearly right, and more significantly, they will not tackle it. There's a tremendous antipathy towards Catholics, regardless of
Understand.
So viewed from the perspective of limit a lower priority for their
everyone else that he's happy to
all
have
kinds of disabilities that Jews face. There's questions about whether or not they can hold public office, some issues of whether or not their oaths be trusted because they would not take them on Christian Bibles, for example, and those were fairly easily dealt with. The Constitution of 1787, and especially the Bill of Rights of 1791, clearly indicated that Jews should be free of these disabilities. Both laws did persist in some states until 1877, when the last one was removed. That
after a bunch of men. Now this was
make that
by some famous singers boycotting Spotify in
in England,
protest
you have a
as a
social
support
change
for Papa Rooney.
again precipitated legal where it seems like
Myself too
English
seriously and
voting
trying to be
society
too
were actually
reverent and
emancipated.
dangerous.
I think one of the
Question
great
authority
examples of
and
this
take you
is
through a
David
series
Ruff
of
of London
conclusions.
in
Stay focused on the
1835,
people that pay
but
taxes.
not immediately hold office
And lies.
Jewish
Canadians didn't sign up
he
to
would
be our
not
heroes, but
take
they
the
also defended
indicated
it
that he
from
was a
criticism.
Christian, which of course
Canadians
he
did
was
not
not.
sign up to be
So
your
in
hero.
other
It's
words, we
our
have a
job to be
situation where,
irreverent and dangerous to
and
question
this happened,
authority
by the
and
way,
drive
to
for
many
hundreds of miles
elected
to tell
officials
some
in
people in the
England
back room
until
of the
the whole process was
pub
eventually
that
solved,
Canadians
where
didn't
the
sign up to be
population
your
as a
hero.
whole,
It's
the
our
voting
job to be
eligible
irreverent and
population,
dangerous to
thought that
question
the
authority and
Jewish
get chips on
candidate
the way up.
was the
And try to
superior
beat them while
candidate
driving
for a
and
position,
moving at perfectly
and
good show.
they
Chip
voted him
grease and
into
also
office,
spill a
which
can
I
of
was
Coke
there,
all
and
in the footwells.
it was the office
and
itself
be
that
funny.
was trying to hold back on
I
allowing
can be your
until
hero.
eventually,
His
after
job is to
significant
cross the
debates
hallway
in
from Kramer
English
and
governmental
star in a show
circles,
about
they
nothing. And so
abolished
that pretty
Jewish
much fixes
population.
almost everything.
France has an
As for
entirely
Schultz,
different story.
well,
Here you
he
see
keeps
a
proving time and time
depiction
again
of
that
the
he's nothing but an
Declaration
internet
of the
famous
Rights
comedian
of
who
Man,
thinks he can solve
and
the world's
in
problems one
brackets,
intimation
male
at a
citizen.
time.
This is,
Remember
of
when
course,
comedians used to
a
just be
hugely
funny?
important
Anyway,
document
that's
that's
my
roughly
breakdown of the
comparable to
podcast
the
that
American
exposed
Bill
both
of Rights,
Andrew
in which
Schultz
decrees the kind of ideas that we were also
Thanks for always turning up for me.
It's
And
interesting
if you
to note,
haven't
by the way,
subscribed yet,
that
consider jumping in.
America,
I'll catch you in the next one.
the Declaration of all men are created
This
equal was
this
not
is my 5
interpreted
years
to
at
mean
the
free
Clear
all men because it did not include African Americans, for example. And this Declaration for the Rights of Man and Citizen, a revolutionary figure named Marie Booth actually said, hey, wait a second, why does it have to be in the masculine? And so she proposed a declaration for the rights of woman and citizen. And the word citizen, of course, in French can be defined either as a male or as a female. But the French government is not willing to accept that. They're really only thinking about men. Honestly, it says man and they meant man. But that's beyond the scope of our discussion. In the case of France, unlike England, where social change precipitated legal change, France is legal change that precipitates social change. Almost. In other words,
like
the
millions
laws
of
are put on
ladies
the
and
books
gentlemen,
before society was, you have the revolution of 79, and then almost immediately the Jews start saying we're also part of this revolution. And philosophically, it was really how the French Revolution, like the American Revolution, was based on this flowery and soaring rhetoric of the equality of all people and so on. So that includes Jews too, right? There was a big distinction between the smaller, more acculturated part of the population of Jews that lived in the west and south of France, and Bordeaux and Bayonne, Ashkenazi Jews, assassinated Jews, largely spoke French, largely had a much more progress in their broader economic profile and things like that. So what happened about Now that reservations where they had, a significant advantage because they were overwhelmingly literate, numerous types of commerce and so on. And large populations of Christians in Alsace began to complain that, hey, our entire business environment is changing as a result of these Jews rushing into fields and undercutting us with prices in his grand kind of way of thinking about things. That, well, like Representative Bonnier said, they have a vote, like Catholics, they sold them all. They have this thing called the Second, which was the ancient court judges back in the ancient period. Years before exile from Israel, Macedonia. So we should reopen the Sanhedrin. So messages were sent out all over Europe that the Poles were to gather the Sanhedrin. In some other countries, the Assembly of Jewish Notables that was prior to, why did questions like, for example, just have their own police force, like, if you're the point is because he wanted to know who was going to be accepting a state with an sense. So that the two judiciaries and two police enforcement agencies that if, Jews wanted to run their affairs through a different legal system, would they be culpable to French law? Things like this. He wanted to know a little bit about the assimilation of system failures. True to an extent, we asked our Jews allowed to know there are relationships, but that's not counted as traditional with some of
Brendan
the
couldn't file a lawsuit
denominations that
because
are
he had
active
a
today.
bridge.
The answer was
He
no.
didn't expect Kyle to
Not
get
allowed.
back with the counter
It's fascinating to
notification,
know
but
an
he couldn't
assembly of
intimidate
notables
Kyle,
in the
and
later
that would
Sanhedrin,
be the
which
end of
were
it.
made up
That's why he had
largely
to
of
scramble and
masculine.
register
There was
those
only a
4
very
episodes of
small
The Father and the
number
Kid
of Jews
with
who
the United
represented
States
the
Copyright
traditional
Office on
viewpoint,
February
what
22nd,
was called to the
and then
Orthodox,
filed a
and they
lawsuit
essentially
against Kyle
hadn't
for
been
copyright
awed of
infringement.
transit. They
On
said, well,
February 28th,
not exactly,
10
wouldn't
days
be
after the
precisely
initial
be
DMCA
recognized, but,
takedown, Brendan,
and
he didn't
I
take
think
the
the most
lawsuit
dramatic
serious, and he
moment
refused to file a
in
defense.
the
You see,
the
he was
Sanhedrin, or the Assembly of
self-representing.
Notables
He didn't
gathering,
have a lawyer.
was when he
Luckily,
asked
the
them,
judge granted him some leeway
would
and
the
allowed him more
Jews
time to file a
defend
defense.
France?
Meanwhile, Brendan's
Do
lawyers
they
were
consider
gunning for a
themselves
summary
French,
judgment in
or
their favor
would
because
they
he wasn't
with their
cooperating.
enemies? Now,
But Kyle
the fact
didn't
is that
step up.
France
He
and Germany
continued to
are
troll
having
the court
wars
and made
just
more
about
or
once
less no
every
effort
30
to
or 40
defend
years,
himself.
which means that
So the
that's
judge
pretty
gave
much
him
due for
one
him right now.
more
Let's hope that
chance.
we
If you don't
put
file
that
your
behind
paperwork
us.
properly and
But,
lodge
you
a
know, he was
defense,
really concerned
I'm
about
going to go
those
to a
Jews living
summary
in
judgment
Alsace
in
who
favor
were,
of Brendan.
speaking. So Napoleon was satisfied with those answers, and he said, great. So Sanhedrin became a form of absolutely amazing. Yeah, I mean, that's, I want that. I think that would be fantastic. He was actually directed to it was issued by Kaiser Joseph II of the Netherlands in 1782. That sort of gave the Jews of Austria a formal understanding of their rights to live within Austria. And that's very important because the right as opposed to
make a decision at that point needs to happen. From the judge's
but
decision.
what happened over 100 odd years was really
Use the copyright works to
distressing.
comment upon them.
Austria, like much of Central Europe, went through a revolution in 1848-49, and that revolution was then pushed back. That was created in 1849. Civil rights were issues, quote unquote, not dependent on liberty, but then in 1851, when there was kind of a conservative backlash to that, red rights were taken back. The Constitution was abrogated, and then slowly reinstated again over the
Chairs and microphones
the
from
same thing in Hungary
in popular culture,
themselves, in Hungary,
which
led by the Rothschild, who essentially said that, you know, it is going to result in assimilation. It was not at all wrong, emancipation and assimilation. And he said we should not accept emancipation. We should stand for right. Because that's really a very important tool that the Jews to maintain and protect it. Nevertheless, this was the zeitgeist, the trend of the times, and with the formal unite of Austria and Hungary, the Austro-Hungarian Empire, then there was formal emancipation granted to Jews. This is also a period of tremendous social change in urban areas, in particular. Even
because Rogan is always telling us sure, not only has he blown hundreds of thousands of dollars in legal fees, but he somehow makes off like even more of a react than he already did. The funniest part in all of this is that Rogan didn't even know it was a copyright case. This holds a defamation case, which has several take a look at his comments on the case over the last
but a far more representative and a very significant historian who entered into a very heavy debate with threats over the publication of the latter's History of the Jews. Von Weizsäcker coined the unfortunate phrase, the Juden sind unser Unglück, the Jews are our misfortune. And he articulated a position that was later be picked up very enthusiastically by none other than Adolf Hitler. And he argued that the emancipation of the Jews had to be rolled back, and of course, the disaster enjoyed this video, please consider subscribing. We have a founding, bringing in lots of people who
cheating on my wife and do all this crazy defamatory stuff and using content and stuff like that. So what would you do? This narrative that this bigger YouTuber suing this other YouTuber for no reason to silence him. Start going down that dark road, man. You start going down these baby things that are defamation of videos. For years, when I get my attention, that's what it is. I still talk about it. The problem when you don't talk about it is people can jump that. So I signed up for defamation. TRX on the it's a Dodge truck. It's a flag. It's a truck. What do you call it? What else can you do? Stop.
I think we can date.
Have you anything to try to like suppress this or get on top of it? Like it's just would do it. There's nothing you do. I mean, can you sue people? Have you tried doing any of that?
No, I mean we have a lawsuit with a guy who made like 3,000 videos. Again, if stand up or my fight page. Whatever. My football page is no good. That's what the internet's for. And listen,
off with some comments addressing some of the deluge we just heard from Brendan. He lives benefit from these commentary channels. Now, I don't know this Kyle guy. I don't watch his videos. And if I'm being honest, Roman's like an older brother to me. When I do anything, I call him. That's how
I just want to know for my own peace of mind. Thank you.
The lumps went down not for 3
I don't
days.
know. To him, it's like, he never ate dinner. That's good advice. So, why don't you take it 2 years ago instead of embarrassing yourself and wasting hundreds of thousands of dollars against the guy who was self-representing with a YouTube channel race card during his deficit? This is what you are up against, Bubba, and you still lost. Even after you tried to take it out of court and back into mediation, you lost your lawsuit 2 years after you filed it. Sheer delusion from this guy. That guy drawing the line in the sand, putting internet as well as throughout the comedy community, $500,000 to go with his biggest lawyers, or anytime he was talking smack about him, only to lose in emails from a ghost lawyer. Honestly, someone should make this into a movie and sell 10 times the tickets that the machine did. Hey, it might actually turn a profit. So it's a sad end for Brendan, but a sobering message to the podcast elites who stand with nothing to lose. Anyway, that's my full breakdown of Bubba's failed lawsuit. I hope you guys enjoyed it. Big shout out to my regulars. Thanks for watching. You always turn up for me, and that's why I love you guys off my uploads. That's it from me. I'll catch you in the next one.
A shark looked up relatively peaceful. Not necessarily loving, but
He's doing pretty well there. I love how he blended in. Almost out of control. It never. Yeah, they have a very liberal mayor.
the other side of the screen here.
What did we do with it here?
Is a charge.
When I got, did we throw him in the river? No, the river's not included in the home. Maybe we should just go and shoot the homes. I like your idea. Guys, relax. It's just a bit, right? I mean, Rogan's the down to earth. People, for example, if they just change the way they think and become more agreeable, they might find themselves the rest of us. Or maybe it's all the soda that the poor people drink. Maybe that's keeping the poet back the theory stand-up comedy, hunting, only reading the titles of articles, and Joe talks about the homeless like he's pretty up, and for him to just edge past line between healthy conversation and unhealthy obsession. And to his own detriment, he has thousands of hours of his thoughts on the record for the world to listen to and decipher his true feelings. Now, obviously, if any of us of hours of our conversations, there would be contradictions full of hypocrisy and deep thought. Why does Joe hate what people say? Remember, to the average person, Rogan would have almost no interaction with homeless. Camping out on his front lawn since Doug's got trouble for being racist. Homeless people. What's going on with that? And I'm watching the fight happen, and then San Francisco, right outside, I see two homeless contractors in town in like 2003 or something. This is wild. There's so many homeless people out there. It is insane. We have 10 cities everywhere you look. That's obvious. What the hell? Hundreds of millions of dollars on the homeless. And thank you for your contribution to that. But you know where it goes to? You know where it goes to? It goes to salaries. But they get free electricity there. And so he's got like a bag of his stuff. Like he's got a little camp in the corner of the Starbucks. I'm like, wow, I wanted to get back up on his feet. Maybe this is the way to do it. But maybe just do that on iPad. On the other hand, I'm like, hey, don't give me the Z. People just everywhere. San Francisco's the worst. San Francisco is like a big state. San Francisco might as well be
They did something right. Yeah. And you know what?
Those two people. Those girls. Park is not far.
Griffin Park is like people with homes cook there. This is LA. People can't afford to live in LA. I know it might as well be a third world country though. I mean, like some sort of like comprehensive program to try to help them. And it would probably have to involve psychedelic drugs. Yeah, that's right. I think that you probably because it's not a money thing, right? People they have money. It's not a cure. It's not a financial cure. It's these people. Their mindset. My mother always instilled in me like always buy homeless people food. If you see them, buy them food. And so that's just what I automatically do when I buy them ice cream. And you know what this guy says to me? Granted, he just want to fight, but I came out with chocolate ice cream. He goes, I don't like chocolate. I was like, Jesus Christ. Well, that's probably why it's homeless. Seriously, right? Because of ego and like disagreeable. Hey, there we go. It didn't take long for the rich man's mindset to rear its ugly head. And now, being the avid JRE listener that I am, teachings or creativity. And they won't do it. They don't want to do. So it is aggressive, although they will push you the hell out their way if you're comfortable and so forth. And it's harder for them to find a sense of their own desires as they move through life. And that's not self-career. That just doesn't work. I came out with chocolate ice cream. He goes, I don't like chocolate. I was like, Jesus Christ. Well, that's probably why it's homeless. Seriously, right? Yeah, you go and like disagree. Yeah, so I went and got a vanilla. And he ended up, oh, he did that. Yeah, he even have it. But that's what Rogan does, right? He laughs and he tries to throw in some pseudo-intellectual take. He increases his bit, and it just makes it awkward. Seriously, the best evangelical theater ongoing. In a 3-hour conversation, they probably say 2 serious and it's probably them asking for a drink or permission to go to. The rest is just joke after joke hitting Joe's thing like inside the truck. And so Rogan's an expert when it comes to understanding poor people. That's so insightful. If you're rich and successful, it's because you're disagreeable and highly discerning. Whereas if you're poor, it's also because you're dead and highly discerning. So the moral of the story is, I heard it both ways be, but one of the darker conversations Rogan had about the homeless was with none other than Tom Segura. Now we all know how Tom feels about poor people, or not to watch the conversation actually made heads across Snowflake Media in what they were hoping was not a moment, except it wasn't. He's got where you want to live. I would live in Denver. The thing about Denver is there's common. Yeah, there's mountains. I mean, you get more cool out of 4 seasons. You know, it's a great restaurant. Really nice mix of everything. The homeless things out of control. In Denver, yeah, they have a charity. What did we do with them here? When I got, did we throw them in the river? No, the river's not connected to the home. But there was a camp, so it was like, wow, this feels like a real indication of the extreme level of this. It doesn't know it's one of the enclaves that is like just really high end. So Roger killed his wife. Roger killed his wife there. When you see stuff like that on the streets, at least in Los Angeles, right? That's protected. Protected. Yes, absolutely. Try to move that or take it. Yeah. Hilarious. Hilarious. You can shop that. Maybe we should just go check those. I like your ideas. Yeah. Nobody claims it. I mean, nobody is saying anything about why I was from LA. It's a joke. Yeah, it's like it wasn't being serious, right? He was trying to point out the hypocrisy in California, where they've become much more crime to combat the overrepresentation of minorities in their prisons. But that's an entirely different conversation. What that clip really pointed out for me is the blatant elitism from Joe and his buddies. There's nothing like 2 cigar-smoking billionaires complaining about homeless people, even if they're only if you get offended by a comedian. Just relax, just a bit of it. They don't seriously hate poor people, right? I mean, it's not like they talk about it all the time. Hey, there we go. Now, yes, for sure. When Aaron Rodgers was on JRE recently, they got talking about the Ozempic, the new miracle weight loss drug that burns your bits off, just as bad. And because Rogan's the type of guy naturally without any supplements, PEDs, or processed substance, he gave us all a tutorial on how to get healthy. You gotta get the same way you get sick. How do you get sick? You took a bunch of bad food. Here's how you get better. Eat only good food. You have to have less calories in than you're burning. And you gotta exercise. And you gotta drink water. Stop drinking soda. Well, we have this chart up here of how many people on food stamps buy soda. Like how much on food stamps is spent on soda. It's crazy. It's like poor people just drink it. Drinking sugary poison. There you have it, folks. The solution to all soda. You see, rich people don't drink soda. Only poor people on stamps do. There you go, right there. Scientific evidence of the difference between rich and poor. So how about this chart Rogan was talking about? Yeah, let's look at the chart. This guy that's talking across this scientist, or this guy that used to work for the pharmacy, saying that 10% of all food stamps, the number
soda's so good. I really don't either, but ice Coca-Cola ice, like a real Coke from Coke. Finding show the number one purchase. Purchased by Snap household or soft drinks, which accounted for 5% of the dollars they spent on food. Wow. Okay. Why don't I drink water? Right? If you want to get out of there, you don't want to be on food stamps forever. Drink water. It's cheaper. You don't need to get off food stamps for food, but get a job. Now what? Descend to the next life. Oh, that's it. It's no way. Jesus. Non-snap households. Oh yeah, I'm sure. What's his like milk is number one? Or no, soft drinks. Well, snap household, so it's more. Jesus, Jay, all the time. Is how he brings it up the next day and keeps perpetuating themselves by calling for exactly what they've been criticizing the whole time. Oftentimes is the most expensive. Yeah. So you have to find a way to allow, tariffs on certain extra taxes on certain types of product. Let's just get this straight. And so found guns, no lockdowns, no forced jabs. Poor people that eat healthy. What better way to do it? Let's make the food that they eat more expensive, because that way everything will be more expensive. So they'll decide to eat healthier. How good is government-induced inflation? Like, there wasn't technology. It starts to filter in. You have decisions to be made which direction to go. And society that isn't driven on profits. Advancement is you've earned over $300 million from your NFL, which is entirely driven by profits. What are you talking about? Hopefully also add, I don't necessarily disagree with a lot of things both Joe and Rogers were saying, except for the obvious ones that I've been pointing out. I'm not a political guy. I don't lean one way or the other. Like I said earlier, it's the hypocrisy and inconsistency in their things that they disagree. Between the poor person's mindset and the successful guy's mindset. Remember the rocks round of JRE? Alright, so let's play a little game. I'm going to hit the first actually explains what they're talking about.
Seriously, I've watched this clip like a bunch of times now, and I still can't figure out exactly the messages. Something about having fun with vibrating butterflies.
I'm happy to share. You and I were both in that place. I will learn something more idea of trying to enjoy it. I've made my mind right now, like exactly get here whatever this thing is, just like everybody else. But this idea, like let's have fun, bringing in this great place with enthusiasm and excitement and fun.
Yeah, I've got nothing to Hollywood elitist to ego. Even The Rock were exchanging success stories, but there was one bit that really showed Roman's next clip. Figure out what he's really saying here, and I'll pick it up with you guys straight after.
I realized when I was young, I got a development deal for Disney. When I was, I think I was 25, 26, and I got this development deal. I think I was a development deal for a television show, and listen, I had money my whole life. I was poor. And my whole life, I was like wondering how I was going to do it. When I was on my own, it was like, how am I paying the bill? How am I eating? And the moment of that check, I remember feeling like, and I remember thinking immediately, this is the key. Get to worried about your bills. If that means like spend less money, if that like live a more prudent lifestyle, whatever you have to do. But get to that place where you're not worried about bills, because that hanging over your head causes stress that ruins lives. It ruins people. So then, okay, now the most important thing is keep going, because now you know what it's like to be successful. You have to do whatever work you have to put in and continue. And then when I got to a place where I felt like I had enough money that I feel really secure, then I started to learn how to count.
Wow, there you go. When you do get money, keep making more money, otherwise you'll be stressed and die. Sitting on a genetic freak like The Rock and preach this message to get lost in all of this. I don't think Rogan wants to kill homeless people. I don't think he wants to put them on trains to nowhere or anything like that. What I'm trying to point here is that Joe clearly has the elite mindset. Sure, he's a highly driven individual, but most of his success can be attributed to being at the right place at the right time and having the ability to capitalize on those situations. Maybe others in his position would have blown it. Sure, I get that. It all didn't just fall into his lap. I'm definitely a firm believer that you've got to know what to do with the luck that you've handled the same situation completely differently. Oh, wait a is where he values people's opinions less because of socioeconomic status. That's what I mean by elitist. I don't simply mean he's rich. I mean more specifically that he did not. You don't want to be like, nobody can tell me shit. But then sometimes you'll read it, you're like, I don't have to deal with this right now. You know, that you go right, but fine, that's just a passing comment. But what that tells me forgetting one fundamental factor in his own success. Statistically, most of the people who follow his podcast and listen to him regularly are what would he consider to be poor people. It's just basic math. When you have a large sample size, like 10 million or so regular listeners, he gets very episode. Statistically, there would be more people listening than rich Roman success that he not only feeds off his buddies. How many times have we heard him giving advice to not about it, right? If you're in his position with 24/7 security, yes men everywhere you go, all the mundane tasks getting done for you by the hell, would you spend that much time and energy complaining about homeless people? Anyway, that's enough internet for today. Now, with some words of wisdom from Segura, because nobody quite makes the whole people like Tom does. That's not like a bunch of us losers, then I'm making them feel bad about their situation. Put it on me. You feel bad. That I have something. I'm struggling with rent this month. Okay? Like, don't make life be a problem for your life. If you don't like it, guess what? You're not going to be able to control what people talk about. People are going to talk about things that you don't have for the rest of your life. So you can decide, like, okay, I will, fine, don't listen to me, don't listen to that person anymore, but you have to control your own feelings. Okay? It's not on other people. Make sure they don't. It's not my responsibility to control how you feel. That's what people in this world do. When they see the verse in Leviticus is offering a Holocaust. Are you talking about a nice car? I don't have a nice car. I was the same way. That was broke. I never had. If you're still mad, just know that if your mindset you're thinking like a loser, but you don't have to. You can change the way you think, but you have to accept the way you're thinking right now is not going to get you.
How do we say that
You're being bitter, you're being petty,
God
you're
perceiving
insecure,
a
you're not
pleasing
confident.
odor?
You can change that, but you have to be proactive.
For that
You just
reason,
sit
many
around
religious
and
thinkers prefer not to use the term
you only have what you have.
and they rely on
Talk about it like that. Yeah.
to be
deep
careful
dive into
because
Joe
some of the
Rogan's
terms that are
Spotify
used,
deal.
I
The
think
fact that they're wrong, the
there are
typical
certain
basis
terms
is
actually
coming from a
coined by
podcast that
Nazis
rakes in
themselves.
over $250
Here's
million
a
per
mugshot of
month.
Herman
So I'm going to
Goering
get
from
straight into it, but
the
just
Nuremberg
quickly, if you
trials
haven't
and
already,
so when we create a historical background of the Jews in Europe, Holocaust memorial. They're spread out across
I was saying
Europe.
this to you before the deal even got announced, but this is when I knew Spotify was smart, so you should check it out.
They tend to
You
be
would like
highly
it. You know where I
assimilated,
go to look at it?
very well, dressed like
I
Germans,
never would have done
tend to
that
have
pre-roll.
less
To me, I listen to music still on Apple, and then I would listen to. So they're making money off of not just podcasts. Like you said, it's not just. It's everybody who listens.
but that didn't stop.
Sure, the same thing. Well, Alex Cooper's done the same thing for girls, but not to that same level.
I let that go.
I think that's not super.
they know that Spotify obviously basically guaranteed $4 million, and as soon as ad revenue reaches that figure, Spotify will then set
Together,
$4
joining
million.
in a
For those of you who are
dominate
my previous breakdown
the way
videos
in
of
which they
Spotify
dominate,
deals,
which obviously
here
is
are the
difficult because
basics.
the Jews are
Rogan's
a
old deal
minority
was worth between $180 and $220 million over 3.5 years, according to the Wall Street Journal. This was an exclusivity deal, meaning JRE would only be available on Spotify, but you could still listen to it for sure. It's important to note that the total old deal was tied to audience type. So the more listeners he carried over, the more money he was able to earn. And so this arrangement allowed, in my opinion, based on industry standard advertising $1 million in additional revenue for Rogan, past 3.5 years, based on my basic assumptions, Rogan would have received total revenue from Spotify and from his own ads. That is how Spotify is taking care of everything. In fact, not only are Spotify now managing all the ad sales, they are Amazon and YouTube. This new deal figure includes a minimum guarantee, which is unknown of the ad revenue that Spotify will make by advertising across all platforms. So just to clarify, Spotify will now manage and sell ads based on JRE, and Spotify will then pay Rogan a cut of the revenue. Effectively, Rogan has now arranged Spotify to manage it entirely, and they will pay him a cut. And when you put the two deals side by side, even if you adopt more conservative assumptions than I did, in almost every case, Rogan's deal was worth significantly more. I also think that there where it's like this guy.
Finally, here's an Oscar example. Just
So you just have to pay. All you gotta do is put the deals just to get people to consume my platforms. Like, you don't have to spend any more money.
exclusive deals. I just don't understand that
That's the
logic.
kind of
Spotify is just an app. It's not an ecosystem
age.
like Apple or
Now,
Android or any of the users who followed Rogan and various other podcasters over to Spotify. There's still going to be a bunch of people who delete Spotify altogether and just go back to watching JRE on YouTube. I mean, think about the appeal of YouTube's comment section.
The young
Publicly listed company like Spotify is there's no way you'd spend over $1 billion on podcasts deals over the last 3 years, only to open them back up again to distribution across all platforms 3 years later. Initial investment. The bottom line is, if the exclusivity deals had actually worked, Spotify would have done them.
rightful place is becoming
I mean, it seems like it's bigger than the first bag.
What I read, Spotify's like, we don't need, I think, again, they're not
we reversed the onset of World War I.
changing behavior of someone instinctively going to
Like many other German felt that this was absolute fact that was somehow
$250 to get a percentage. Oh, I didn't know that makes sense.
captures the idea of the stab in the back.
Did Schultz not know one of the most important details of Rogan's
By the
new
way,
deal,
using
which was only half right? I'll keep saying this until I go by the face. If Spotify's exclusive deals were working and had great value for the company, they would just keep doing them. They changed deals last year, starting with Trevor Noah, because there was something wrong. I mean, just listen to what Spotify's executives are actually saying. This reporting from the financial times after Spotify had laid off financial officer politely on a phone call this week. On our business in 2020, he predicted that this drag would subside over time. The splashy deals are underboarded by Yahoo Finance. Exclusivity wasn't what the podcast hosts wanted. The creative platform wants to have as big its talent matter, and so it should be obvious by now that podcasters who went over to Spotify on agreements lost a whole bunch of their listeners.
That's the other thing. Very, very light
When you take a deal like that,
duration.
if you take a deal
Allowed
that
him a
could
personal chef,
significantly improve Rogan,
and
he was great enough
jail
where
that
it
his
didn't
reputation
market
was
share.
secure.
His show probably
Got
didn't grow.
credibility
He
for having gone to jail for his right
He didn't
and while he was there, he wrote his memoir, My Struggle, in which he essentially laid out his political program. It's a rambling who's
character, like personal, like what
organized
if your pay is not publish their podcast numbers, or we can go off and say that JRE.
that's when
She does, but like if you look at it always comes
so-called Nuremberg laws against by
which makes sense, right? Podcast is no longer exclusive deals because they're losing listeners. And it's hard to argue audience after moving over there. I was just reading an article from Insider that reported some podcasters were saying they lost up to 3/4 of their audience. You can start to see how skewed the thinking is when it comes to these
largest attack of its kind Kristallnacht in 1938, where there was really a nationwide pogrom of Jews and widespread attacks, widespread burning of synagogues and
Okay, so if Flagrant is worth $300 million, saying your podcast with a few average viewers is worth Rogan's 11 million average listeners. So at the end of the day, this is as profitable as it used to be. Only after the pandemic, podcasting took as a more reliable source of advertising because podcasts from any